Good evening, folks, and welcome to Dice&Decks Session 6, Fever Pitch. We're glad you're joining us this evening, and my head has been replaced by a giant red and black logo. More on that later. Over to you, Joe.
I really think we should just deal with that now. So Brennan is orange is really what the answer is to that question, and we haven't figured out how to fix that. So if we to avoid all of the orange and other fruit-related jokes, we've decided to leave the cam off.
Thanks, Joe.
I'm sure everybody wanted to hear that.
So tonight we have Kevin back on the call. We have ASMR, now with more audio. Michelle possibly will be rejoining us, and Owen, the single ladies' dream man, is back on the call as well. And because I feel weird talking and not having my face showing, I'm actually going to have Joe lead this thing for most of the night. Lucky you.
Well, that'll be a good time. So last night we actually did a lot of extra broadening of our conversation topics, I think, which is good. I know that we delved into things that people do outside of gaming and other interests that they have, and I think that's always important to have other avenues and other interests. And hopefully we can continue some of that tonight and to see where some of that goes to find out what other people like to do and what other people like to talk about and all of those other important things in life as we go along. Kevin, are you able to get on a mic and respond with answers tonight, or what do you got going on there? Kevin apparently is mute as well, so that'll make for a fun time. So, a good thing, good news today is we have ASMR with mic capabilities tonight, so I'll probably put you on the spotlight a little bit more since we can actually get some verbal input from you, although the visuals last night were pretty amazing, and I appreciate all that. You know, it's always good to have, what do they say, pictures speak 1,000 words, and I'm pretty sure your picture spoke 2,000 words. So started off, I know we went through most of the questions for ASMR, and I'm going to bring up the rest of what I've got tonight. And I don't know if we want to go into all those right away, but we do have some extra options. Alrighty. So, ASMR, were you on when Brennan was talking about the Star Wars trailer? I know that's a big thing that a lot of people have been talking about, at least online, and all those other things. Did you pipe in on that one or no?
No, I wasn't on at that point. I just saw the trailer on the Facebook page just yesterday. Um, Somebody said, "Oh, it's great to see Han Solo again," and that's really my, my only opinion on it so far. God, he looks old.
That, that the funny thing is that was my reaction at the end of it as well, is that it's been a long time. But I also think at the same point it's been a long time coming as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we got little guy.
Ah, cool.
Owen's bringing the family into the call tonight.
This is Wesley. Can you say hi?
Hi,
Hey, what's up,
Wesley.
Wesley?
Oh,
So now we have special guests tonight.
I want to show you his new car. Yeah.
It's even a Tonka truck.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
Very nice.
I'm sure that smashes all the other cars in the neighborhood. So, ASMR, is the fact that we have a new view of Star Wars and we've seen now some of the new additions that they're looking at bringing into it, is that something that you're thinking, oh my gosh, I have to go see this, or is it, meh, it's pretty cool, I'll check it out? What's your level of interest at this point?
Yeah, they're bringing back the original cast members that they can. So yeah, obviously I gotta have to see it. I grew up with the original. when it came out in theaters, I was there and went back several times. Saw it in the drive-ins back when they had those. So, you know, they're going to bring back Mark Hamill, Carrie Fisher, Han Solo. Absolutely. I have to see it. There's the.
We still have a drive-in here in the Dells.
Oh, really?
Still do double features too.
Wow. Does Billy Bob Thornton show up occasionally?
No, it's actually pretty legit. You'd be surprised. There's actually new drive-in technology.
You know, I probably paid for 2 drive-ins in my whole growing up time. We were the kind of, you know, you put stuff as many guys in the trunk as you can, and then you find a hole in the fence.
I went twice.
That's why they went out of business.
I went twice and killed my truck both times. It's always wonderful.
Yeah, I grew up in a town of 1,500 people, and in between the town I grew up in and the town north of me that was 2,000 people, there was an outdoor theater. They finally destroyed it to put a highway in between them, so that works out pretty well. It was interesting though. It was definitely probably the smallest community that had an outdoor theater, and of course the last year before they destroyed it, everybody went to go see the last showings that they had. So it was really popular the last year that it was around, but it's finally been demolished. So no more outdoor theaters. No more getting rained on while you're trying to watch a movie.
Mm-hmm. No more tailgate parties.
Oh, we still tailgate. We still tailgate everything. We live in Wisconsin. You tailgate people's birthday parties. You tailgate people's mail deliveries. I mean, you just set up wherever you want and just kind of go at it. So.
Well, I'm in Canada, so we can only do that for like 2 months of the year.
That's true. So, I don't know if you ended up with anything from last night SMR that I know you're limited on some of the verbals. Did you have anything that you wanted to bring up? Any topics of conversation or any questions? I mean, this is now your time to be able to kind of do that.
Oh,
You got any?
no. Like I said, I was mostly just wanted to watch. I saw the link on Facebook and I clicked it and I followed through. I just pressed all the buttons it told me to, and I ended up with you guys, and I didn't know what I was doing, or I didn't even know how I ended up there.
Hey, we're happy to have you though. I appreciate that.
Well, thank you very much.
Michelle, I know you're still trying to work on your things here. Are you able to hear us and or have any voice on that or no? I think she's still having some of those technical difficulties. Brennan, I know that you have been working on your laptop pretty diligently, so it was a lot of things that you've been doing today. The review, do you want to talk about that just real quick? Give me like the 30-second rundown.
Yeah, sure. So the short of it is, I said on at least one of the other calls, I played this game a while ago, called The Resistance Avalon. And
Oh, I can hear you guys now.
hey, look at that! Thanks, Michelle.
I don't know what happened.
Oh, no worries. Did you like press a button or something, maybe, or?
Nope. I don't know. I don't do anything.
Huh. Well, look at
What's
that.
going on?
We're just going to talk about the review I posted, our first different thing that we're doing on the site. A lot more of that, to come. But the short of the review, Joe, to answer your question real quick, is a great game. Highly recommend it. There's a lot of role play element involved because you're trying to convince other people that you're either not evil or that you're, not good, depending on what you are playing. And essentially, it's I don't even know how to describe the game. It reminds me a lot of like D&D, just with no dice. And I don't want to say that it's like political intrigue or anything. But it's definitely got a lot of backstabbing kind of elements to it. So if you're into that kind of game, definitely check it out. It's been out for a little while. I was surprised at that because I'm familiar with a lot of games and I just hadn't heard of that. And then all of a sudden, I was at the friendly local game store and boom, we're doing it on International Tabletop Day. That's the first time I played it and ordered my copy.
Nice. It's definitely something we're gonna have to check out at some point. I know that I'll probably be able to be over a little bit early tomorrow, but I'm gonna be doing some of the D&D stuff anyway, so we'll see what we can do to get that going.
So let's get Michelle involved here. She tried to chime in last night and join the conversation. I don't know if you have any questions you want to ask her, or if she has any questions she wants to ask us tonight. I know she was really good the previous night, with asking some questions to the people. Go ahead, Michelle.
Oh, I didn't listen to the one from last night, so I don't have anything to add. Let me think. Give me a second.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, I
Oh, she hit the button.
didn't. D&D 5e. Has anyone? I think it's the Wi-Fi. It's in the Wi-Fi.
That would actually make a lot of sense, I think. Are you able to switch off of Wi-Fi onto your network? See if that makes a difference?
Yeah, but if she does that, won't she use her minutes if she doesn't have that or
That's
whatever?
true. And it'll be a little worse of a connection.
Are you sitting in a different spot than you were the previous night?
Router. How
We
is
can-
this?
That seems pretty good. Oh,
Oh no, we lost Michelle.
she'll be back in, I think. All right, so maybe we won't ask Michelle any questions for right now. Kevin, are you able to hear us, man? You want to chime in on anything?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. So Kevin, and I don't know if you wanted to add anything into what we got to get us started. I know you were paying attention. Were you at Brennan's place the whole night last night, or were you just there for a little bit hanging out?
No, I was just there for hanging out for a little bit.
All right, so I don't know if that sparked any questions on your side. Do you have any questions for the group you got here? Anything that you've got as far as either gaming, tabletop stuff, or anything likewise?
Well, I am. Everybody keeps talking about this homebrew, and I am intrigued as to what homebrew is. I've heard of it a couple times, but I'm not sure I'm familiar with it.
All right, Brendan, why don't you start us off with that one, and then we'll see if there's anything that we can add to that, since I know you do a lot of that in yours.
Yeah, so basically, Kevin, what homebrew is just any non-professionally published material or official Wizards of the Coast material. There's other supplements that weren't exactly, Wizards of the Coast done that you can use that are still considered official, but in general, homebrew just means something that you created or something that someone else created that isn't a licensed product by Wizards of the Coast for use with the module. ASMR may have a opinion on that. I'm going to switch over to him.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that when I started back in high school, many, many years ago, I started with Holmes Blue Book, went right to AD&D First Edition, and right from there, about 3 years in, I started homebrewing and never looked back. So I don't really play D&D. Basically, all my games are homebrewed to such an extent that you probably wouldn't recognize them. And at the moment, I'm actually working on a YouTube channel, hoping to get into the one-shot groups based on a very simplified homebrew. So I've been homebrewing for, I hate to say it, 3 decades.
No, that's awesome, though. I mean, that shows that you have creativity and you're able to come up with those things that make sense in either word that you've created or situations that you're dealing with, and that's awesome. I mean, because homebrewing also requires you to think on your feet a little bit because you don't always have that guidebook to look through and say, oh, this is what the rule says. This is what's going to tell me what to do next. So, I mean, that's really cool and allows you a lot more freedom with that kind of stuff. Owen, did you have something to add to that?
I actually just have a question for ASMR then. With all the homebrewing that you've done, it seems like the conflicts that could arise are pretty obvious what they might be. And what I would think of, I guess, would be, first of all, you obviously must have a lot of authority over your groups since you homebrew all the campaigns that you play. That's my first question. Have you ever had any major conflicts with that? And then my second part, with homebrewing, do you have any examples of when your homebrewed mechanics failed? For example, when you developed something that was very poorly developed that cost a session or cost the fluidity of your campaign?
Oh yes, oh yes. Okay, so first, full disclosure, I haven't actually played in some time, except for briefly recently, which kind of got me back into it. So I'm one of these old gamers that are coming back into it. Um, my homebrew. Just to address your first question again, what was that more precisely? Your first question?
It was in regards to essentially being the DM and being
Yeah.
the
Yes.
romance.
Okay. Well, my personal opinion is that every game group is different. It doesn't matter about the rules. It's really the GM who is the game. And that's what it is. It's filtered through the GM. And we see this time and time again on YouTube. If you watch the YouTube things, you watch the same game, the same edition of the same game, but being played by different groups, and you see how different it is filtered through that GM. And so to me, when you're talking about a homebrew, almost every game is a homebrew. Almost nobody plays a game straight. So there's one aspect. The GM is very largely the game if you put that kind of power into the GM's hands. The second one where you said, did it ever go drastically wrong? Yeah, I came up with a damage system in one particular version that should have been such a simple encounter and just about turned into a TPK. And the players asked me afterwards, why was this so hard? And I said, geez, you know what? This was supposed to be a really easy encounter. So I screwed up the math, is what it was. So.
Do you have any examples of your favorite homebrew example of a component of a game that you created? Just something you like a lot.
I'm actually working on one right now. The idea is to get new gamers and old gamers back in, and what I want to do is take the old basic D&D Holmes Blue Book and turn it into a D6 system, because the people I'm aiming at might not have all the polyhedrals. But everybody has access to six-sided dice. So I'm taking that idea and saying, okay, how do I turn a D20 polyhedral, all the different sided dice, and how do I turn it into a D6 system purely? So that's what I'm working on right now.
Cool. I'm fairly new to DMing. I mean, I've been doing it for a while, but I've never actually known what I am doing. But since everybody's been talking so much about homebrewing, I'm looking to introduce some of my own stuff into my new campaign I'm working on.
One of the things I really want to do with the system is to provide us a feedback loop where you can get rid of a lot of the DM fiat. The hand waving, the DM decides what to actually put that into the mechanics so that the DM doesn't have to focus on should this be a +3 modifier, how difficult is this? To push that all into the mechanics so that the DM can focus on the adventure itself, the fiction, rather than the game. And so you have a feedback loop of the mechanics already there. Everybody knows how it works. I'm a big fan of. I see Michelle's here. I'll just finish off my thought and pass over. But I'm a big fan of the new 5th edition advantage disadvantage with the dice, and the way that handles all those situational modifiers that you usually have so many tables for and you're supposed to know. I simply do not have the headspace anymore to memorize all that nonsense. So if I can have a simple advantage, disadvantage roll and say, okay, you have advantage, you have disadvantage, without having to look up something, to me that's just perfect for homebrewing.
Yeah, I really think so too. I think it's perfect. I can't believe I never thought of it myself, to be honest. It's so simple, makes it so much easier. I think that's a big barrier for a lot of people getting into D&D is because it's so complex, it seems. But when you just get down to that, you could literally just sit down with some people and just go advantage, disadvantage. And that's it. That's all you really need.
I just want to add one more thing to that. And the idea is to make it easier to be a GM, a game master, dungeon master. If you can make more DMs, GMs, then you will make more players. And that's just a simple fact, I think. So if you can make the game simple enough that somebody can actually come to it and run it, almost anybody can come to a simple game and play. But you can't sit somebody down with a rule book and say, okay, you're going to be the GM, go. You just can't, you know.
Yeah.
GMs are made from experience. They're made from playing. You have to have that. But if you can take that away and you can say, look, you can sit down tonight, having never GM'd before. Here's a simple rule set. The mechanics will take care of themselves. You just have to focus on what's fun, on the creative part, on the fiction, and the numbers will take care of themselves. If you can make more GMs who will do that, well, that's what I'm going to try and do anyway.
Yeah, for me, when I started, that was kind of the big thing, is it was just that I was with 3 other guys, and none of us literally had any idea what we were doing. And that was kind of those some of my favorite campaigns, because the less you knew, it's like oblivion is bliss. You just sit there and you just sit and you spitball and you just talk, and then you don't have to. There's never any arguments. There's no rules to debate, no anything. You're just hanging out and just talking. It was awesome. I love that. I love that they kind of got that back in the tradition.
You know what's funny is I actually thought when I first heard of D&D, I thought it was just people telling each other stories. I didn't actually think there was books involved into this whole thing until I got playing with Brennan, and I was blown away by like how advanced the system was. To me, it was just a bunch of guys making a story out of the thin air and then just doing, I don't know, like something on a piece of paper. I was very shocked when I started playing.
Yeah, that's a part of it where there is that aspect to it where you're able to kind of, bring stuff off the cuff or make stuff up as you go along, but there's a lot of specific rules, and especially, I mean, Kevin, you came into 3.5, which had a whole bunch of stuff spelled out, and it had a really in-depth system that you were working with. And that's what they're saying with the new 5th edition rules, is that it's really simplified a lot of that and made it easier for people to jump in, which actually I think allows some. It does allow for some flexibility, even if it's a bit more simplified.
Well, that sounds a lot nicer. I mean, granted, 3.5 was nice, but like you said, Joe, it was very complex. And if they simplified that in the 5th edition, the fan base, I think, is gonna just grow because they simplified it. And generally, when you want someone who's new, they want simple, not complex rules.
I agree because when I started with 3.5 and I felt so overwhelmed. And if my friend hadn't helped me throughout with all the rules, I probably would have quit and never looked back. So with 5th edition, hopefully people won't feel like I felt with 3.5 and want to throw in the towel. Because not everybody's going to have someone to hold their hand and say, hey, this isn't this compendium. Let me open this book and show you where it is.
I'm going to chime in here real
So,
quick. Basically, listening to what you guys are saying back and forth. ASRM, I think he mentioned, with regards to how he simplified his system, even before 5th came out, I'm guessing, he was working on that. He said, like, he's been doing it for 3 decades. So that's even longer than I've been doing it. I've only been doing 3.5 exclusively, and I don't have everything memorized, but I can make a really good guess at stuff. And there's only a couple things I got to look up anymore. But the transition for me to 5.0, like reading the books, I'm like, wait a minute, that's it? Like, I'm actually almost done with all the core stuff, all the reading I need to do for that, and I'm pleasantly surprised, and I'm excited to run it. Tomorrow we've got our normal live group in person that we'll be probably just recording the audio for. We'll see how that goes. And then get that up on the site. It'll be like a podcast. So you'll see the Dice&Decks logo, and that's pretty much all it'll be. So hopefully that's appealing to some people. We'd like you guys to tune in. It's in my own world. And then Monday night, we're going to be running our first one-shot group, 3.5, and it's also going to be in the world, but it's going to be a different location in the world that even my players haven't been to, so it's going to all be a surprise for those involved. And then in a couple more, I think it's the 28th, Joe? Does that sound right to you? We got one scheduled for 5.0?
I think that sounds right. I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty sure that's good.
Yeah, we're thinking...
the 28th one, is that going to be like on a Saturday, or is that still on a Sunday?
I think it's a Tuesday, actually.
Tuesday? Okay.
Yep.
All right.
So we might be doing that during the day at some point. And, basically we'll be broadcasting those things. We'll get some other content up. But, back to the back to the question that you asked. I believe it was Owen that brought it up, and then ASMR had already answered that. Kevin, chimed in on it. Michelle chimed in on it. I've, of course, talked about homebrew extensively. Joe, do you have a take on that, or do you want to just pass on to another question?
Well, my take is something that I'm gonna have to give credit, because this is Andrew from Dawn Forgecast. Kind of opened my eyes with one of his videos. He was talking about the differences between Pathfinder and 3.5, and this was I think he came up with this before even 5th edition came out and all the arguments with 4th edition and stuff. He said in his video he actually explained that he doesn't play Pathfinder. He doesn't play D&D. He plays a game in his world, and he uses specific rules and specific ideas to come up with answers to a variable problem. And that's really what the idea of playing D&D is, and having those rules that everybody can kind of agree on. But the whole idea of homebrew comes from that, where you're not tied down to, oh, I have to do this because the book says. Oh, I have to do this because the book says. You can't homebrew Monopoly, at least not very easily. You can't homebrew all these other board game types without really changing the whole aspect of the game. But with role playing and with D&D and with all the other things that are out there, you can play your world and use the rule sets that are around you to make it believable, or to make it fun, or to make it enjoyable. And I think that's where more people should feel able to branch off and do their own homebrew, make it fun for everybody that's at the table, so everybody has a good time while they're playing. And I thought that was really insightful. I'd never thought about it that way, but as soon as I saw that video, it really made sense, and I thought it was pretty awesome.
Could I just chime in on that? You can't homebrew Monopoly, but how many of us, when we played Monopoly, put money on free parking? Anybody?
Didn't play that game.
Yeah, well, there's no rule in the original Monopoly. It's now an optional rule that you can put the chance money and everything on free parking. And somebody made the point in a video that it changes the whole game when you land on this and you suddenly get this influx of money that's not supposed to be there. So not only can you homebrew Monopoly, people have been doing it for generations.
Yeah.
And it's changed the game completely. And we just learn it. And this is how we learn RPGs, too. We learn from playing with other people. I never read the rules to Monopoly. I learned it from, people I played with, my uncles or whoever, and they learned it from... And somewhere along the line, somebody decided that free parking should have money on it. Just as somewhere along the line, somebody decided that when you roll a 20, a natural 20, that's a critical hit. Now, does anybody know what Gary Gygax said about the critical hit? He hated it. He said it changed the game completely. That if you're going to have a critical hit on a 20 for the players, you have to have it for the monsters, and it throws the whole game off. And it's there all on N-World. So that's you can homebrew anything, of course, but you got to be prepared to how it changes your game and how it changes the way people play games and your play style.
Yeah, I think that's important, is making sure that well, the whole idea of having everybody being able to pitch and have fun with it. If you just make it so that if you change, like you said, you had difficulty with one rule where it was much more difficult for the players to succeed. If you homebrew an idea where, well, we're gonna go play this game and I'm gonna kill everybody. If you do that every weekend, you're eventually not gonna have anybody that wants to play with you, and that's the idea where you have that give and take with the players, and you get input from them and say this worked, this didn't work. If you have that relationship with the people that you play with, I think that really opens up your homebrew capabilities, because then you can have some really good insight and you can really kind of customize the gameplay to the people that are around you. I think that's pretty awesome. Owen's got a question there. Do you think you can elaborate on some of your homebrew games that you've been doing?
And also on top of that, I kind of wonder, since you said you've done so many over the years, from one to the next, do you come up with like completely different kind of sets of rules and homebrew ideas between campaigns? Did you carry a lot of your rules over between them, and there's just small variances?
Well, yeah, it's a design philosophy that just continues on, and one of them is player choice. But here's an interesting thing. All right, so you take something like Blue Book's Homes, right? Are you familiar with this? One of the earliest editions? No, really? Well, okay. This is the original Little Brown books, edited by Dr. Eric Holmes, and put into. This is 1977, I think. That's where I started. Not in 1977, by the way. But and so you start with a D20, right? But what if you, like I'm saying, what if you want to play with new players and old players who don't want to go out and buy polyhedrals? All they have is six-sided dice. I got a handful of six-sided dice. So instead of a D20, you're going to roll 3d6 against a dexterity. Now, how do you have advantage and disadvantage with 3d6? Well, you add a fourth die. And with advantage, you take the three highest. With disadvantage, you take the three lowest. And now you can roll against a 12. Say you rolled, and I'm talking about 3d6 down the line, or 3d6, place them where you want. Old school. So a 10, 11 is pretty much average. Except when you're using d6, you have to reduce the range even further. So you roll for your abilities 2d6 plus 4. Now your range is 6 to 16 for attributes. And when you roll against them, 3d6, you can get higher, lower. Advantage, your highest 3. Disadvantage, your lowest 3. So there's an example of how you can play basic Dungeons and Dragons with only six-sided dice.
There was a comment in one of the groups I'm a part of on Facebook earlier today. We talked about how different people get into playing D&D, and I guess I had heard this at one point before, but I didn't know like if it was one of those, hey, let's just say this and see how gullible someone is, or if it was actually truth-based. But anyways, what it was is there was a couple of gentlemen who had both been incarcerated, and apparently some prison systems and jails have been taking away their ability to play D&D because of like an increased rate in suicide or something like that. I didn't fully understand the correlation, but anyhow, I'm sure we could find something on the internet, if we looked. But they were saying how they would take like a paper plate and a paper clip, and then the outside ring would be like a D20, and they'd rate 1 through 20. And then they do like the next ring, and that would be your D12, and then they just keep coming in until it got smaller, and they'd take the paper clip, stab it through there, and like flick it to spin it around, almost simulating like a spinner for like board games that use spinners. I'm having a tough time thinking of an example. I haven't played any of those board games in a while. Anywho,
Like
that
Twister.
yeah, there you go, almost. But anyhow, I was just surprised because I'm like, wait a minute. Are you serious? That they take that ability away? Like, I don't know. I guess I was just floored by that. And they were like building this huge conversation chain back and forth, and a couple of other guys chimed in that were on the board that knew people, and I honestly think that they got to 4 people, and they're going to start their own little group. Not all of them were incarcerated or anything, but they all could relate to the story, and I said, "Wow, that's fascinating." Basically is what I posted.
Well, does anybody remember chits? CHITS? Anybody know what chits are?
For a moment there, I thought you said, "Does anyone remember tits?" And
No,
I'm like,
no, chits. Before the polyhedrals were widespread and you can get them anywhere almost. Chits came with the original thing, and they were just numbered on a sheet, and you'd cut them out and you'd put them in a bag. So a D20 would be numbers 1 through 20 on paper, cut them out, put them in a bag, and so you would reach in the bag and you'd pull out a chit, and that's your random die roll. And they came with the original box set very early on. So, if you're talking about, playing in prison or whatever, if you have access to paper and pencil, you can make polyhedrals. I'm really showing my age now.
No, just the intelligence.
all I have to say is for anyone who for anyone who's on the call or watching yesterday's show, yesterday we had a statement that his virginity was showing, and now apparently his age is showing. So, he's always showing us something: battle axes, flails, virginity, age. We have some people in the chat suggesting that it's not age, it's wisdom. So we'll go with that.
I'm just happy to be giving advice to people in prison, so when they're watching this, and they can come up with their own game ideas, spreading it out to the world.
I think people in prison are going to be able to see this.
I think it'll be all right. And I'm just glad we're able to share. That's awesome to me.
Like I said in chat, I was just talking to my ex's brother. He just got out. He's been in there for a long time for some drug nonsense. But he just got out and said that they just don't allow it. No role playing, no D&D. And he said it was mostly because it causes a lot of aggression, and there have been people. His example was that someone had gotten killed as a result of playing D&D.
I think I've seen that article too, where they were saying it makes them more violent. I've seen it too, and I thought it was strange, but I guess they might live out their violent fantasies.
Well, yeah, I mean, I kind of think about it, and like, their life has got to be so boring. So without stimulation, and then you play D&D, and things would get to a level that they just would never reach. And when you're incarcerated, it's kind of the whole idea is to kind of dull down the stimulation for people that are in there.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting.
Yeah, well, Michelle, you have audio now, so is there anything that you wanted to bring up? Anything that you've been mulling over question-wise? We got a good group here tonight.
I don't want to get off topic. I had a few questions on my list, but they're not related to, jail and D&D.
That's all right. I'm sure we can broaden our horizons. Why don't you go for it?
Okay. Where's ASMR? Is he coming back?
Yeah, I think he just said 1 second. I think he's just milling about a little bit, but.
Okay, I want to wait for him since he's got 30 years of experience. Sounds really knowledgeable.
ASMR, are you back? Michelle's got a couple questions for you, or at least wants to involve you in some of those.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No
okay.
worries.
How many years of experience did you say you had?
Practical years? Very few. I don't know. I've gamed on and off over the years, of course, but I had a long hiatus, but I've always been interested. I've read probably every major blog, watched every major video. It's always on my mind. I don't know. What do they say? You can take the boy out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the boy.
Okay. Well, I've got a few questions. Pros and cons of creating your own dungeon versus printing maps. Meaning you might draw, you might print out a map, or say you build some. I've seen people build modules, which looks really cool, and I want to try it. Pros and cons.
I'll tell you, right now, I can click on a different tab and I have a map open I've been looking at. I was looking at isometric maps, and I'm trying to figure out a way to make isometric, which is a sort of um, 2D, 3D view of it, like the isometric games. I'm trying to figure out how to do that in tiles because I think they are fan-friggin-tastic. Some people are making them. Dyson logos, if you're familiar with that blog, he's done some. They're all over. I find them. I get a real thrill out of a map when I see a map, especially if it's not too big. You know, like I see one of those old blue style maps with the blue backgrounds from the old TSR days. That just thrills me for some reason. But then I see the more detailed maps you can find online, and you just Google it and you can find maps anywhere. And I think a map is so inspiring. I was looking at maps today about sewers. I was thinking about if I want to do a low prep game. I want to be able to come up with an idea and play a half hour later and say, okay, who wants to play? So I want to do a sewer and just the buy-in. So I have a map of the sewer. And just to look at the rooms and think, okay, this sewer happens to have a pool in the middle of it. What's going to come out of that pool? Well, I don't know yet. I don't even know if the players are going to get into that room. But to me, right off the bat, there's going to be tentacles coming out of that damn pool. I mean, there just has to be. But to me, yeah, I'll find a map online, I'll look at it, and I'll be completely inspired. I don't have to make my own maps. So many people are doing the work for us. If that answers your question.
And what about like building your own? You know, some people put together cardboard and paint them and things like that, and they look really
Yes.
nice.
Oh, they're fantastic. But you see, I want to play online games, and I don't see how that's going to work. But at a table, if you were sitting around a table with your buddies or whatever, and you had that in front of you, people talk about that, and then they think about miniatures, and then they think about how it has to be a gritted battle. It doesn't have to be, of course. I personally am very excited about visuals. I like pictures. I like graphics in game books. Some people don't. I've been on blogs where people say, there's one person in particular I won't name, says that graphics have no business being in RPG books. Maybe somebody out there knows who I'm talking about, but I'm not going to name them. But to me, visuals are great. I don't. I subscribe to theater of the mind, but I'd like to place that theater on a stage of some sort. So if it's just grabbing a graphic off of a Google search and saying, okay, here's the entrance to the dungeon, and everybody gets a visual of that, and say it's a wet, dripping sort of dungeon, and there's your click right there, and the rest of the dungeon is going to be wet and dripping, and when you encounter the undead, they're going to be rotted and putrescent, and they're not going to be dry mummies. They're going to be, and that's your cue right there, and it just permeates the whole thing. It's almost like a theme through it all. If you can just grab that one picture, and then you don't have to describe it.
I have heard of theater. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, keep going. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I have heard of theater of the mind. How does that work? I cannot wrap my mind around. Okay, well, I need to go to the dungeon. There's a mind flayer over there, and I don't see any walls. I don't know what's in front of me.
I'll be happy to pass that off to somebody else who wants to talk a bit. I don't want to hog the whole conversation. I'm sure somebody here is very familiar with theater of the mind.
Sure, I'll go ahead and do that. I consider myself at least fairly qualified. I mentioned it in the different sessions, maybe twice now. Not in too much detail, but anyhow, I don't do a lot with visual aids for my players. I mean, I've got a battle mat. I've got some of the little disc things that you pop out of the sheets, when you buy the different little boxes nowadays. Monster tokens, I believe is what they're called. But anyhow, we have some figurines and that kind of stuff. And when battle gets important to know where you are position-wise, a little bit more so than like a fairly average number of monsters in the encounter, or even just NPCs, nearby. Um, then you pretty much need to have visual aids, because theater of the mind works great, but the one thing that you can have is some misunderstandings, and depending on the players, that could lead to some frustration, and you just don't want that. So it's good to have some stuff with regards to visualizations. I try to do more in terms of the immersion parts for aids, not necessarily visual. So, like for example, during my sessions, I like to play music to the different settings. I actually have a playlist on my personal YouTube account, not related to this channel, for when we game. And I picked out probably 300-400 different audio files, different ambient musics and different like intense tracks and that kind of thing. And I'll play that when it's appropriate. So that's kind of how I add to Theater of the Mind. It's just the continuation of the story that you're telling via relevant sound and necessary and of course relevant visual aids.
I think that was a great answer.
And one thing that I can add to that a little bit just as well, especially as far as the visual aids. I don't know if anybody here has played Hero Quest. I know Brennan has, but if anybody else has had an ASMR has had Hero Quest experience, one of the drawbacks with having a map sometimes is that, as in Hero Quest, yes, there is a map for every dungeon that you go into for each level that you play in Hero Quest, but the whole board is exposed from the very beginning. You know where all the rooms are. You do have that preconceived notion as far as, oh, I can go down this hallway, and even though there might be a stone block down the way, at least know that there's another room possibly here. I can go down, open this door, and I know what's going to be there, because you have already seen what the full breadth of the map is going to be. And so that's the only, I guess that to me, that's the only real drawback with having a fully drawn map that you lay out in front of everybody and say, okay, you guys are starting here, but they can see all the rest of this as well. If you have any way to either cover some of that up or hide where it is that you're going, I think that adds to some of the immersion with that visual aid. And I think that can help for some people, rather than just giving them, oh, I know I can just run to the straight back of this temple and there's going to be the boss. And you can play with some of that as well, but that's one thing that I could see being an issue with actually having a whole map drawn up. And the other thing that I have is that my mother actually was a huge fan of Lord of the Rings as far as the books were concerned. She read them to my sister and I when we were really young. We read The Hobbit and that kind of thing. And when the movies came out, she was somewhat disappointed in the not disappointed in the visual effects, not disappointed in any of the grand scale that the movies did, but she had a different visualization of what the bad guys were in her head. And she did the whole theater of the mind thing when she was reading the books. She had all this drawn up in her mind, and then all of a sudden there was this visual version of it that she just didn't agree with, and so she had a difficult time in her own way of doing things, being like, oh yeah, okay, now this is what the orcs look like, because she felt something else was in her head what she always thought it as. So that's my 2 cents on it. That there's some great additions you can do with it, but there's always those little things you just want to make sure you're not overdoing some of it as well. So that's all I got. I don't know, ASMR, if you have something else to add real quick as well.
Oh, just to your first point about the showing the whole map, and if you look at some of those maps and the details of them, you can present that to the party as a treasure map, that something they have, but your DM map, of course, doesn't have to match to that. They don't see the secret rooms, or they don't, that room that's listed on their map isn't actually there. It's like how they used to do maps back in the old days, when they had to sail around the coastline and make it up as they go. And if you saw one of those maps compared to what a global satellite map looks like, it would look completely different. So you can give the players a map, and give them that wonderful map, and they can see where everything's supposed to be. But that doesn't have to be what it actually is.
Listen.
Yeah, sorry, was that Michelle? Go ahead.
Okay. So you're pretty much saying if I have my dungeon and it's got X amount of rooms, boss room, da 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 da, they can have something similar, but they have to mark it themselves as they go.
Yeah, that's an option. Michelle, I'm going to interject real quick. I don't know if that was the completion of your statement, but I really want to make sure I get this out before I lose the thought, as so oftentimes has happened with me. If you don't already have a battle mat, another option is if you get a battle mat, it's just like a vinyl two-sided thing. I didn't have one for the longest time. I always just drew it up on graph paper, but the battle mat's really handy because I can use dry erase markers on it, and I actually assign roles to the group while we're in dungeons and while we're doing overland things as well. Like lookout, advanced scout, trailblazer, leader, quartermaster, left flank, right flank kind of positions for overland, and then in the dungeon you have like your disarmor, which is typically a rogue or a bard or something like that, and then you have again your lookout or your rear guard. This is just the person watching your back as you proceed down the halls and around corners and stuff through the dungeon. And then you have a cartographer. And that one's a little more difficult on the player who gets it because they actually are the ones who get the reward of drawing on the battle mat. As I tell them, okay, in front of you, you see basically a T junction. You can go left or right, essentially. And they say, okay, well, we go left. So then all I tell them is, add this angle here and this angle here, and this is what you can see at this point around that corner. Now, if you give them a map, I think what ASMR was saying is like they can be really misleading. Like maybe they were mapped before the dungeon was completed, or the cavern was fully excavated, or the mine was last before the last collapse of the mine, right? So there might be certain stuff that they got to try to figure out. Okay, how do I get past this? Or wait a minute, there's supposed to be another wall here. There's supposed to be a door here, like a tunnel going down, or whatever the case is. And yeah, I mean, giving it as a treasure map makes a lot of sense. A lot of times, those little miscellaneous things, I've actually had players throw stuff away like that would have helped them. They're like, well, I don't know what that's for, So either that, or they'll put it on their sheet and then they'll forget that they have it. So that's my 2 cents.
Mm.
I think wasn't there a story? It was the last night or the night before as well about somebody who was given somebody a. I don't remember where the story was.
Satchel. It was a satchel of maps.
Got eaten by a dog.
It ruined the whole campaign.
Yeah. And so that's one of those things where if people aren't paying attention to what they're doing and what you're giving them, they throw that stuff away or ruin it or forget about it, and then they're kind of on their own doing whatever they want.
So, for example, in my group, somewhat recently, there was some of the group members were imprisoned, for lack of a better term, and they had recently lost one of the party members, one of my DM or GM PCs that I run, and they had her belongings. They decided not to sell off certain things, and the character, she was pretty mysterious. She was helpful to the group, kind of like in the mentor style DMing role or DMPC role, if you're familiar. So she had like notes about different things and her plans, like not like too much information, but just what she would have shared with them anyways. And anyhow, they started going through her bag, one of the players anyways, and there was an item that she had, something written on, just like a memento of something that happened in her life, and they didn't think it was overly significant. And I don't think that character kept it, but if that character didn't, there could be ramifications later on from that if someone else picks it up instead. So I love putting little things like that where it seems like it's a useless thing. Uh, Joel will tell you a little bit about a TR trinket maybe at some point, and stuff like that happened in the campaign. But I guess that's up to him. Thanks for listening.
I just hope we find all that out eventually in our normal play sessions and we can just broadcast it because that'd be awesome. And just, I mean, I'm gonna go back to one of the things that happened with my character as well. The whole tower that came about for my character was just, one character got something, couldn't figure out what it was, and it came to my character, and my character's a jerk and took it. And now my character has something possibly pretty awesome, and it's just how that stuff goes. And as long as the DM you can roll with those punches and you're able to manipulate some of those things well enough, I mean, it just makes the world more immersive, and the player's actions actually mean something that way, rather than just always leading them down a road. If they feel like they're having a part in that story and making things mean something as they go, and I think that's important too.
Joe, I'm going to have you shake your head up and down or left and right on this one. I think we need a little bit more context rather than just that vague answer about your character. Someone had something and then you have something because your guy's a jerk. What I want to know is, can I say who it was that you did that to, like the relationship that's there?
Yeah, I don't remember if I did say it. I don't know if I typed it out or if I actually said it verbally. But yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, cool. So the person that he did that to is his actual in real life girlfriend. She plays in the campaign as well, and he took an item that was rightfully hers, but because her character is illiterate, he looked at it and he's like, "Oh, this is pretty useless. I'll get rid of this for you." So that's how he ended up with a tower, a deed to a tower.
Wow.
It's not my fault my character can read. That's the price of role playing, isn't it? Is it gonna get a comment on that?
How are you illiterate in an RPG? Don't you start out with languages? Oh, you can speak, but you can't write.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was a written deed we had found in a temple, and so her character was looking at this piece of paper and kind of shrugged her shoulders and handed it over to me. My character grabbed it and read through it and was like, "Oh, this doesn't mean anything." I folded it very carefully and put it in my pocket, and I was like, "Yeah, don't worry about it, no big deal." And then I got it and then I figured out what it was, and that's how I ended up with a possible tower location for my character.
Is that a disadvantage? Just not being able to read?
It was I would definitely describe it as a disadvantage, but her character background, she's a wild elf, and I'm not gonna let her be literate just by spending a skill point. I always thought that was kind of silly, so I made her actually role play a person who doesn't communicate in the same language, hence an actual wild elf, and made her try to communicate. So for a while, she was like picking up sticks on the ground. Oh, and communicate not to the players at the table. I guess I should clarify, to the actual characters in game. So it makes it a little bit more difficult. And then this is her first time playing D&D, I believe. Is that right, Joe? If you can just nod, yeah. So she was taking sticks and like drawing in the stand like her actual people would do. And she's using her fingers, and eventually she figured out mo follow, like follow me, basically. And she had used that oftentimes to get people to come to somewhere where she could like explain things a little bit better. And since then, just by spending time role playing and talking to other characters, I've rewarded her with 5 words that she knows. And then sometime later, obviously this is like when the group first started for her, but sometime later she ended up getting a book that she can write in that essentially has comprehend languages, but she still actually has to write down what she's trying to say and take time to do that in game. So in certain battle scenarios where she's unable to communicate with most of the members of the group, it's a real inconvenience for her, but she does splendidly well with it for a first-time player. I'm very proud of her.
Me too. I don't know if she's watching right now, but I'm gonna say that anyways.
I was going to say something about.
I had another question.
Why don't you go ahead, Owen, real quick, and then we'll let you ask your question after that. All right, Michelle?
Mhm.
I was just going to get back to what I ended up using with my maps, which I think works really well. Is I actually have a little light board, like a light table kind of thing, but it's more just a pad. It's a little bit bigger than the size of a sheet of paper. And with my maps and my players, I both with dungeons and with larger scale maps, as they go, I'll just lay the piece of paper on top of my map precisely. And with large scales, like for example, I don't have it. It's at where I play, but um, yeah, as they go along, I usually do it between sessions, but I'll update their map using a light table, and it's been a really extremely useful tool for me to have. I'd suggest anybody invest in it. I think I paid about $30 for mine, but it's something that I can't do without anymore. I love maps. I use them for everything. I think they're really important.
Just a quick note on that. If you go online and you look, you can actually make your own light table very cheaply. There's videos that'll show you how to do it.
Michelle, I don't know if you were going to ask another question. Why don't you go ahead?
I will ask it when I return. I have to go find my laptop charger.
All right. I do have a question again for ASMR. I'm going to put you on the spot again, since we're in the whole homebrew theme
Yeah,
tonight.
can I just interrupt you and just ask? Could you call me Kaz?
Kaz, sure.
Yeah, that's my other YouTube name. That's what it was supposed to be. I guess I keep signing in on the basic one, which is ASMR RPG, but it's supposed to be Casimir. Just Kaz.
No problem. I'll try to remember that. If I don't yell at me too much. Um, so Kaz, question for you is, so you homebrew the world and the rules. How do you deal with races and the player characters' choices as far as the classes and stuff? Do you have some sort of balancing tools for that, or what do you come up with those sorts of ideas?
Uh, okay. Originally, going off of D&D, it was all the basic tropes. You know, dwarves had bonuses underground. Elves had bonuses with lore and math. All right, but I mean, that's the sort of thing as a DM you have to deal with constantly. Um, Now, I don't play a really rules-heavy game. Never have. I treated AD&D and Blue Homes and all of it when I was introduced to it. I never played 3.5 except in computer games. Um, all the who made those computer games? Baldur's Gate and all those. Those are all in 3.5. That's my knowledge of 3.5. I've never played 3.5 on the table. I have, and I've never played fourth edition. Um, So when you're dealing with these things, if you go back to the earlier games, it's so much more simplified. You don't have all the feats. You don't have everything delineated for you and saying you can do this and you can do that. What you have is an idea, an understanding between the people who are playing the game of what a dwarf is, what an elf is, what you can do. And so the game exists with the GM and the players in your group. And this is kind of how it was always before that. This is, I could read you the quote straight out of Blue Holmes. That was in 1977 when he says, anybody who's played the game knows that no two groups play it the same way twice. This was back in 1977. The game wasn't 5 years old at that point. It was like 3 years old or something. They knew this back then. So when you talk about how do you deal with races, and it's the same way you always deal with them. Uh, if you're going to go and look at the rules, if you're going to play 3.5 and you're going to ask everybody to play 3.5, then you're going to have to ask everybody to learn 3.5. It's not a simple system. It isn't. Um, I do not have the headspace for it. I really don't. I couldn't play it. I could play it if I had a forgiving DM, and if I said, okay, I'm not sure how to do this, and I'm an experienced player. I couldn't play a fourth edition either, you know. For people who haven't played fourth, I don't think any person who's played other editions could play fourth without having experience of it. You'd have to sit there and say, um, no, I don't know what this is. I've been playing D&D for 30 years. I don't know what you're asking me. What is this healing surge that you're talking about, for example? All right. So when we're talking about playing any specific game, and you're asking me about races, well, a race is nothing more than a setting. What is a dwarf in this setting? What does a dwarf mean to you? What does a dwarf mean in this world? A dwarf is just a word. If you don't have an idea between the people sitting at this table right now, talking to one another of what a dwarf is, then you really have to establish that beforehand. That's what the rules are supposed to do for you. 3.5 delineates it very clearly. Earlier games, you have to kind of agree on what a dwarf is. I don't know how 5th edition does it. They probably have an idea. For anybody who's familiar with Warhammer, the role-playing game, and their troll-slaying dwarves with their spiked hair, I don't know if anybody knows that one, but what a dwarf isn't one thing. A dwarf is what we agree on, you and I, at this table right now, and what their history is, and what they do, and what... So the game is what we agree on, and the rules just back that up. So that's what my homebrews are all about, and my latest homebrew isn't even going to delve into that. It's going to be about adventurers. It's going to be more Conan, Elric, Fafhrd the Grey Mouser. I've kind of soured on the whole race thing, and when I've heard about, I just want to just indulge me just for a second more. When I hear about all the, I don't want to insult anybody, but when I hear about Warforged, Tiefling, half elf, half orc, half halfling, I just disconnect. I can't engage with that. That's just me, you know. So that's homebrew right there. That's all homebrew is.
Cool. So, I mean, obviously, you spend time with your players, and you, like you're saying, you're making the connection to make sure everybody's understanding where things are at. There's been some mention in the last couple of days as far as doing a session 0, and I'd actually like to ask everybody else in this call about doing a session 0. I guess, Kaz, I would assume that you do that on a more regular basis, not necessarily to set up your world, but like you said, you have to get together and you have to agree upon what these races are, what these classes are, whatever. And is that something that you find that you do on a consistent basis, so that everybody is on the same page? Is that something that you have to do to make sure everybody's working together?
Okay, so yeah, well, like most people, I grew up playing with the people who are around me, and so now I'm trying to enter into the internet age and play with people I've never seen before, coming from different cultures, different places I don't know anything about. So coming up to the same page is more difficult than coming up to the same page with the guy you played in high school with. So that's why I want to make this next channel. And I would encourage anybody who wants to play on a regular basis to get out there and actually put your ideas out of what your play style is. What is it that you actually like about the game? And I think this is why something like this conversation we're having now is kind of cool in that regard. That we can actually say, look, we can talk about what it is we actually like about a game, regardless of the game system. Are you familiar with the Forge, for example? where they talked about game design. No? Ron Edwards, The Forge? Wow. Okay.
I've heard of it for what it's worth.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and so you're familiar at least with GNS and the big model and trying to figure out what it is people like about role playing and to try to pinpoint, right? GNS? Yes? No?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have my cam on. I'm used to shaking my head at stuff. I gotta mic up and respond. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Basically, we've been having a lot of guests on here talking about like player agency and a couple of other things. And one person that I think you might get along with, I don't know if you watched any of the videos that we have up on YouTube, but we have a gentleman stopping in. Not every night, but most nights so far. His name is the Hollow Wanderer, and his real name is Paul. But anyways, I'll let him. If you want to try to connect up that way, if you just look at Hollow Wanderer on YouTube, I want to say he's got a channel. Yeah, he does. I just checked. He's a really great guy that we've been talking to, and he has a lot of similar feels, about player contracts and having an understanding and building this mutual thing with your players and only playing the games that you want to play, because otherwise you run into a lot of issues with certain people. And he's gone really in depth with it. I want to say, if I had to venture a guess, your worlds might be kind of similar with development of your own custom, character sheets and certain rule sets. His has got the kind of like a Dark Sun feel. I would gather. I don't know that for sure, but that's just something I'm assuming. And he's got like durability on the weapons and just very low magic. But yeah, if he comes in here tonight and you're still on or you're still watching, let me know what you think of him, because if I had to venture a guess, you might like his stuff, and vice versa.
Oh, cool.
Sorry, you were kind of talking about GM. Wow, I just forgot the acronym. But go ahead if you want to continue up where you left off.
Oh, GNS, and if for anybody who isn't familiar with it, it's a gamist narrative simulationist, which is just trying to divide role players into three broad categories of what they like. And I mean, it's been tried many times. I have a lot of problems with it. Basically what it really comes down to is, somebody's typing gamist narrativist simulationist. Yeah, so somebody out there has heard of it. But there's all sorts of ways of describing how it is, what it is we like about gaming. Now, if I were to describe what I like about gaming, I would say it's the exploration and the unexpectedness of it. So, for me, the surprise of finding out what's behind a door is a big part of gaming. The exploration is huge, or exploration of character. What is my character going to do in this situation? I won't put down a power gamer, somebody who's gaming the system to get what they want. It's not my style. It's not something that I like. But I'm not going to, put down somebody who uses the game as written to do what the game's written to do. And yet you hear people justifying things about, I'm going to make a fighter who's intelligent. He doesn't have a great strength, he doesn't have great constitution, but he's really smart. Well, if the game system doesn't support that, you're going to suck as a fighter, and you're going to die. And that's just the way it is in that particular game system. So design the game to support the play style that you want, and if the game that you're playing doesn't do that, homebrew it. Make it do what you want it to do. I personally never found that difficult. But from watching the videos and listening to um, the blog, reading the blogs, I guess it comes up quite often. And I don't know. Maybe I'm talking to people who know what I'm talking about. I Maybe you're just quite happy with the game that you're playing, and more power to you.
I like to just take a second because I know what it is. You know what it is. We do have three people. I think Joe is understanding what it is, but I'd like to just kind of explain some of it because, the longer you play, the less you focus on an individual character, the more you focus on how you play, how you become a better gamer, how you become a better game master, that kind of stuff. There's tips out there and tricks out there, there's even videos on tips and tricks. But anyhow, essentially what he's referring to when he says, GNS, gamist, narrativist, simulationist, is someone who plays the game, to play a game. There's more to it than that, but that's like just really the broadest example I can give you. Narrativist, the person who's there, to listen to the story, the immersion kind of part of it. And then the simulationist, the person who really enjoys the combat aspects of the game, or just um, the rules, context, and that kind of stuff. There again, you can divide these more and more into other categories, and there's actually it's funny that some of these things are coming up because all these conversations are stuff that I'm having in the different groups I'm involved in, uh, all day to day, and a lot of times, on other days. Um, so if you want, more on that, I can definitely post some of the stuff on the Facebook Dice&Decks group, and also, direct you to it. But I'm actually gonna bring up something. Give me just a moment. Joe, if you want to talk for a moment, give your input on what you understand of it so far, and then I'll kind of read you what we discussed directly from the Facebook group about power gaming. Go ahead.
Sure. Actually, I'm gonna just jump back real quick to the session 0 because I don't think we covered that yet either. So I'm gonna just go ahead and do that as well while you're
Yeah,
looking
sure.
at those. So a little bit of back and forth, but so session 0 is something that's, like I said, had been brought up a couple days ago at least, and the idea that and I know that Kaz talked about it just for a little bit, but the idea is that with session 0 is you've got your world set up, you've got your dungeon set up, you've got the things that you want to, the story that you want to tell in your world, but now you're inviting 2, 3, 4, 5 other players into this world. What do they want to do? What do they want to bring to the table? What type of character do they want to play? How do they want to play those characters? And the idea of a session 0 is a way to allow your players to develop characters that will be able to be part of your world together. There's nothing wrong with having characters that are at odds with each other. There's nothing wrong with infighting here and there. But if you want to tell a successful, usually if you want to tell a successful story, it's best to have the players have characters that work well together, or at the very least can work well enough together to be successful and complete whatever mission or whatever story you want to tell. So session 0 is usually thought of as a way for the players to create their characters together, so that they are able to therefore also work together. So you don't come into the first game session and 4 people made clerics, and you have no other way to tank or do damage, or everybody doesn't come in as a rogue and you have no way to tank or to heal anybody. And so that's the idea of session 0, is that it allows everybody to kind of feel out what each person wants to do in this session or in this setting, and it gives you the ability to not control what people are doing, but at least make it balanced for everyone. And I think that's what usually is the idea behind it. It's not that you're telling them what to do, but it's your input as far as saying, okay, you 3 all want to play warriors, that's great, but what's going to happen if you're faced against a bunch of casters that never let you get into hand-to-hand combat? What are you going to do then? And so somebody has to be like, oh, well, I guess, I can do some melee damage with maybe a ranger, but also I have the ability to shoot a bow. And so to have a more balanced group, and a lot of times the session 0 doesn't necessarily have to be done where everybody's sitting around the table all at once. You might do that over the course of a week or 2 weeks as you're getting prepped to play the game. But that's at least the idea of what session 0 is going to cover, so that you don't have an unbalanced party and people who are angry at each other for everybody playing the wizard and you all die in one hit by a dog or something like that.
So I'm gonna go ahead and speak in regards to the conversation that was going on. Alex, I believe the last name is Gillette. He's Captain Gothmog. He's got a YouTube channel. He says, here's the general definitions that I grew up with and still tend to hear a lot. Please note that although many of us disagree on which word goes with which definition, I don't think many of us would disagree on the definitions themselves. So a power gamer is one who maximizes the power, and this again generically speaking, one who maximizes the power of their character without thought or concern for their fellow gamers. There's another type of power gamer that they refer to as an optimizer. Optimizer is one who maximizes their character to enhance the game and the enjoyment of everyone at the table. Then you have a rules lawyer, one who exploits the rules for their own benefit. A master player, one who understands the rule thoroughly and uses her knowledge to help other players. Spotlight hog, a player who role plays over everyone else at the table so that they alone can be the hero. Immersive role player, a player who role plays with the others at the table to enhance everyone's enjoyment. Table tyrant, a GM who rules with an iron fist at the expense of everyone's enjoyment. Railroader, a GM who forces the characters to adhere to their story at the expense of the player's free will and enjoyment. Game master, a GM who does his or her best to help everyone at the table, including themselves, enjoy the game, create an awesome story, and have a great time. And then he further elaborates, saying, I think the ultimate enemy of most role-playing games is selfishness. If someone goes into it trying to win the game, they're missing the point. RPGs are, generally speaking, cooperative games. And so although the characters can win in the broadest sense of the word, i.e. they survive, gain treasure, save the world, etc., the players win if everyone at the table has a good time. Perhaps doing away with all the definitions in favor of just two would make sense. Selfish player, cooperative player. So there was a lot of back and forth on that, and I'm not going to read it. But I kind of took my own little point at this and said a few things here. Because the original question was, is power gaming wrong? My answer was, power gaming is it wrong? Hell's no. DMs have the power to deal with anything and the player can come up with. A counter question is it wrong to believe to be there solely for the story or the camaraderie of gaming? I didn't read all the posts above, so if this has been said, I apologize, just my 2 cents. And then I gave props to Alex because I totally agreed with everything he said. And then I had to clarify because someone asked me a question. I said, I just mean that if someone enjoys it, and only that, it isn't wrong. It doesn't make the game fun for others, and it might make it a bit harder on the DM, but it isn't inherently wrong. And then I further elaborated, if only one person was wanting or capable of power gaming at the table, I simply would not allow it. But if everyone has played before and knows what power gaming means, or it's an extremely brutal campaign, I fully expect as a DM that power gaming builds will show up. I don't prefer them myself, except to showcase what a little research and creativity can accomplish, using rules as written or raw text, loopholes, in other words, to answer your question from before, Michelle. It really encourages a player to dig into the books. And then I said, in case you can't tell, I run on a lot of 3.5. But, that's kind of the gist of it. And then, they wanted to argue a little bit more, and I said, you know what? Absolutely. I'm a firm believer that in order for a conversation or dialogue to continue, we must be willing to understand our differences and embrace our similarities. A foundation built on those similarities will last longer. That's kind of where I left it.
Brendan, are you able to get a link for Owen? He was asking for a link to the Facebook post that you were reading. I'm not sure if we're gonna. Depends on where
Yes.
that's posted, but you got it.
Yeah, sorry about that. I can't post the link in chat to it because you can only view it if you're accepted. But what I'll do is I'll copy and paste the parts that I was kind of reading, and I'll put that in the Dice and Decks Facebook page. So if you want to view it and you're, watching on YouTube and you're not a member of the group, simply go to Facebook, type in Dice&Decks, and shoot us a join group, and we'll let you in so you can take a look. But anyhow. Yeah, I just thought it was a really interesting thing that it came up again, and I wasn't watching my camera as I was reading it. So if any of you were head bobbing or had any questions in regards to it, I'd be more than happy to answer or elaborate further if need be.
I think Owen's got something to add to that, so why don't you go ahead, Owen?
Well, for me, since when I play my campaigns, it's usually almost exclusively with new players, or at least that's the way it's been so far. And kind of first I'd like to kind of refer back to a conversation we were having the other night about why people roleplay and what people seek to get out of role playing. And for the most part, I think what people enjoy from role playing is essentially role playing itself. It's detachment from their own reality. It's the immersion, being able to get immersed into a different world that isn't their own, and the excitement that brings. And I think that's kind of the core of it for almost all players. And in my experience with new players, they almost always start out in like the power gamer status. Not the power gamer per se, but I don't remember all the ones you listed, but like people that try and bend the rules into their favor, or try and min-max their characters. That kind of logic is where people almost always start out at, because it's tough. It's a big leap to get into role-playing from never having done that before. And my thought, I guess, is just that it's almost impossible for a person to stay in that power gamer status and embrace that. To kind of start there, move into role playing, move into the more immersive kind of takes on the game, and then to choose willingly to go back to becoming power gamers and going back to those kinds of more controlling roles and preferring it that way. Because that's not the reason people are there to begin with. And though I think that, so I guess I almost see it as it's really difficult for it not to be more in stages. I think almost all people in role playing are going to go through different stages and different developmental parts of different kinds of development, and it has a lot to do with the DM, with the rate at which people are going to go and where they're going to go from where they're currently at. But I find it hard to believe that anyone would ever open up their mind to role playing, embrace what it can be, and then should choose to revert back to something like being a power gamer or a rule bender or whatever it may be. And what Joe said, I think that's exactly it. That the people that you're going to get to start out into role playing are going to be people. I guess that's going to be where the differences come in with new players. If you're taking someone from a video gamer perspective, they're going to go for the min max. But then if you take someone who just has no idea about role playing, has very little idea about fantasy, about anything like that, they're going to go more for the storytelling side of it. They're more to hear someone tell a story about them. They just want the DM to be in control. They want to sit there and they want to listen and observe, and they're not so worried about being involved in it at all.
Michelle, why don't you go ahead and on your thoughts on some of that?
Oh, I think he answered my question. Just that I know I came and I played RPGs, MMOs before I played D&D, and I created twinks and things like that. Is it possible that many people who start by playing MMOs first, who create twinks and things like that, they'll come to D&D and ask, well, if I could stack this in WoW or whatever, why won't it stack in D&D?
Yeah, so I'll actually go ahead and kind of answer that. I want to say it was Ty last night. He said, he almost wonders if people are getting bored with kind of the same feel with video games and wanting to come into something different, and how D&D has thrown back to the old school where it's a little more difficult and uh, difficult in some ways, obviously easier to play, but more difficult to master, I guess, than a video game is, because you don't have your guaranteed victories. Like a lot of times with MMOs, if you're in Zone 1, it's cool because you're a Zone 1 character and you're just not going to die. In D&D, at least the way it's supposed to be, in my opinion, is you don't have a Zone 1. You have a world, and you go out in it, and you're either on the civilized paths or you're not. And the civilized paths can be dangerous too, but those are more like your level 1 zones with some risk, if you're out at night and that kind of stuff. But you start walking off of those roads, or you start, exploring, or you go down in a cave, or, into an actual dungeon. Like, these should be terrifying things. It shouldn't be, oh yeah, I'm just gonna kick open the door and rush in. It should be like, dude, are we prepared for this? Like, do we have enough rations? If you guys actually keep track of that or not. Some people are just like, well, no, you have enough. I don't make my players keep track of it. I just don't give them the money that they would have to buy it, almost like an auto buy, but within reason, right? So like, because I don't know where they're ever going to go, because I don't direct it, I don't railroad at all, I don't prepare anything. My players run my games, and I respond to my players. It's a little harder to do, but when you run the same world for 17 years, it doesn't really matter anymore. Like, it becomes a lot easier, and that's part of why I love homebrew, because it makes DMing so much more enjoyable. It takes the work out of it, and the players so far that have been in it, probably about had 200-300 players in the world total, in different short sessions, long format sessions, campaign stuff, single session adventures, so a week or two kind of things. But yeah, that's my thought.
Yeah, but wouldn't you say to that extent that you are a large part of the game rather than the rules?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think that the DM does. It is the DM's job to give the players an environment to play in, and then have the players respond to or set up where they want to go within that. Like, it's a sandbox environment.
Let me just rephrase it in a different way. Could you not play a different system, but with you as the DM, GM, playing the same sort of game, but with a different system, GURPS or whatever?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, I don't mean to cut you off, but I know where you're. I think I know where you're going with this. You want to know, is it system agnostic? Absolutely. Like, my world, I've played different things in it. I'm going to be playing 5.0 in it. It's just one world. Well, the multiverse is more than one world, but the world that most of my players have ever played on is just one world. And yeah, I'm totally confident that I've set it up enough and I know enough about it that regardless of what system was being used for the rules or the mechanics of it, I'm pretty certain that we could play in it, and that's the beauty of it. Was that your question?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm just trying to drive home the point that you are the game more than the rules are the game. Because the rules don't matter at this point. And there's a very strong point from the Forge that says system matters. Has anybody heard that old trope? System matters? Anyone?
I mean, I've heard it, but
You
I
can
don't know.
Google it and you'll get many responses.
Okay.
Um, okay, so but what you're saying now is exactly opposed to what Ron Edwards said at the beginning of the Forge when he had this hypothetical thing that said, "Oh, my GM can run any game world with any system." And then Ron Edwards would say to this person, "Yes, but if you had a system, a rule system that supported the kind of gameplay that you wanted, wouldn't that be better?" And so it was trying to say that the system was more important than the GM if everybody played the system rules as written. And the hypothetical person said, "Well, no, my game master can run anything and he'll make it fantastic." So the question then becomes, is the game master the game, or is the system the game?
To be real honest, I would say that if it's a good game master, the game masters the game. But you can only do so much with a good game master. Like if the players don't have that understanding or that willingness, to play, or the system or I shouldn't say system, if the setting that the game master is presenting isn't what the players want to play, it does very little good, to have that those players in that, like we were talking about before. You want to have that agreement on what it is that you're running, set that expectation. um, so I don't know if that's what you were looking for, but that would be my answer to it.
All right, just a quick question then. Could you run your campaign in 4th edition Dungeons and Dragons?
If I read the rules and I wanted to run fourth, yeah, absolutely. I'm just not overly familiar with
Okay.
fourth.
Okay. What other rule systems are you familiar with? Just to give an example. Have you played, I don't know, Pathfinder, GURPS, Fate? Just to throw them out there, I don't know.
Yeah, so I've played 3.0, 3.5. I've read up on 5, and I haven't played it, like I've said before, but I could do it. I
Mm-hmm.
have very little left to read for it.
Mm-hmm.
3.5 and the complexity that it has, and I don't want to sound arrogant, but I honestly think that it makes it easier to switch shooting a game, with the exception of maybe GURPS. Like I honestly don't know much about that, but we were having a conversation about building a custom character last night at the very end of the call, and GURPS came up, and the guy's like, "I will cut off my pinky finger rather than try to build a character in GURPS."
It has a bad reputation for that. It does. A lot of people like to really. I won't enjoy GURPS. If you play GURPS, enjoy.
I have just kind of going back to the video game era being something that has an effect on role playing these days. As Owen was talking about the power game and the min maxing, I feel that, in my opinion, I played a lot of World of Warcraft. I never played EverQuest. I never played Ultima Online. I didn't do any of those other things, but I played a lot of WoW, and a lot. Anyway, probably too much. But so my feeling is that all of those role playing games had to come from somewhere. And where are they going to get their material from? They're going to get their material from something that was established before they were created. And talking about stealing stuff, we've had conversations about stealing stuff from other places. They're going to take examples and pull things from other role playing games. And if you go back far enough, that's going to be what Dungeons and Dragons was. That's going to be what all these other old school games were. Well, as massive online role playing games are trying to incorporate hundreds of thousands, millions of people into a large world, they need to simplify their rule sets, and they need to make something that is inviting for tons of people to play. So especially in WoW's case, WoW was a min-max game. You really simplified all your stuff to the point where your character, no matter what class you played in that world, was essentially in D&D world a min-max character. You had all of your you could solo, not in vanilla necessarily, but especially as the game got older, you could solo a lot of dungeons. You could solo pretty much every quest that you got. You were able to go in and be the hero of the world and say, I'm going to go ahead and take on these things. And so now you have all these people that have had experience playing EverQuest and World of Warcraft and all these other things that have this large environment, and they go into this D&D world and say, oh, this large environment, well, I'm going to go and take on these 50 goblins because in WoW, there was a group of 2 or 3 that I would kill off at once, and the other 75, or not 75, I said 50, but so the other 47 were just going to stand there and watch me from 20 feet away, but because I wasn't close enough, they didn't aggro onto me. And then after I killed those, I was going to go after this other group. Well, in D&D, the DM can say, hey, they saw you killing their buddy, everybody else is going to jump in and attack you too. And all of a sudden you have this idea that people have to adjust to now what D&D and other role-playing games have given in their, I guess, in their world. The mindset of the player has to change then, and I think that's a big part of the fact that Owen was saying that players nowadays, especially I would guess younger players or newer players, are coming in with the mindset of being a min-max power game player, and they've had to adjust their perspective on what that gameplay is.
Yeah, and I think that I kind of said this the other night too, is that I think that video games are kind of starting to, they're taking on kind of a different role these days in the sense that people are getting tired of that. It's become kind of like Brennan is saying, with video games, it's just getting to be so shallow, and everyone feels so disconnected from everything these days with the video games, the technology, and now that's something that has a lot to do with the resurgence of D&D and role-playing, is that video games don't do that anymore. It's gotten so old, and with a lot of games, they are trying to do that. They're trying to up the graphics. They're trying to get throwbacks now. Like Pillars of Eternity is essentially a remake of the old style. I just bought it. It's good. It's good. It's really good. And I think that like WoW and those kind of games are on their way out now is because people are just done with it. It's boring. It gets so old. Now it's getting back to the old style, and I think it's really great that that's happening. And I think it was bound to happen eventually.
All right, so I was actually just typing, Pillars is one of the few games that I'm even remotely interested in playing. I just know I don't have the time right now, so I haven't picked it up. But yeah, I'm not gonna try to offend anyone who may or may not play WoW or say bad things about specific games, but in short, I agree that it's there's a change coming. I don't know if it's fully here yet. I don't know if it's going to affect everybody or even half of everybody, in terms of the game industry as a broad scope. Again, like as it refers to the role-playing games, the board games, video games certainly, and maybe even other forms of entertainment are going to be impacted. Like comic book movies are huge. Why are they huge? Is it because of the storytelling of it? Is it because it harkens back to olden days and finally they're bringing stuff to film that a lot of the fans have been wanting for years and maybe the technology couldn't do? With the comic books, they've been resetting, to make it more relevant nowadays, relevant to, both some of the older readers who've been getting bored with the same villains and the same settings and the rehashings and the 55,000 character deaths of one person and then bringing them back and like traveling through time and having an Eater of Worlds and other things. I mean, you could go on and on about this kind of stuff, but in short, I feel like I consider myself just in general a gamer, right? Like if it's a game, I kind of want to play it. I want to try it out. And I bought a PS4 and I played the hell out of it at first. I love my PS4. I'm not a fanboy. Like I don't engage in flame wars, but I'll explain why I like the system versus other systems. PC obviously has benefits as well, and the tough part for a lot of people with PC is just the cost of entry and the cost of maintaining. And some people say, well, it's $500 to buy a system. Well, yeah, but that system is going to be supported for 5 years. No, it might not have the 4K graphics or the 8K graphics or whatever, but it's going to have. Hey, Sean, welcome to the call, man. We'll get to you in just a moment. Thanks for jumping in again and joining the conversation. It's going to have to compete for years with PC, and it'll fall off eventually. But the gaming industry as a whole, you can feel it in the writing of certain stories. You can see it in the movies coming. We had the conversation. I think again Ty was in the call. I don't remember who else was all present. Maybe Owen was. We talked about what did D&D do right with 5th edition? Was it that they talked to their fans? Was it that they communicated with their audience? Kind of like we're trying to do. We're trying to connect with people who are interested in gaming in general. And just kind of have a conversation about these type of things. And we discussed, Magic the Gathering and how it just feels too expensive, and maybe there's some kind of change they can make there. And I kind of lost my train of thought, but I think I can finish it up. It's people don't want to invest money on stuff that they've already read. They don't want to invest money in stuff that they've already done. When you're playing a game and you're investing these hours and hours and hours into it, or you're spending money if it's like a Facebook game, like casual gaming, that type of stuff, what do you have to show for it? What do you have to show for the time you're committing? And I think more people are realizing, oh my gosh, I've been gaming like this for so long now, and I really don't have anything to show for it. I mean, look at the trophy system. Look at achievements, even like all that stuff in video games and other things. Certainly, PC with Steam. They're trying to make it so we feel like we got that treat. Like, oh, good boy. You've done the task we wanted you to do. Here's a treat. And I don't like platinum trophy stuff. I've got one platinum trophy. I got it by complete accident. I just logged enough hours in Skyrim and eventually realized, oh my gosh, all I have left to do to get a platinum trophy is to get my bounty up in the holds to a certain amount and then break out of jail. I think there was the 2 last challenges I left, and I got the 1 platinum I have just because I realized I was that close. And I'm like, oh well, that's easy to do. There, done. It's just questing for the sake of questing, and it's not. I don't know. I'd rather have more fun. I'd rather engage with people, in gaming, and that's what role playing, provides to me. And I think that's what people are looking for nowadays, is that engagement. And then all of a sudden, Star Wars trailer drops, right? Like, shake your heads and feel free to respond on this, but who's excited? I mean, they brought back the old people. I mean, we knew about it months ago that they were going to, but all of a sudden, now this trailer drops, and it's all being talked about everywhere. And I know you're all going to have opinions on it, so whoever would like to go next, go ahead.
I just want to, before we go into Star Wars again, I just want to question people. What is it that you want out of role playing? Because it's not the same answer for everyone. Everybody has a different thing that they want out of role playing. For some, it's the social interaction. For some, it's the gaming. For some, it's the winning. And and I'm not going to judge anybody for wanting to win at a role playing game. I'm not going to be the one who put on my jackboot kick in your door and confiscate your dice because you're playing wrong. So that's something that, if you haven't thought about it, try to think about why you want to role play. What it is that you want to get out of it, because it's not going to be the same thing as even the person you're playing with. Not exactly. I just wanted to touch on that before we get into Star Wars again.
So did you want us all to answer this now? Do we want to roll the dice and then answer in order? Or did you just want us to think about it on our own time?
I'd love people just to think about it
Okay.
at all. Because a lot of people don't. A lot of people just engage in role playing without even thinking why they do it. And, is this the game for me? And am I really enjoying this aspect of it?
So ASMR. Sorry, I'm gonna interject here real quick. I know you got 2, maybe 3 questions last night. Our fourth question that we put down as part of our initiation grilling actually is, why do you game? It, and that's maybe a little bit more broad than the question you had just posed. Like, why do you role play? But like in this instance, I feel like most of the people in here, are D&D players. If I'm wrong, I apologize, but essentially, yeah, we totally are on the same page with that. And if you want to give us your response in a minute, that would be awesome. Like, why do you game? Because I don't think you got that one. And then Sean, I just want to thank you for coming to the call. We'll give you a moment to talk here in a minute. To answer Michelle's question, though, like what order do we want to do it in? What's been working a little bit better than the initiative thing? Like it's fun if it's only a couple of people, just because it's a little more random and interesting. But when it comes to so many people in the call, we just kind of go left to right or right to left. I'll let Joe decide tonight, how he wants to do it. But one thing that we did notice last night on the call was the views at the bottom are different for everyone. So Joe, if you want to say who appears on your left or your right, and then continue down the line until you finished everyone, just so everyone knows the order. And if you guys want to kind of make note of where you fall, who's before you, who's after you, however you want to do it, go ahead.
Actually, since we went from Kaz to you, that's left to right to me in order. And so next in that order actually is Sean. So I know you said you were going to give him a minute to have a spotlight. So Sean, you're actually in the spotlight right now. So if you if you want to go for the answer of why do you game, why do you role play, what do you want to get out of it, this is your chance to go ahead and answer that question.
Well, and I guess the main reason I game is I enjoy it. I mean, like I said, the first night that I was on with you guys is that I got into it completely by accident. Got invited to play with a couple of guys from the neighborhood that were a few years older than I was, and were kind of the bullies to all the younger kids. And it was sort of a shit on me sort of a day. But I really enjoyed the game, and I found other people to play with, obviously, but found a few other people to play with, kept playing. It's fun to just kind of, whether it's a video game or D&D or Star Wars or Swords and Sorcery, whatever it is, it's fun to just kind of either pick up a controller or pick up your dice and just play a game and forget about any worries you got for an hour or 2 or 3 or however you feel like how long you guys play. But it really all falls down to just enjoyment. I haven't gotten bored with it. I've been playing for right about 20 years, off and on, but I still enjoy it, so I still play. And I've gotten my oldest child into playing, and that's kind of brought in a whole new factor of enjoyment, getting to see someone who's completely new to gaming. My oldest is, she's 11, My two younger ones are 5 and 4. I have 3 kids all in total. But we introduced her to 4th edition when she was just about 7 years old. And been playing on a weekly basis ever since. About 2, maybe 3 weeks ago, got the Star Wars Edge of the Empire set beginner box and stuff, and we've been trying that out. Really enjoy it. But aside from that, I get into gaming just for the enjoyment factor. I haven't gotten bored of it. There's always something new to learn and always something new to experience. Like with this, I'm completely new to the online hangouts or gaming or any of that. This is only my 2nd time being on here. But I guess we can lead off to the next with Ty.
On my screen, actually, next, actually to the right of you, is Michelle. So, and I don't believe
Okay.
Michelle actually got a chance to answer this question when she was on
Wednesday.
Was it Monday? Wednesday.
Yeah.
So why don't you go ahead and take that one, Michelle?
Okay. I game, if I had to pinpoint a reason, I think I game because it gives me additional experiences to my life experiences. I don't have to go to the club. I don't have to go to this baseball game. I can do some of those things, but I can go destroy this castle. I can go raid this dungeon. I can go do something else. So, and I'm not necessarily the same person I am in real life. I don't necessarily play the same alignment or play a character that is aligned the same way that I am in real life. You know, I can play evil. I don't think I'm an evil person, but I can be a lawful evil person. You know, I get to be around people that are able to play pretend in that way. A lot of people, in my opinion, look at me like, "Well, you play D&D. Oh, that's interesting." So it also gives me the chance to be around people who, I guess, are like me.
Yeah, I think that shared interaction and that shared fun that you have and being around people that enjoy the things that you do, which is why we're doing these hangouts, is I think a huge part of what most people want out of gaming, because they want to be, especially nowadays with everything being online, well, not everything, but so many more things being online, so many more things being interactive, whether it's online role playing or D&D, or even the people who are playing Call of Duty. Most people who play first-person shooters nowadays are playing them against other people, and it might be, I'm going to shoot you in the face interaction, but it's still an interaction with other people that they have at least some sort of enjoyment doing. So I think that's a huge part of it. I know that Owen said that he had answered this question already. Michelle, did you have anything else to add on that one? Sorry, I was going to cut you off there, unfortunately.
Nope,
Sorry.
that is good.
Okay. Owen said that he had answered it as this question as well, and so he was going to pass. Ty, I know you just got back, and we haven't had a chance for you to speak on anything yet. Kaz, formerly known as ASMR, had asked the question, what do you want to get out of role playing? And we've kind of also been adding that into, why do you game sort of thing. If you have anything else to add to any of that, Ty, feel free to go ahead and take that one.
The money and the drugs. That's it for the most part.
I think that's what everybody's in it for.
Yeah,
so
liquor, women, the whole thing. I'm after all of it because gaming brings all that.
Where do you game, Ty?
Vegas.
I think you just got like 15 more people that are going to fly over there right now and play with you.
For me, it's fairly simple. It's just to have fun. I could go into a lot of different little details. that word fun encompasses a lot of different things, that are part of those details. Some of it's just the camaraderie with people, or making new friends, getting to know new people sometimes, or old friends that you've played with for 20 years or longer. There can be intellectual aspects of the gaming that can be fun. The comparisons of what you can do in a game compared to, say, a video game or fiction or movie or whatever. I mean, to me, it's kind of all of the above. It's sort of everything. Yep, fun. If I'm not having fun, then I'm usually gone. I'm out of there. It's despite all the in-depth articles and this, that, and the other thing you can read over the last 45 years, I mean, it is basically a game. And if someone's not enjoying themselves, then they need to go do something else. I mean, that doesn't mean they have to quit playing the game. They just maybe need to play the game with somebody else, or they can still role play, but maybe play a different type of game, or go to a different locale or a different group or something. But I mean, it really gets down to enjoyment, and if the enjoyment's not there, then there's really not a lot of reason to play. If someone wants to LARP, that's mentioned over in the chat thing. If that's somebody's thing, it never really was mine. I tried it once or twice and just didn't. It wasn't my thing. But I didn't have fun doing it, or I didn't enjoy myself as much as I thought I would have, so I didn't do it anymore. It's that simple. Anybody else?
Ty, you were on the last of my left to right, so Kaz, if you wanted to go back to it, that's fine, but we're going to swing back to the other end, so go for it. Go ahead. Or are you done with that one, Kaz? I didn't know if you wanted to add anything else.
I'm sorry. I thought you were going to go back. No, really, what I'm hearing over and over again is because it's fun. But what is fun? And this has been diagnosed over and over and over again in RPG theory. What is fun? What is fun to you? And that's really what it comes down to, is what is fun to you? Because what is fun to you might not be fun to me. And we were talking about this, and this really comes down to things like when we were talking about power gaming. Power gaming might be fun for you, but it might not be fun for me. Acting out. Do you talk in the third person, or do you talk in the first person? Could totally throw people off when they play the game. This might not be fun for you, might be fun for me. What I'm talking about when I ask what do you enjoy about RPGs is to really try to pinpoint down the specifics when you're playing. Do I like to make funny voices? Do I like to hear other people make funny voices? When they make funny voices, does that throw me off? Because at the table level, when we're playing, not at some sort of higher intellectual thing, but at the table level, when we're playing, you and I, what is it that throws me off that you really enjoy? And this is, I think, what we're really talking about. Does it throw me off when you speak in the third person when I'm actually talking in the first person? You say your character does this, and I say, I, Grognar, throw the orc over the cliff or whatever. That's just one simple example. So to say I enjoy it because it's fun doesn't really examine the question. The unexamined game isn't worth playing, to misquote a famous Greek person. I'm probably being too intellectual there. Does anybody get that reference?
We got it. We got it.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. But Examine what it is you actually find fun. Do you find fun in grabbing dice? And how many dice? Think about that for online play and when you have dice apps. This is something I've thought about. I want to play online, but I want people to actually grab dice and roll them. I love to grab dice. I will not use a dice app. I will not if I don't have to. And you're going to have to trust that the dice I roll, or I'm going to have to set up a second cam so you can see it. You know, do you? Am I getting through to anybody? Or
Yeah,
the things that
yeah.
we actually do we. What is it that you actually enjoy about sitting at the table? Do you enjoy having snacks at the table, or do you not want them there? Are they a distraction? I mean, we all know electronic devices are a distraction and they shouldn't be there. But what about snacks? I mean, simple things like that we just don't think about.
Well, I think one way to think about it could be if I had to go through my thought process, I'd say, well, what are 5 moments in gaming? What are like my top 5 moments in gaming? What do those 5 moments have in common? That's probably how I would try to figure out what I like. Hmm.
Well, let me add this, okay? I'm going to play a little bit of devil's advocate. Let's say, okay, I'm going to make a list. I like holding the dice, and I like rolling actual dice. I like lime Tostitos when I'm playing. That's what I want. I want to have a beer when I'm playing. That's what I want. I can list 3 of my best friends who I've gamed with for years. Those are the people I want. Okay, I'm examining it. Those particular things. These are just examples, mostly made up. Those are particular things that bring the most enjoyment to me if I'm going to sit down and play. What difference does it make? That's my question.
Okay, well, the lime Tostitos, that's up to you. Um, if you like to play with dice, that affects everybody because some people are going to play with the app and some aren't. So it comes to a group thing. So that's where the difference lies. Your preference. We are all the hero of our own story. You know the old expression? The example is, I just got a starring role in a play. I'm a grave digger who meets a prince. What's the name of the play? It's called Hamlet. In Hamlet, there's an unnamed gravedigger who Hamlet meets. But we are all the hero of our own story. So it's where it affects you. It's where it crosses your boundaries. So it doesn't matter what you're eating at the table. It matters, however, if you're rolling dice and nobody else is. It matters if your character sheet is there for everybody to display, but somebody else's isn't. So it does matter. It truly does. It creates a culture of play that has been with the game for 40 years. What dice you roll, it matters. Everything matters. Every little aspect of it matters. It affects the game. Do you have a critical hit system? It wasn't in the game. It is now. It matters. It affects the game.
I'll say that.
So,
I'll say that for me. I'll give examples of my things, I guess, on a much more reality level. The reason I prefer to be the DM is that I like to make my PCs laugh, first of all, and second of all, I like to actually get to the point where you put them in a situation where you can see after something happens where they're actually bewildered by the outcome. They're actually overcome with the reality of becoming their PCs and being kind of in awe of what actually happened. Surprising them, you can see it on their face, you can hear it in their voices, and they talk about it outside of character after it's over, and they're just blown away. And that's just the great. For me, that's the number one thing in D&D.
How easy it is to cook corn. It's been cooking.
I'm sorry, what was that, Michelle?
I didn't say anything.
Okay. That's what it's all about for me. That's why we talked about before about whether you're a player, a DM, or a content provider. I would almost like to say that I'd like to be a content provider first and foremost, but being a content provider is just a means to an end. The better the content, the more immersed the players get, because the player reaction is what I'm all about. I think that's just the greatest thing.
And for me, I mean, I've said this before as well. For my enjoyment of the game is the possibility to explore creativity, and the fact that I can pretty much go out there and express the way that I think about things and problem solve differently than other people. And as a player, like Owen was saying, do things that bewilder people, or they're like, well, "How did you come up with that?" or "How did you think of that?" or "How did you, why did you think of using the bottle cap that you had in your pocket?" or something like that. And that's you can do that on a player level as well, I think, as long as you're playing the right character and you understand how that character would react. You can then add those things into it. And so for me, as far as playing a role-playing game, it's the creative aspect that I get to add to it, and that's what it is for me. I don't know if anybody else had anything to add to that topic.
I'll just say, one thing. Um, anything that any one person says, without context, you're gonna not be able to see, their perspective on it. But the thing with what we're sharing, I mean, they're just our opinions, right? So like when we ask, what's your favorite experience? Obviously people are going to have different opinions. When we ask, how did you get into gaming? Everyone's story is going to be different. When we ask, do you consider yourself a content provider, a DM, or a player first and foremost? A lot of people are going to answer differently there. I mean, maybe there's only three answers, but the answers that they give after they elaborate on them, I guarantee are going to be different. And then the final one that we've been asking, why do you game? If someone just says that they game, to have fun, to feel that release, like maybe in some minds it's escapism or avoidance, like we've talked about a couple of times or whatnot, but in reality, sometimes it's hard to give context to your perspective. And if you're not able to do that, I think just and this isn't directed at Kaz or anything specifically. This is just something I felt needed mentioning here because it did come up. I think if you're not able to elaborate, and you just want to say that you game to have fun, I think we all understand that fun is a matter of your perspective and your context, and we do want to have an agreement, like we talked about with regards to session 0, and having that understanding before you even game. So like the assumption then would be that this is already being addressed by either the dungeon master and or the players, and hopefully both collaboratively, because without that you don't have much of a game. And that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, and kind of along those lines, even like I answered those questions before, like what was your favorite moment in a session, or why do you game? Now after hearing what ASMR put and the perspective that he put that in, I can look at it differently and look at the way, like the question, why do I game, for example, and in reality it might very well be, why do I game is because the reason that I DM is because maybe I like to be the center of attention. Maybe I like having that focus on me and having that, I don't know, kind of opening up the minds of my players is another big reason that I like to DM, is that I could like to, another reason why I actually really enjoy having brand new players to role-playing in my party is because you start them from scratch, and you take them from this world that we all live in right now, this materialistic and kind of real world that we live in. It's all too real, all too often for people. And you get to see their development one session after another. You get to see them open their mind up more and more. And then you can almost, if you know them close enough and you spend enough time with them on a personal level, you can even get the chance to see that affect them in their real life and in their day-to-day life. That's kind of the coolest, another real cool big picture thing. That's something I never really would have thought of. That's it. I'm done.
All right, Owen. I don't know. I know that we had talked last night as far as Ty was concerned. Ty, have you come up with any other things you want to lead off on as far as some of your questions that you've been coming up with?
Well, there's one. Maybe this has been addressed and I wasn't here, but one thing that seems to split the D&D community, and kind of always has to a certain extent, has been alignments. Some people love them, some people hate them. I don't see that brought up as much today as I did probably back in the 80s, but one thing I do still see related to that is the matter of evil, specifically evil characters or evil campaigns. And that's something I've not really heard this group discuss, but again, maybe I missed it. Some people want to hop right in an evil campaign. Others are vehemently against doing that. Sometimes somebody wants to play an evil character, and some DMs won't even allow evil characters, and that's somewhat traditional, actually. But I'll let you guys take it away and talk about it if you want to.
I'll pose that question a few different ways, actually. First of all, there's a couple of different routes you can go with this. When Hollow Wanderer is on, he has a lot of information on this stuff, a lot of great insight. Kind of wish he was here right now because I think he enjoys this conversation. It comes up often enough in advanced broadcasters' content. Those who are trying to reach the broader community, a lot of times they'll avoid this topic. I mean, they'll address like the definitions of it, right? Like from the book, and they'll say, this is this alignment, this is what that means, and whatnot. But in terms of alignment, a lot of times people look at the black and white, and then they've come to accept the gray, the neutrality. But even beyond that, like there's different extremes to things. Like I don't remember where it was, but there's actually like a pie graph or some kind of matrices that show like how wind blows, you've got like north and east and west and south, and then there's like northeast, and then there's northeast, and then there's even more elaborate things like that where you keep breaking them down into further and further hashtags. I get that there are all those spots on there. I don't know that we need that added layer of complexity, because I would like to think, that we're all intelligent enough to understand the differences between good and evil, and that there are certainly different extents to how evil something can be or how evil something is. And again, even that word, just like any word, only means anything so long as we agree on its definition. And that goes back to that context thing. And this can get kind of wordy and boring, but essentially, perception's reality, right? So if you don't agree that evil is these sets of things, these black and white things oftentimes, and you want to argue the semantics of certain points, then you're really not having a conversation. To quote Hollow Wanderer and a lot of other people, it's a zero-sum, argument. There's no point to having that. But we certainly know that there are differences of what we are willing to accept, whether that be on the axis of good and evil, as we chose to define it here, or law and chaos, as we chose to define it here. and then neutrality as we've come to accept it. So I think the only way you can really answer this question is to provide context onto what you individually feel that it is, and chances are good that we're all going to have different opinions on it, and that's fine. But certain actions, due to our upbringings, have influenced what we're willing to accept as good or evil. For example, if you steal from a goblin who stole from you, like my son had brought up when he was 4 years old, is that theft okay then? A lot of people would just immediately say, "Oh yeah, absolutely, that's fine." But there's a lot of little semantical things that you can get into with the conversation. But yeah, let's go ahead and answer how we feel about what does it mean to be evil, and we'll just go to Ty and then come back across back to Kez.
Well, real quick, what I wanted to say is we're kind of getting into this philosophical talk about what it means to be evil, and I must have really worded things incorrectly because that's not where I meant for the conversation to go. I meant more from like a dungeon master and a player's point of view. If people have a problem, if you as a dungeon master have a problem allowing evil player characters or having an evil campaign, and if you're a player, if you have a problem playing evil characters, if you would play an evil character, if you would take part in a campaign. I didn't mean to get like really deep, like what is evil or something like that. So hopefully I'm maybe wording myself a little better now. But kind of to answer my own question, I've never played in an evil campaign. I've never played an evil character that I can remember over the years. I would be willing to give it a shot probably if friends wanted to, but it's not something I necessarily seek out. So I'll pass this along to...
Actually, I'm gonna
Okay, go ahead.
So let's let the panel decide, what they'd like to answer, whether it be the certainly easier, potentially easier question that Ty posed, or if you want to get into the conversation about a little bit more philosophical, not necessarily debate, just more of a, what do you individually see it as? Because obviously we can't be wrong in our own opinions. We just need to accept that we have opinions and then try to build on our similarities if we can. So Ty, you already answered. Let's go ahead and skip to Owen and then see where he wants to go with that.
It's a hard thing for me to get into, I guess. As a DM, I don't usually rely too heavily on alignment, especially good and evil in that sense. Because when I look back at your question you said about your 4-year-old Brennan, in my mind, that if we were to go so far as to use alignments, I would not say that you could be good and steal back from that, because then it's revenge. I mean, then it's essentially you're getting into a whole different ball game. Then I think that the lines just get crossed far too much, and I almost think that in my system I might create some kind of homebrew alignment system and remove good and evil from that altogether. I think that might be the way to go, because to use good and evil as a DM, what I always run into is that as the DM, you want to keep people in line with their alignments. If there are going to be alignments, you need to try and make them exactly. You need to enforce it in some way. Otherwise, it's just completely pointless. And everyone has different perspectives on it, and I think that as a DM, I would have no idea how to enforce good and evil in characters. Lawful and chaotic, chaotic and lawful, that's one thing, but I don't think that good and evil is something that really exists in any capacity in the world in general. I think it's a delusional perspective, a delusional way of mind to think in that sense. And I think it should be replaced with something else, and I would probably do that in my campaign, personally.
Ty, were you leading the direction on that one? I don't know what you had next.
I can. Michelle, you're up. Michelle.
Sorry, I had myself on mute.
That's
Sorry.
okay.
Okay, I'm looking at the comments. Someone said something about people don't play to their alignments. I love using my alignments and I love using backgrounds and things like that because it gives more context to the person that I'm trying to portray. I feel like a lot of the people I play with, they completely ignore alignments and they play the same character over and over and over again. If you have backgrounds and alignments, you get to streamline who that character is. So I try to play them to the best of my ability. Right now I'm playing what's she? She's a good character. I think she's neutral good. What's she? Anywho, we rescued someone. We found them dead, and I am taking her. I buried her, took her ring back to excuse me, her husband. That is something that a good person should do. But an evil person wouldn't care less. They'd probably just break a finger. To me, that's contextual. You wouldn't know that if you didn't know my alignment. So I'm all for alignments. Otherwise, you play a ranger, you play a bard, and they're the same character to me. So that's what I feel about alignments.
Okay. Well, thanks.
Does that make sense?
It did. It did. Yeah. I can go along with that. You know, some people might not agree with it. Some people who don't care for alignments, but I get where you're coming from. I can see that. Sean, what are your thoughts on evil characters and campaigns?
As a DM, I've thought about running an evil campaign a few times. It's always basically boiled down to, I mean, how far is too far? And as a player, I've played a lawful evil character a couple different times. I mean, character who's into slavery and capturing orcs or capturing just about anybody. If you can take them alive and sell them into slavery. So I mean, as far as that bit of role-playing portion of it all goes, or like Michelle said, instead of sliding the ring off of so-and-so's finger, just reaching out there and breaking the finger off. That's definitely something an evil person would do rather than being ginger and nice and, oh, here, let me take that from you. Same with burying said person. A good person's going to do it. Whereas an evil person, okay, yeah, you're wolf food, you can lay there. So I've thought about, I'd like to run one sometime, but again, it all boils down to how far is too far. Are you going to offend someone? So I mean, it's one of those things, I mean, you've got to know your players. You've all got to sit down and talk about how far is too far, what's going to be allowed, what's not. But it intrigues me. I wouldn't mind doing it sometime, but I don't see myself doing it anytime soon. But that's pretty much how I feel about it.
Okay. Thanks. Kevin, you're up next if you've got any thoughts on it.
All right, can you just repeat the question? Sorry, I had to bug out for a minute.
Oh, okay. Basically, I brought up the subject of evil characters or evil player characters and possible evil campaigns. You know, have you done it? Are you willing to do it? What are your thoughts on it?
My thoughts are, it's kind of there's evil. I look at it from this perspective. There's always evil in the world, so it's kind of good to have it introduced into a campaign. Me personally, I kind of always been tempted to try to play the evil side, but I'd rather dabble instead of just play it, I guess. If a DM would let me be a little evil, I'm okay with that, but being full evil, I don't think I would want to do that. But I guess having evil in the game, I think is good, and it brings a story. It actually adds another element to the story of a campaign.
Have you ever played an evil character?
No, actually, I have not. I did play. I did play ogre in Brennan's last campaign, where I did come from. I guess you could say kind of a clan of evil ogres, but kind of my character took a different direction.
Okay. Did you go full out good, or did you stick with neutral?
I think I was full out good. Brendan, I can't remember the neutrality on that. You would have a better memory on that, Brendan. I don't know if you want input on that.
Chaotic neutral, and it was a half orc.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Kevin. Since it was brought up, I also bring up chaotic neutral. That seems to be alignment. Some people don't seem, or some dungeon masters I've run across don't seem to care for.
Can I go, Ty?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to go real quick because of the chaotic evil thing that you just brought up. So out of all the alignments, chaotic evil is the most difficult in most people's minds, and in reality, if you set the bounds and accept the bounds of what chaotic evil is, by default, in most people's minds, and again, this matters on your definition, they are out to destroy at any cost. They can have different motivations on why they're doing that, but it's only a matter of time before a chaotic evil person's plans fall apart because they're likely to get killed, by their own underlings, in addition to good people or neutral people that just have had enough or teamed up with good people, right? I mean, you name it. So there's a lot more difficulty in getting along. And the whole point of D&D, unless you're running a one-on-one session, is to essentially play well with others. The collaborative storytelling, the camaraderie, everything we talked about before on why we game. If we're not able to do that because somebody else's character is so different than everyone else's, aka chaotic evil most of the time, the only way I could really see doing chaotic evil, I'll be honest, I haven't had a bunch of players who were overly interested in running chaotic evil. The closest I've come is lawful evil and neutral evil, and that's plenty close enough. But there weren't multiples of each of those in the party either. So with chaotic evil, the way that I think I could see it run would be each of the people work for someone in the party. Like there's a group role that a lot of people choose to define within their own play groups as group leader, or the voice of the party is oftentimes group leader as well. Typically a cleric. So like if you have an evil cleric in the party, maybe he's the boss. He's the most chaotic, the most evil out of the chaotic evil group. So then it becomes the other players are out to kill him or to thwart his plans for their own gain. And that again devolves the game into the state of we're no longer having fun, unless of course everyone agrees that the fun is in the chaos and is in the killing, and you want to just keep rolling new characters and hatching new plans and betraying each other. Like that can be fun. It certainly can. So there's that way to do it. Otherwise, just the examination of evil forces us to conflict with our own morals and our own beliefs oftentimes, unless maybe your moral compass isn't in the same direction as mine. But that's a whole other conversation. And there's my 2 cents.
Okay, Joe, you're next up in line.
I've typed out most of the stuff for my character currently, and I've talked about it a little bit. I am playing a lawful evil drow cleric at the moment, and my view of lawful evil, I guess I always looked at it more as a mob boss, where he doesn't necessarily see himself as evil. He doesn't necessarily see himself as doing all these evil deeds. The effects of what he wants to get are evil, sending out minions to kill somebody or steal from somebody or threaten someone, things that we wouldn't necessarily do ourselves, but he's giving direction to do those things. Oh, Michelle, you taking off?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, glad to have you on tonight, and have a good night.
Any shout outs, Michelle?
Oh yeah, if you got any, go for it.
Same shout out, Top Deck Games, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Best game shop. Have a good night, guys.
You too, Michelle.
Sounds good, Michelle. Have a good one. Yeah. So that's what my take on a lawful evil. I don't know if that exactly falls into what D&D rules for lawful evil are, but in my mind, that was the way that I was going to play it. He does break the law. He does do these things, but he doesn't do it in broad daylight. He doesn't like to make a big scene of things necessarily. He is showy and he likes to show his power, but he doesn't necessarily like to brag about, oh, I had these 15 guys killed over on Saturday, and I'm going to go ahead and do it again on Sunday. He is somebody who does all that stuff on the down low, so he doesn't necessarily get in trouble if it comes back to him. And I guess that's why I looked at it more as the mob boss idea. And so I don't have a problem with doing an evil character, and I hope that I've been playing it pretty well. And I just, as long as you are able to have a definition as far as what your character is going to do, I think that same thing with playing a good character. I think that is really just all it takes, and some people don't necessarily want to delve into those ideals. But as long as you have a defined idea of what your character is going to do, then you shouldn't really have much of a problem with it. So that's what I'm doing right now, and hopefully he doesn't get knocked off by somebody else that wants to kill him. We'll see what happens.
And then one other thing with regards to what Joe was just saying is just because it's an evil campaign, please remember to enforce what the players are choosing for their characters' alignments. If they're doing too many good actions, have a tick system or some kind of way that you track it, just so it doesn't become like, well, I can just do whatever I want, because then again it goes back to the point of why even have alignments. A mechanics in a game, for it to be useful. If you don't want to use it, take it out.
Yeah, there was just real quick on that as well. With my character, there was something that I did. Again, it was one of those things where I didn't necessarily do the act, but I did something that led to something that happened that was evil. And Brennan said, add a tick or two ticks to your character sheet. And me sort of playing my character, I was like, why? I didn't do anything. I had no part in this at all. And he just kind of looked at me and said, yeah, you did. So, those cause and effect sort of things are, as long as you keep that stuff in mind and you are able to, and of course, me as a player, I knew that I was just kind of, trying to make it funny. But, as long as you're willing to accept that is what's going to happen, and you're able to follow that aspect of what your character's doing, then it really shouldn't be much of a problem with it. That's all I got, Ty.
Okay. Next in my lineup here, I'll hit up Kaz.
Okay. Okay. So first off, I'm real big on player choice. So to say that one of the basic aspects of your character is going to be defined by me before you even get to create that character is a bit of a no-no. I'm playing an evil campaign, therefore you don't get to choose your alignment except within this limited range. Is to say that you don't get to play spellcasters. You have to play all fighters. It's right there. So that's one aspect of that. But I don't view alignment in that way. For me, in my games, good and evil are cosmic forces that you really have to attain to. To be a good character, you would have to be a saint. To be an evil character, you would have to be unredeemable. These are aspects that would have to um, go into the supernatural. So the axis is really lawful, neutral, chaotic. So a lawful character in my campaign would be someone who believes in fate, who believes in destiny. This is not something they subscribe to, they go to an altar to. It's just the way we view the world, that many of us do. Many of us do believe in fate. Many of us do believe in destiny. A chaotic character would believe in luck, and that whatever happens to us, happens to us. And a neutral character would believe in will, self-actualization, that what you do is what you do. You can enforce your will on the universe. And the way I impose that in game mechanics is through inspiration. And where you get your inspiration from is, if you're lawful and you're doing what you think you believe in, is true to your character. That's one way to do it. If you, I'd have to show you the rules, but that's where it really comes through for me. But the whole evil and good thing, almost completely removed. You would have to be a saint to be considered good. You would have to be a saint to register as, detect good. You would not detect good on your character if you were just, you gave money to the poor or whatever. You would have to be a saint. And for the evil, the same way. So good and evil, almost completely removed from the game, except for the most extreme examples. And it would be lawful. What do you believe in? And then you think about characters that you aspire to. Han Solo. What would Han Solo be in this? Well, Han Solo believes in luck, so he would be chaotic. Luke Skywalker, he believes in destiny and what he's meant to be. He's lawful. That sort of idea.
Thanks, Kaz. AJ, I don't think you've spoken tonight, so welcome back again. You have opinions on playing evil character or taking part in an evil campaign?
It's kind of ironic. I only been in here for a little bit tonight because I just got home from my Pathfinder game, and tonight's session we had a character in our party who was chaotic neutral. However, he was leaning towards evil, and he even worshipped an evil god. And he was a cleric, and we were in a town situation. And so, unbeknownst to the rest of us, we were doing different things in the town. There was a boy who was seeking out a cleric to heal his grandmother who was sick, and so the boy finds this, our party member, and he goes to the woman, and she's deathly ill, and in a lot of pain, a lot of agony, and everything else. Well, it turns out he basically kills her, but he does it as a mercy killing. But we didn't know about all this. This was done without our knowledge, and so it comes back to bite him. The townspeople, the boy, tells him what happened, and they decide that he was a murderer, and so they put him on trial and everything. And bottom line is, they find him guilty and everything. But in the meantime, we had gone and we had eradicated. Nearby, there was a lich and other undead that had been taken over a part of this town that they could no longer go into because of this, and we eradicated all that. And so I went in front of the court and I said, before you sentence him, will you grant him some leniency because he helped with this eradication of this, and and helped open up the rest of your town that you couldn't go into, and so forth and so on. And they actually were going to allow him to be remanded to our custody as long as we guaranteed he would never show his face in that region again, that he would be banished, and that we would guarantee his banishment. And so then they gave him a chance to speak, and of course he says, first thing out of his mouth was, "I showed that woman a lot more mercy than I'm going to show on the rest of you." So, needless to say, I just threw my hands up and went, "You son of a bitch!" And I just turned it back, and they sentenced him to death, and they killed him tonight. They put him to death. I was like, but he played his character. He played his alignment, and it was a fantastic session. He has to roll a new character now, but, so I don't know if that kind of fits into what you guys were talking about and everything, but I see a definite place for it as long as the characters do what he could have easily said, yeah, okay, I'll agree to be banished. Yeah, that'd be great. But that wasn't what his character was all about. And so, that's just an example, That's my 2 cents.
That might be the best example we've heard. Thoughts we've heard on it so far.
And that literally happened an hour ago. I mean,
timely then.
So did you have to use? Sorry, I just have to say this real quick. AJ will know what I'm talking about. I don't like doing the inside joke stuff, but did you have to use the divine favor from outside the realm?
No, actually, yeah, we were right in the middle of that battle with all the undead when you texted me, and I was paralyzed, and we got out of it by the skin of our frickin' teeth. We were down to one party member against one undead, and he won. Our party member won, and so we all survived, but it was almost a TPK, and so I did not have to use that divine intervention.
My abilities worked nonetheless. I was praying to the higher powers for your survival.
Thank you for that.
David, welcome aboard. I don't think you've commented outside of the chat. Seems you like blackguards and clerics. You got anything else to add?
So, what were you talking about? Alignment?
Well, basically, I asked if people have a problem, playing evil characters, or if they would take part in an evil campaign. That was kind of the basics of it. But yeah, we've gotten into other things about alignment and stuff.
I don't know. I've been talking about it the last few nights. How I like to play lawful evil characters. I'll talk about them. I was in a 4E campaign, and I had made an evil cleric who followed Orcus. So we're sitting there, and the party comes up across me. I'm sitting out meditating, doing my thing, and there's a bird that lands on my shoulder and starts pecking at my helmet. So, being evil, chaotic evil, I take the bird, I wring its neck, and I make a bird effigy and stick it in my armor to make an example to all the other birds. However, no one else picked up that I was, evil. So every night when we were doing things in a campaign, I would go out and sacrifice people, So they were always wondering, like, why are people going missing? Why are we being tasked with finding them? I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I'm just cleric. I just heal you guys. So
David, really quick, don't lose your train of thought. I promised via poll earlier today that there would be ritual sacrifice in the broadcast. So if you could do me a favor and just elaborate on what you did for your sacrifice, that would fulfill one of my promises.
All right. So what I would do for my sacrifices is first he would pick a bar fight with usually the biggest man he could find in the bar. And after he took the guy down, he would take him out into an alleyway, spill his blood into a bowl, try to contact Orcus, and then after that he would drink the blood and then he would skin him and then dump the remains in different places so no one could find all the remains. So that's how he would sacrifice people.
Thank you for fulfilling that part of the chat.
You're welcome. But for me, the answer is yes. I do like to play evil characters every now and then, but lawfully evil because I like to do things politically and mess around that way. Just because it's more fun to me to really be behind the scenes. And instead of being like, okay, I'm chaotic, I'm just going to go charge you and try and, rip your head off or whatever, it's going to be, I'm going to send assassins after you, and they're going to have cyanide or whatever, and you're never going to get the information out of them that you need to know that it was me, a person who's been in your party the entire time, if I'm trying to kill another PC or something. So I do actually enjoy playing evil characters, and they're extremely fun to me.
Thanks. I'll ask our host, do you guys have some other questions or anything, or you want me to come up with something?
Well, Brennan is orange tonight, so he's feeling a little under the weather, I guess, as it is. So, Ty.
Oh. Okay.
It was pretty awesome because Owen
right.
and I got the wait. Oh, there he is. He's orange.
Yeah. So, hi. I'm having some kind of difficulty with my camera. Either that or I ate entirely too many oranges or carrots or jumped in a gallon of orange paint. I don't know. But I was trying to figure it out. So, yeah, here I am. I'm orange. I love you guys. And thanks for bringing it up, Joe.
You didn't happen to visit Willy Wonka's factory today, did you?
No, but I did eat some mud pie and some chocolate birthday cake.
Hey, we're all about full disclosure here, so nothing to hide. No, Ty. So we've just been kind of flying by the seat of our pants, as always. So if you've got anything else to add, or if you've got anything you want to go with, just feel free.
Did we talk last night about the new Star Wars trailer? Okay, I thought we did. Well, kind of to raise another question then. Realism within role-playing games. Is there such a thing as too much realism? Or what are your thoughts? Do you not want it to be overly realistic, or do you want, and I don't necessarily just mean game mechanics. Some systems generally that are called complicated, sometimes some people will say they're too overly realistic. But even just in play, or how real do you want the game to be? Let me frame it that way. And
me first.
Go back. Do what?
Me first.
Go ahead.
Only reason is because I'm off to your other side, I believe. Right? Versus everyone else.
You're right in the middle for me. But go ahead.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry then.
That's all right.
I am a spotlight hog, I believe. No. All right. So realism. So ideally, this is something again that's agreed upon. But for me personally, just speaking personally, without players involved, I love me some realism. I think I've gotten bored over the years with stuff that just doesn't make sense. I've told Joe and all of my players as they come into it, as long as you think logically about the scenarios I'm presenting and trying to really put yourself in the shoes of your character, again, immersion and role-playing, to me, realism should be the default. It should be the logic. Now, the game, in an effort to simplify it, has taken some of the ways that you could explain it away, but you can still incorporate it via your own very simple, modifications. I won't elaborate on exactly what they are, at least not here, just because I really don't want to drone on. I want to have a conversation, not a sermon to you guys. You're not sitting here for that reason. But definitely, I support realism. I just think the difficulty that a lot of DMs will face trying to do it is balancing making it more real, yet still keeping it fun, and not having too many rules added back in. Thanks.
Okay, I'll go to the other end and flip it back. AJ, what are your thoughts? You like realism, or is there such a thing as too much of it, or not enough?
I don't think there's any such thing as too much realism in an RPG. I'll give an example of when I DM, and I don't know how many of you. I'd be interested to see how many of you do this. I expect each of my player characters, to present me a paper doll image and show me on their paper doll image where all their gear is. Because I can't stand, the idea of a character who's got 6 swords, 2 battle axes, a shield, 6 ion stones floating around her head. I mean, just shit everywhere. I want it to be realistic, and I know that I've been in games before where the DM did not enforce those types of things, and people were just carrying way too much. It was illogical, Somebody put in there, well, what if they had 24 strength? Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense on, if they physically don't have the space on their body to put the stuff, I mean, that's what I'm talking about, not to mention that mechanically, if they were in combat or something, how would they physically be able to move with all that stuff on them, So, that's just an example of what my expectations are as far as realism. I want it to make sense,
Unlike video games where sometimes you can carry 500 weapons and...
Yes, exactly.
Well, you're a military man. You can't go around carrying 10,000 rounds of ammo.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, So I see where you're coming from. Kaz, you got some thoughts on this? Thanks, AJ.
I don't know. We're talking about elf games. What is real? We have to agree on what is real, what is realistic. If it's down to encumbrance, then yeah, we can look at the rules and say, okay, here's a strength score, here's pounds per whatever. But seriously, we're talking about elf games. What is realism? What is real magic to us? So you have to look at your system. Is a fireball realistic? Is the ability to cast a fireball once a day realistic compared to 3 times a day because you're a few levels higher? So what are we really talking about when we talk about realism in an RPG? It's a very vague question that really comes down to the group and what you can accept. You want to talk about carrying 6 axes? Well, okay. Well, what about carrying 1 axe that has a +6 on it? Is that real?
Well, I think...
What are we talking about, realism?
Well...
More so, here, I'll interject.
Okay.
Not so much realism as in, can we do this in real life? Realism as in so much that we're playing a humanoid most oftentimes. Most people, most characters that they create are humanoids. They fall within a certain height and weight threshold. They have a certain number of limbs, typically 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes, that kind of stuff. So those definitions, again, these are some assumptions that are made. But in this conversation, we're assuming we're playing a humanoid. All those things considered, a regular person of regular stature, with the exception of David's Goliath character. I loved putting that in there. Most people do not have the capacity in a believable sense to a general intelligence person
To
that
carry
they're going to be able to carry 6 axes, 2 swords, and 55 shields. That's more the context of the framework of the question.
Well, that's a silly question. Okay, so what if you have a tail, a prehensile tail? What if you're a tiefling? What can your tail do? Where
Right.
are the rules for that?
Yeah,
Can you carry a dagger in your tail? Can you
sure,
use it?
if it's a prehensile tail, and you're thinking logically of what prehensile means, able to manipulate, via the limb, yeah, absolutely you can. What does that mean in terms of the game mechanic? Because it's not there, it's something that you're going to have to modify. And you certainly understand modifications to the systems, and that's where the beauty of the system comes in, is that you can make it your own. And that's where being a good DM versus what the system says, if you choose to limit yourself by the rules, and that's your acceptance, then that's already pre-qualified by your players, again, in that potential session 0, or the first time you meet them, or pitch the game to them, or not. If you don't have those sessions, or you don't have that understanding, yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like anything else, if you don't have acceptance, you can't build a foundation. It's not about the differences, of things. It's about the similarities. Build off the similarities, get your foundation, agree on things, and move on. It's a lot simpler that way.
So how far can a character jump in your world, for example? Now, the mechanics say one thing, but if you, going by movies, if you're basing it on, I don't know, Star Wars or whatever, it's going to be a different thing. So are you really going by you, the GM, saying, okay, actually you can do this, or are you going to look at mechanics? I mean, look at the 10-foot pit. What happens when you fall down a 10-foot pit? You take 1d6 damage. Unless the game has changed drastically, that's the way it's always been. So what happens when you fall down 60 feet? You take 10d6.
Yep.
Now, is that realistic?
Yeah,
Now,
and that's so each of those things, like each of the situations, it's at the DM's discretion first to choose to have that as part of their system, their setting, their rules, their agreed upon context to the scenario they're presenting to the players. So if I'm falling down a 10-foot pit, according to the raw, yes, I take 1d6 points of damage. If I'm falling down a 60-foot pit, according to the raw, I'm taking 66 points of damage, generically speaking. However, if a DM chooses to become more complex with it and add that extra depth of realism from their perspective, that their players already understand that chosen context, then they'll know what happens when they fall down the pit. To answer your question about jumping as it relates to my particular setting and maybe others, who've chosen to implement such a thing in their world, you do look at how much the player is carrying. But sometimes that takes away from the fun. And that's where I'll go back again to what I said before. You want to try to balance your level of realism with what you are comfortable with and what your players are comfortable with. Because what I think is fun is absolute realism, and I would choose to define each of these things. However, I have not found many players who want to play the kind of game that's exactly what I want to play, and I'm okay with that because I understand that I'm going to have differences given my experiences versus my players. So what I've chosen to do is I've chosen to sacrifice my ideal mechanics, my ideal system, to better make my world enjoyable for my players, and ergo, having a larger field of players to play with. So the system I've made is as fun as it can be each time that I agree to take on a new set of players. I will not take on a new set of players if I do not think that I'm going to be able to have fun with those players in the system that I would like to run.
Based on how far they can jump across pit, for example.
Or any other specific mechanic or detail or level of complexity or realism that you choose to insert. Absolutely.
So that's what we're talking about when we talk about realism. What is real to us in a fantasy game?
Yep.
I mean, what is real?
Yeah, I mean, in real life, if you fell 60 feet, you would die. Just to go back to something that actually happened that I'm very familiar with, Owen Hart, a wrestler from the 90s in the World Wrestling Federation, fell during a live event from the rafters. It was a 54-foot fall, I believe, was the exact distance, and unfortunately, he did end up clipping his neck on the gosh, the ropes. I'm trying to think of the complex term, but anyways, the ropes on his way down, and that ultimately added to his death. But I'm fairly certain that if I were to fall from the rafters, regardless of the percent chance of clipping my neck on the ropes, I would still probably be dead.
And yet people fall in the shower and die. So,
yep.
And then you have to deal with hit points and levels, and how is that real?
Yeah, and again, that's the thing where you get to make that choice before you play the game. You get to define those parameters and make it clear what your expectations are and what happens in each thing, and why, if you have too many little things like that and too many little minutia in your game, it's not going to be fun. I mean, realism is fun for some people, and I would take it as far as it could be, but there are, unfortunately, we could point out back
the
and forth
game that
all
should
night.
not be named.
What was that?
The game that should not be named.
Yeah, I mean we could point. Yep.
Are you familiar with Fatal?
Yeah, there's I mean a lot of really wicked systems, but basically there's so many different infinitesimal scenarios that you could debate on. Well, what about this one? What about this one? What about this one? And rather than choosing to have that conversation, I just set my definitions and speak with my players on the game that they want to play and that we want to play together, and I move on.
So I think what you're really asking is then what is our individual definitions of realism in a game?
And I believe that was the question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. So if anyone has any input on realism, that would be good, to hear it. But I am done speaking.
I do not do realism personally. I don't, because I don't think it's fun. I really don't. I usually tend to lean in favor of my PCs. Maybe it's not the great thing to do as a DM. Maybe, but with my players, I think that's more what they're looking for, personally. And as a DM, I tend to just tailor my campaigns and my playstyle towards my characters. I don't think they're in it for realism. I think they're in it for. I think they're more in it for a thrill. They want the big highs, they want the lows, they want the big changes, the surprises, and things like that. And I think that if somebody fell by some act of God or whatever have you, they would be very disappointed. And that's why I play low realism. It's not. It's simple. It's just a simple, basic thing. But it's just that's why I play to my PCs. They wouldn't like that. I wouldn't like that. I just don't think. I don't do it. I do low realism. I do low magic, low realism. And I think that's makes for the easiest, most enjoyable playstyle.
Owen, if I ever play in your campaign, I'm going to be the highest risk taker you've ever had in your life. I'm going to jump off of buildings, and try to fall, and I'm trying to tumble. You will have to save my character 800 times.
As I said, I tailor my campaign to my PCs. You would be the first death. I promise you that.
Oh, that's just mean. So, I have a little bit of something for my opinion, I guess, just real quick. For me, I know Brennan. I have a science degree. I spent a lot of time with doing research and doing all kinds of prepared science experiments and stuff. And I know Brendan and I will talk about sometimes about, is it realistic to travel this distance, or we do measurements, and I've done mathematical equations for certain things here and there, and we collaborate on some of that stuff in our game session. But for me personally, I actually don't mind either way, and I'm sort of like going where to tailor to the players around you. Uh, there was a geology class that I had where we did a group project, and we collected all this data from the rock samples that we had, and our professor told us that we should explain our rock sweet sample that we had in a story to tell to the other people because we had to present our information. And I looked at her and I kind of raised my hand and I said, "What do you mean a story?" And she said, "Well, just be creative with it. Just tell it like it's like a story." And I said, "So you're giving me creative freedom to tell any story that I want and present this information?" And she said, "Sure, go for it." And I said, "All right." So what I did was I took all of our data in one piece of paper, and I wrote a story, a creative writing story on another sheet of paper. And I literally actually sat down and I kind of went like this, and I incorporated all the pieces of my science into all the pieces of this fantasy story that I wrote up. And we got to our presentation, and I read off this page and a half, 2-page story about this rock formation that invaded another rock formation and it deformed it and made it this different rock formation, and this is why it was evil, and it came into this good rock formation that was there in the first place, and it was just hanging out doing its own thing, and it got invaded and they destroyed it. And so I was able to do this science aspect along with this creative aspect of a story that I wrote. And so I can, and I do have the ability, and I enjoy being able to put both of those things together. So I guess that it's kind of a funny story for me, but personally, I'm actually willing and able to do both of them because I enjoy both of those things. I enjoy being able to have a structured set of rules, but I'm also just as comfortable doing all this creative writing and being able to kind of go out there and do whatever you want with it. So tailoring to the people around me is a great thing to be able to have at your beck and call because you're able to then adjust to what other people are doing. So I enjoy both of those things.
David, with the high acrobatic skills, do you have an opinion on realism and such?
All right. So realism for me is depending on what kind of campaign I'm going to run. I'll let my players know beforehand. If you're trying to have a funny campaign and things like that, strength of 24 while the average person is 8, right? Strength of 24, I should be able to flip limousines over and just rampage like the Hulk. But at the same time, if not, you're able to carry a certain amount and things like that in the game, and falling can hurt you exponentially. So it really depends. I tend to favor more realism if I'm using a homebrew setting, and if I'm also running something that involves weapons that are gun-based usually. So it'll be Savage Worlds and things like that. If you get shot in the kneecap, you're going to be slowed and things like that. That's what I'll do. So it just depends.
All right, I'll go ahead and pick up here. It looks like Ty needs to bounce for a second. So someone had posted in chat in response to something I had mentioned that I have a high int score but a low wisdom. That might be true. I could see that. I'm exceedingly wise when I am not focused on being intelligent, I think is how I'd respond. It's one of those things where I don't know if you can shift your ability score points at all, but
Wish
if
right
so,
there, done.
What was that?
I said wish right there, done. Shift your
See?
ability scores randomly.
Yep. So I have a permanent wish is what I have. I can switch it back and forth at will. It's my at will from 4th edition.
So your pool, your skill point pool is always 30, but you choose where it goes and at will at this point. Is that what you're saying?
Close. What I'm saying is that I have up to 38 points to spend between intelligence and wisdom, and only one of the two scores can be 30 at one time. Okay, so anyways, I don't remember. The point I was making with my distraction is that I don't remember if everyone answered it. I don't feel like we heard from AJ in a while, but I could be because I was conversing for quite a bit, and I was excited by the conversation because it doesn't happen to me very often that I get so involved. I try to keep it to you guys.
Did I miss something? Was there a question I missed, or?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Did you answer the part about realism, bud?
Yeah, I was the one I was talking about that I asked my players to do like a paper doll image and show where their gear is located and everything.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'll elaborate a little bit on that because I've had characters where players where they've tried to say, well, I have a tower shield, I have a long sword on one side, a broadsword on the other. I've also got a two-handed crossbow. I've got a backpack on. I've got a cape. I've got a cloak. And I'm saying, well, how the hell, put that on a body and tell me how you got all that on a body. That's kind of what I'm talking about.
So almost like someone's trying to say they're walking around with a what is it, bag of holding type 5, type 7, whatever the highest one is, only one above that.
Now,
for
if they
clothing.
have a bag of holding, that's a whole different situation. But I'm talking about, lower level characters and where they're trying to say they've got, a two-handed crossbow and a tower shield and a backpack, two swords, a dagger, and so forth. I mean, that's a lot of, regardless of how strong you are, that's just a lot of shit to have on and still try to be able to fight, at some point. It's like every time you fight, you have to drop 6 things just so you can move. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about realism.
Well,
Yeah,
aren't we?
Oh, go ahead, ASMR.
Aren't we really talking about a different form of power gaming? If you want to gain that mechanical advantage by having all this stuff, is that not just a different form of power gaming? To say I have all this stuff and I can use it whenever I want.
I'm gonna be even maybe a little more philosophical than that for a second, and just see what you guys think of this. It seems that innately as humans, we have a desire to collect things. I don't remember if it's Carlin or another comedian, but someone has a bit. Yeah, actually, I do think it's Carlin. They have a bit about, oh, I just bought a new car. Oh, cool, you got a new car. And I'm gonna get this wrong, and I apologize, fans of Carlin. I'm a fan too, but my memory for everything isn't eidetic.
Okay, I'm going to cut you off there and just cut to the chase. And it's about
Sure.
going on vacation. And when you go on vacation, you bring something else. And when you go on vacation, you meet friends there, and you go on a smaller vacation, and you go to their friend's place, and you pack something smaller, and you just keep going like that. All right? I think that's what you're going on about there. Isn't that not that's the Carlin routine about when you go somewhere, you have your pack, and you get a smaller pack, and you go to your friend's place, and then you're going to go to the beach, you pack a smaller pack, and that's...
Yeah, and then even beyond that, like he insults us by saying, because we're fat fucks and we need these bigger vehicles and we need to take all of our shit with us and we got to bring all of our kids and all of our kids' shit. So the cars keep getting bigger and the people keep getting fatter, and it's just this expansive and collective thing. And I apologize for the language tonight, folks, but it's a Carlin bit, and I'm doing it for context, and I'm trying to do it almost verbatim, but that's kind of the scenario with players and collecting stuff.
I'm trying to sign the 7 words that you can't say on YouTube.
Just real quick, my opinion on, as AJ was saying, the carrying a whole bunch of weapons. We actually, in our campaign, my character has a whole bunch of weapons, and we ended up going into a city where they told us to disarm ourselves, and then we could enter. And I made the joke that 20 minutes later, after I unstrapped all my stuff, I was able to walk in and I had this huge pile of weapons in front of me. But realistically, in the world, I police myself with that kind of thing. And I know you said like having all that strapped to you is going to make it difficult to fight, but and I believe that Brennan trusts me enough to police myself. Whereas my rapiers and I have a scythe that I have that's strapped. Those are the three weapons that I have available to me to be able to use immediately. So I have those readied, at the sides, and then something on my back that is actually like a, I don't want to say quick release, but available to grab and use in a fight. The short sword and the dagger and the bow that I have, that's all like tucked away, tight away. Those are more like tools for me to be able to use if I have time to take my backpack off, unstrap it, I take my dagger out and I dig out something. Or the short sword, the hilt of it, I can have access to because that's where the holy symbol is. Like I have like a pop-off lock on it, so I can grab the holy symbol. But the actual short sword itself is not something that I use in combat. Not something that I say, I drop my rapiers and I grab my short sword and I stab someone with it. That's not what that is designed for. So I've taken upon myself to make it more realistic, I guess, to be able to have those different options, but I only use those options when they're available to me.
See, and
I
you
guess that's
just
the way I do it.
you just made my point for me about the using the paper doll image on a piece of paper, because you would be able to show me on there. You'd be able to say, here's how I have everything stowed, and it would be logical and it would make sense. But when I have someone trying to tell me I've got a 50-pound pack on and a tower shield, we all know how big a tower shield is, and a two-handed crossbow and two swords, and it's like, okay, it's not a weight thing it's a space thing for me, and clumsiness. I mean, how much dexterity do you lose if you got all this bullshit on you? I mean, do you have to drop all that stuff when you're going to get ready to combat? Which, if that's going to be your MO, okay, that's fine, but that means you got to do it every time.
Yeah, and I think it's stressing that idea of realism is a good thing, so that people understand how difficult it would be to do that kind of thing. And not to jump back again, but Owen and I and a few other people have talked about video games allowing people to feel that, oh, I can carry all these things with me, and my character can swap out between, two pistols to two rifles to a rocket launcher by clicking a button. And I think that idea has allowed, especially some of the newer players, to think that they can do that at a pretty quick pace. But when you're as opposed to what would you actually do? If you actually had to, holster your pistols, draw out your rocket launcher, load it, and actually shoot it at somebody. I think all of those video game systems have really tried to make that stuff less realistic, and that's been the popular thing for the last 5-10 years, and I think that's made it more difficult for people when they get into a role-playing setting to understand and to think about objectively what difficulties their character would have wanting to have access to all those weapons or armor or whatever.
Well, I would just ask right then, if you're going to raise that question, what is the practicality of wearing plate mail in your typical dungeon setting? Think about it. If you're going along narrow ledges and you're working through narrow corridors, think about trying to wear full plate mail in a dungeon setting. This is something I've thought about.
That's a good question, and I mean, when I've DM'd before, when it came to a situation where there was water involved, if a character is wearing plate mail and they fall into a body of water, or if they decide to jump into a body of water without taking that off first, then I have to take into consideration their strength and everything, and the weight of that mail and everything else they're carrying, as to whether or not they're going to be able to tread water. And that's all things that the DM has to take into consideration, and I think realism has to come into play there. It has to.
I'll answer that real quick too, Kaz. So when you're up on, or when you're in a dungeon and you're wearing the plate mail, I mean, if it's the actual dungeon where you're going to need to jump pits, like if it's I don't know if it's Gygaxian dungeon is the proper term or not, or if I'm just thinking like a generic dungeon. But anyways, if you're in a dungeon where you've got the traps, you got the rolling boulders, you've got the things where you're going to need to be more agile than more avoiding hits from an ogre's warhammer, for example. Like, yeah, the plate mail at that point sucks, and having it on is actually more of a burden than a boon. The removal of the plate mail, a lot of people know, oh, well, it takes this long to don it. But what they don't realize is that if you are wearing it and you're trying to run away from a boulder, 5th edition properly uses the term doff, how long it takes you to remove said armor. They get it wrong a little bit in terms of like the actual real ability of it. I don't have a suit of armor, but I do know that it doesn't take 5 minutes to take it off. But it isn't something you're going to do nonetheless as a boulder is coming down a hill at you or as you're slipping off a ledge. You either chose to do it as a logical thinking character, or rather a player thinking logically as immersed into their character. And if you don't, then yeah, absolutely there's consequences. And if you're not doing that as a DM, you're bad. Not you're a bad DM, but that's your mistake, and I recommend fixing it.
Oh, and I know you said you wanted to jump in there, so why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of, I just been kind of, since I've never really thought about the degree of realism in my campaigns too much. It's not really something that occurred to me. I just kind of do it naturally. It just comes, and I'm realizing now what I thought might have been realism, it really is not very realistic at all. The more I think about it, it's almost like I replace my realism with comedy, almost to a degree, and kind of lightheartedness and like casualness in that capacity. And my PCs, maybe they just don't realize how much they could take advantage of that if they chose to. But I find it really hard to think that adding more and more realism into a campaign is going to make the experience better on the PCs. And that being said, I guess I just like to know in your campaigns, how serious are you as DMs? I mean, I think about mine, and literally, it seems so much more casual than it must be for a lot of other players. And I'm wondering what it's like. What kind of comedy? What's the degree of seriousness in your campaigns and in your sessions?
I'm gonna jump in.
Oh wait, Brendan, let me give you a chance to answer that question.
Yeah,
Basically, in our group, all of the comedy comes from this guy. So that's all you need to know. I'm the funny one. No, I'm just kidding. Brendan, go ahead.
All right, so it's what I put in chat basically, and I guess I should maybe retract my previous statement, or at least elaborate on it a little bit. It's not your bad if you're DMing a different campaign than we're describing, which is adding realism to it. If your agreement with your players is that you don't want to have a realistic campaign, if your intent is for it to be dynamic, moving, flowing, story-driven, humorous, comic-based campaign where everyone's a superhero, or it's just about the fun and the casualness and just enjoying each other's company, and that's what you want, that's fine. Yeah, that's perfect. Like, that is not wrong. So, to elaborate again, yeah, or cinematic, right? Like, if you want to have it be a movie that you're telling. Now, that's not to say that you can't have it be cinematic and be real. As a matter of fact, the different scenes, if you look at certain movies, what made them more dramatic and more memorable is that sense of danger, right? Like, I mean, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, talking about the rolling boulders and the spike pit traps and, fascinating characters and that kind of thing. Like, unfortunately, they didn't get it right in some of the later ones in most people's eyes. But in that first one, that's a classic movie. And really, I recommend people watch that if you want to play D&D and understand what we're talking about, to a degree. Like, there's humor in that. Certainly, there's the cinematic, episodic kind of things to it. But there's that level of danger because why? Because you can see it, because you can feel it, because you're involved in that, and you see and understand the logic behind the situation that he's being put in. So if that's the campaign you're running, then awesome. And if not, then do it the other way.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
guess
I'm just going to rate real quick because you mentioned Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones has its very own universe of realism and what's dangerous and how much Indiana Jones can take and heal from, and gravity. If you watch the Indiana Jones movies again, watch how often gravity and falling come into place in Indiana Jones. But that's its own realism, and Indiana Jones is its very own universe. So if we're going to talk about realism, there's a very good indication about, this is one person's idea of what is real. And especially those cliffs. Did anybody ever notice the cliffs in Indiana Jones where all of a sudden you're going through the forest and all of a sudden they go over a cliff that's like 1,000 feet? And where the fuck did that come from? But that's its own universe. So that's a form of realism.
in response to your comment, Joe, I kind of the way my last thing has gone here was that I had this group of 3, and then it was a group of 5, and now this urban campaign I've told you guys about a million times here, it's going to have to be far more real. And it's going to be a lot, not so much in terms of what we've been talking about in terms of mechanics and physical realness, but it's going to be a lot more real in terms of political strategy and personal interaction. And I think that like I think that PCs that people really develop in their role playing ability. And I think that the longer they've played, they're going to take much more of an interest in that in the realness of the campaign. And I think that they're all ready for that. I don't think that they're ready for it, but they want to be ready for it. So I'm going to take that, and it's going to be my job to ease them into it. And I think I'm looking forward to it, I guess. Some of the examples that you guys have given me, like for example, the plate mail and like drowning in water and like I think about as a DM, you're gonna have to introduce that to the player in a lot of situations. It's just gonna be like, oh, you thought that was okay? No, because you're actually dead. So, bummer. I mean, it's just that's kind of, if you're gonna be real, you gotta be real. And in doing that, because as the DM, you're gonna be more on top of it than your players are. And the surprises are going to be coming from you to them, and they're mostly going to be detrimental. So that's kind of my concern with having heavy realism in a campaign. And then as a DM, I'd want to be consistent at the same time. And a lot of times I'm going to know that no one's going to really enjoy the reality of their situation if it's brought to their light, brought to attention. So that's kind of where I was coming from in asking that.
So just real quick, Owen, a couple things. One of the things that you can do is before you get started in a session or before you get started with a new campaign or something, you can just express to the players, say, hey, this is something that I want to try as a DM. I want to try adding more realism, and I want you guys to give me feedback on how you think it goes, and just be upfront with them, because you're not, that alleviates some of the surprise and some of that factor of, well, you never told me that you were going to do this. If you're just upfront with them and say, hey, I want to explore what this is going to do, they'll hopefully understand that. And if they don't like it, they'll obviously let you know and say, well, that was terrible. All my characters died. I don't want to do that again. So if you take that aspect of it, that'll help to alleviate some of that stress and some of those thoughts of, oh, nobody's going to want to play with me then at that point. And then the other thing is, like you were saying, for you to be more on top of things as the DM, yeah, it's going to require more work on your side of it. And then this is sort of the introspective thing. Are you ready then to take on that challenge? You're now if you're going to add that realism, you're going to make your players think more critically. You then also have to then be willing to match their critical thinking, and you have to be able to work just as hard as they are, only you have to do it for every player at the table. So you actually have to think and work, sometimes 3-4 times as hard as they are, because you have to put yourself in the situation for all those different things. And if you're willing to take on that task, and you're willing to express that to the players around you, I would hope that your friends and your players that you play with would be willing to support you with that and say, hey, yeah, we're willing to work more, we're willing to work harder, and we're willing to work more in this campaign to make it something that we all can enjoy and make it a bit more challenging, a bit more difficult. And if you're wanting to take on that challenge and you're wanting to involve the people around you with that challenge, I think you could actually have a really great experience with it. But the biggest thing would be to be upfront about it.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. And they are. They're all ready. They're all asking for this. The reason I'm changing the campaign to being more role playing is that that's what they're asking for. Is because they're ready to get down to it. And they're ready to really do it. I feel like up until this point, everyone's just kind of been. It's more so like we're hanging out than we're actually role playing. And now they're all ready to kind of take the leap into that next stage. And it is a good point that I should pull them aside. And I'm actually kind of thinking that before I even start the campaign, I think I'm going to have one-on-ones with every player to get them all to the same place and kind of start from there. I'm going to have those one-on-one sessions with them and kind of try and express to them. I think that's a really good idea. I forget about that component of being able to talk to your PCs on the side because I don't really. I mean, I haven't really done that. I guess I've never really. No one's ever taken it as seriously as I have, and I feel like they're all ready to now.
Well, it sounds like you're going to step up to a more immersive game. Is really what it sounds like, you know. It's like you really want to get into it rather than just a beer and pretzels sort of thing. It's like, you know, everybody's going to be there in the zone sort of thing, and which is really cool. That's probably the best in RPGs when you're all in the zone, and anybody who's ever been in the zone knows what that is.
Yeah, I mean, I really can't wait because we've never, like the point, like I was saying earlier about having them really feel it. Kind of the most rewarding thing is having your PCs really feel it and really respond to something. That is the greatest. But we haven't really gotten there yet, and they're all so new. It's almost like they're like a blank slate to be molded, and it's gonna be awesome.
That kind of goes back to what I was saying last night's session when I was talking about starting off my characters at 0 level and letting them choose their path. And when I say that, you kind of have to envision Bilbo Baggins, in The Hobbit. Here was a guy who was at home. He was not an adventurer and everything else. He gets kind of brought into this thing, but by the end, he actually becomes, kind of a badass rogue, and he owns that shit. I mean, by the end he's proud of the fact of what he did, because then you see in the Fellowship of the Ring when he goes back into his chest and he pulls out, Sting, and he pulls out his mithril shirt and all that. All those memories come back, and so when I do that with my player characters, when they become a 9th level fighter or a 9th level, magic user or whatever, and they started, at 0 level, I find that they take more ownership and they feel more immersed because they brought that character all that way, as opposed to starting kind of semi-heroic to begin with, and that's just the style that I prefer.
I mean, that's cool that you're trying to add those things to your campaign, and especially the fact that when you're taking those players who are new or a more novice and do things in a more relaxed setting, the fact that you're trying to lead them into the immersive world and you're trying to take them by the hand and say, hey, this is what we're going to do, and I just want you all to be a part of it. It's a lot of responsibility, but the fact that you're actually willing and wanting to take on that responsibility really means a lot, and you would hope that the players around you respond to that and say, yeah, we're going to go do this. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take that on as well. So I think that's really, really cool. Now, one question I have for you. You said you're going to be starting to do, talking about doing the one-on-one sessions. Do you think that you'd have anybody in your party that would be willing to do a one-on-one session talking about your campaign, talking about your game, and talking about their character? Do you think anybody would be willing to do it via a hangout? on like something that we're doing, something like that, where they actually sit down and talk about stuff. Do you think that'd be something that you might be able to get somebody to do?
I mean, like a hangout with you guys in here?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds awesome. I don't know that I would want to do that. I mean, I don't know. I'm not that confident yet.
Just something to think about. If you think somebody would be interested in it, I mean, let us know. I'm
Yeah.
sure that would be, to me, that would be awesome.
Yeah. Well, I had Dan here last night, and we'd probably do it in audio. I mean, we could probably just do an audio hangout, and could just have the gang here. Pretty much you guys probably. I wouldn't want to necessarily have it be a really huge thing, but yeah, I mean, it'd be pretty. It might probably make me pretty nervous. I want to have some solid material ready, but the thing is, so here's my situation. Actually, is that we already started this campaign, and they're all level 4. And I can give you guys a quick rundown to kind of give you some scope if we're kind of thinking about doing this. But, oh man, quick rundown. Okay, so they all started in the woods, whatever. They started on that wagon as prisoners to this girl. They all escaped, and then they're all making this way down to the city, and they run into this woman, halfling Diana. She's like a trader. She has a boat. She's gonna give them a ride to the city in exchange for her protection on the river. They make their way down there. They choose not to like rob her of all of her stuff, which is kind of annoying. But they didn't do all of that, so they got them to the city of Savos, made some acquaintances there, basically made their way out into the Underdark, trying to chase Diana down because they stole some shit. She stole some shit from them. They made their way into the Underdark, found the slave trading operation in the Underdark, and then fought their way up this tower through to the surface, and then onto this essentially what is like a pirate-controlled island. And Diana is just kind of this dicey, shady character. She's kind of a merchant, rogue, underling kind of character. And on the island, they redeemed like all of these slaves. And there's a lot of uninhabited parts of the island. So basically, kind of where it all came down to in the end is that there's the city of Savos, which is just like it's controlled by there's a king and queen of this region, but they're just puppets. And the city of Savos is actually controlled by this trade network and this kind of black market. And the king and queen are just kept puppets by the people and the thugs in the city. Well, they now have this gang of about 100 slaves that are loyal to them because they freed them from their slavery. They're hiding out in the woods. They also have the daughter of the king and the queen that they caught in the slave trading ship, basically. Now she's in their possession, and that's kind of where they stopped. They found her. They have the people. They were kind of setting up this makeshift camp because they need to they're all naked. They just had like the clothes on their back. And they're kind of getting themselves put together, and that's where that campaign ended, and we picked up on something else. Somebody else took over on a different campaign. And that's where they're at now. So now, instead of doing a full thing, I'm bringing it down more to that urban level, and Savos is going to be a much more refined city in which there's going to be, well, 5 or 6 guilds. Kind of what I have right now is there's like Diana, who's kind of a free unit or whatever. She has her separate relationships with all of the guilds because she's not necessarily good or bad, she's kind of a wild card. And then there are like the loyalists who are loyal to the original king and queen of the nation. There's also Naga who actually have control over a lot of the ways into the Underdark. And then there are the underlings, which are going to be the members of the Underdark, but they're not organized at all. They're just really stupid. It's going to be like the Kuotoa and like the Sporgar or whatever, the Sporlings kind of. And they could unite them if they wanted. And then there's going to be like the local craftsman guilds, the merchants guild, local militia and customs, and that's kind of where they're at. There's going to be this like reputation system with all of different guilds. Some guilds have automatic negative reputations with other ones, where when they're going to have banners, because I want them to work together while also being able to represent guilds independently and gain reputation and rewards on separate tracks. So they're going to have kind of banners that they're carrying while they work together to gain reputation with different factions. And then instead of inspiration, I'm going to be giving out tokens that they can redeem for good role playing, you're going to get these tokens they can redeem to gain reputations in the guild and gain access to different perks. They're going to be non-combat perks. They're going to be like better prices in markets, for example, things like that. So now, but when I do want to start them back off at 0 level, and they're kind of level 4 right now. So that's the deal right now. I'm just kind of building material, drawing maps of the city, detailed maps of the city and the regions around it. And that's going to be their whole area. And there's going to be the city. It's almost going to be like a vertically tiered area that they're playing in, because there's going to be the city, and then there's going to be like the sewer. Below the city is going to be like where the Rogues Thieves Guild is acting, and then there's the Underdark below that, and then there are passageways between these two units, and then they also have a boat that they can use to go between the two as well up above, and that's going to be their world that they live in. That's kind of where it's all set up. I mean, it's funny how it all worked out, because when I was playing before, I was just spitballing it. I was just playing one session at a time, and it all stopped, and then I wanted to get back into it, and as I got looking at it, I'm like, this is set up perfectly to do this exact thing with it. And yeah, that's pretty much the deal right now. So I'm trying to decide if I'm going to kind of... It's tough to go back to 0 level now, because none of them really did a lot of backstory on themselves. They don't really have a lot of history that wasn't important to us before, but now we're going more into that role-playing side. We have one of them who's like a discredited scholar. He's a wizard. Then we have a warlock, and then we're going to have a rogue of some kind. And that's where we're at. I'll run the idea by him about doing the 0 level kind of thing on here, but I don't really know how that's going to actually be possible given the circumstance.
No, that's fine. I was just wondering if that was something that
It's
just
a great
throwing it out
idea.
there. Just throwing it out there as an option, you know.
I'll think it over. Maybe I'll even just be able to do the first session or something on something like this.
Cool. Brennan, I know you've been typing stuff up. I don't know if you had any questions in any of that, or if you were just bringing up. I saw a bunch of comments about death, so I don't know if you wanted to go off of that at all or not.
Death?
Not
no,
death.
I don't really have too much to say on it. I was telling David in the chat, because we have this thing in place where if a character dies in such a way that it would make sense, almost like a movie moment or an anime moment, he put it, that they deserve, if the immersion isn't broken by the way they died, to allow them one final commentary, like a farewell send-off, like you see in these movies where you fall in love with the characters, and it's awesome, and it makes sense for them to just be like, goodbye, cruel world, that kind of thing. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to do much more than that because it's off the cuff, but and I'm really not, like, right now I'm in the conversing mood, not in the role-playing mood. I don't have that switch to just go into it like Kermie does, or I want to say Jack, Hollow Wanderer, like he does. Those two guys, they can do their voices real quick. For me, I gotta process it for a moment. I gotta be in the mood to do it. And for me, that's tomorrow night.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. I give them like a full round action if they were basically like one-shotted by someone. So I got really messed up, but it's not something like you were beheaded or something. You get slashed or shot with an arrow, a Boromir moment from Lord of the Rings, if you will. He's gonna take out as many guys as he can before he dies, right? You're going out your way, not the enemy's way. That's the way I do it. But we were talking about, like, if you just jump off a cliff or something, that's just stupidity. You're going to be dead, whatever. Move on. But otherwise, if someone plays their character right, they deserve it. At least the way I see it.
Yeah. Go ahead, on.
What do you guys do after a player death? I know you say you reroll characters, but what exactly does that mean? Start back at level 1, or what?
It depends how far along for me. Say they're level 9. I'll either go level 4 or level 5, depending on the curve of all the PCs, but I'll usually do half level, rounded up probably, so it's about half the experience rounded up. So that's at least what I do, so that way they're not fully behind and you don't have to start at level 1. I'm not going to be that much of a dick, because then if you're at level 1 and you're fighting, level 12 monsters, you're just going to get stomped again and you have to roll again. There's no point.
So, David and Brennan and Kaz and Owen, actually, you all do DM stuff. I had voiced this question before, but one of the things about player death, and there's I feel personally that there's a difference between like David was saying, death because of stupidity, just run off this cliff and the god's gonna save me. Oh wait, no, it didn't, and you're dead. Like there's a difference between that and a difference between I got into this fight, character rolled 20, I died, whatever. That those some of either those bad lucks or just the way that it happened in combat made it really difficult for you to survive. So I guess my feeling is that you have a group of 5 players, let's say, and one of them dies. Allowing them to re-roll a new character and making them come back. Let's say they're all level 10, just to make the math easy, and you bring them back at level 5. Yes, they have a lot of work to do to level back up, but isn't that just really hurting the group for the other player who's dead? Because now they have to handicap somebody, and they have to drag along somebody who isn't going to do anything for them for another 5 levels. Is there a way? And there, again, there's a difference between if that happened in combat or that happened in the heroic manner, because then I could see where then the group wants to make sure this new character is protected and is able to be brought up to the same level. But if somebody did something dumb or did something that was just ridiculous and that got them killed, is there any way that you guys can think of to I don't want to say punish somebody, but to make it a punishment for that specific player rather than punishing the whole group for that person's actions? And that to me, I have never been able to think of a good way to do it, and I don't know if anybody else has a good option for that either. Kaz, looks like you're up for that one, so go ahead.
Okay, right off the bat, you said it. You're going to punish the player for playing badly. You lost your character. In my estimation, you were stupid. Now you're going to suffer for it. All right. Well, what happens if somebody wants to join the game? Are you going to punish them? Are you going to say, okay, you're going to start a new player, or a new character, and you have to start at a half level or whatever? No. What's the difference between a current player, somebody you trust, somebody you play with, their character dies, whether it was stupid or not, they're going to make a new character, or somebody new joins in. I mean, are you going to punish the new player? No. You're going to say, no, okay, you're going to come in at the same level. Okay, so that's one thing. That's very D&D or level specific for D20 games. And my personal perspective on it is that death is simply one option. That you could, again, I'm big on player choice. If you hit 0 hit points, it doesn't mean you're dead. You could easily take a wound that'll affect you, and you can keep taking wounds, whether they're physical wounds, mental scars. You could be haunted by curse. You could be haunted by spirits. Any number of things could happen instead of death until the point where you don't want to play that character anymore, and that's a player choice. So this nonsense about death having to be the only option, I think, is something that has to be addressed. Because you hit 0 hit points, what did they add into the game? Okay, maybe you guys didn't play at this point, but back in the day, you hit 0 hit points, you died. Okay, so now you hit 0 hit points, you hit unconsciousness. Other games, you hit 0 hit points, you start going down, and you have to make a roll, save roll. These are all different sort of things to try and keep you from dying. But what if you simply took something else, a stake that was different from dying, and you said, okay, I'll take this. I'll take a 1d6 off my constitution, or whatever it's going to be, and you just keep playing that character. that character that you enjoyed, that everybody knows, and you just keep playing them.
All right, for me to interject here, I know I've been talking about Savage Worlds a lot. This is why I like Savage Worlds. An example is someone we were playing a game, and there was a guy. His character, part of his background is he's basically a giant dickbag, right? The guy was a jerk. So when his character died, there is ways in Savage Worlds to bring them back, to not necessarily kill off that character. So what I did is I brought him back, but because he was so evil, I brought him back as basically his good version of himself. So he comes back, and now he's skittish, afraid of everyone, all of this thing. He's a pacifist, doesn't like combat. So to me, there are ways you can do that. Savage Worlds also has something called a Hallowed, which if they died, you can bring them back. But at random moments, they make a roll, and if they fail, the GM can take control of that character and do whatever they can for a specific amount of time. So for me, yeah, there are ways to do so if that person is, trying to, if they're doing something stupid versus heroic death and stuff, and they're repetitively doing it, that would be a way to do so. Things like ASMR said is to just, we're going to take a D6 off your con or a D6 off your intelligence or whatever, and things like that. So there are definitely ways to do so. Regarding the level thing, for me, I always have a curve in my games based on people's side quests because I always bring in background. So not everyone is always the same level. So I'll have people, say, 10. There are people at 10. I'm going to have little 8s, 7s, and if someone died, obviously level 5, right? So it'd be 5, 7, 8, and then maybe 1, 10, or 2, 10 depending. But I run a lot of people in my games usually, so.
Joe, could you do me a favor? Could you repeat what your question was? Not because I wasn't paying attention. I just want to make sure I got it right.
Is that another nat 1 on your intelligence? So
No. Legitimately, like I'm pretty sure I remember what the question is. I just want to make sure how you said it. So if you recall verbatim what you said, I'd like you to repeat it.
No, I'm gonna roll a nat 1 because I don't remember for verbatim. But it's something along the lines of, is there a way? I guess I was just gonna type this out actually. I personally don't like the idea of a character dying because a player did something that was a bad idea or that was stupid or however you want to phrase it. I don't like the idea of that action from a player punishing the rest of the group because now you've had to introduce a new character or you've had to say they're going to introduce a new character at a lower level. And my question is there a way to force that player to, I guess, be punished for making a bad decision or doing something dumb in a game setting that doesn't hurt the rest of the group? And in my thoughts in my head, I don't know of a good way to do that. I don't know if there is a great way to do that. And I guess I don't know if that's why I want this discussion, to see if there is a way to make it more difficult for that player so they understand that they did something that needs to be corrected without making it detrimental for the rest of the players at the table.
So just by default, the answer is no. Because any punishment you choose to dole out is exactly that. I mean, whether it is a wound, or you controlling them, or them losing a limb, or anything else that you could do, literally anything else that takes away from what they were, will affect the group negatively. I mean, simply put, how can it not? So, no.
But that's exactly why I wanted to have the discussion, because to see if there was a way to brainstorm something that you could do that made it more difficult for that player either to achieve something. And I mean this goes along with the idea of again, not that the character died in combat, not that the character did something heroic, or you're gonna then try to figure out this way to do something that's difficult to do. But again, it's like a conversation as along the lines of that player did something that was ridiculous or that was silly, and it caused the death of their character. And I just, like I said, I just was wondering if anybody had any ideas on something that you could do, whether it's feasible or not.
Okay, I just want to interject real quick there about this nonsense about punishing players. I mean, if you're punishing players, if you're setting yourself up into a situation where you're punishing players, you gotta think about what the hell is your role in this little group dynamic that you're punishing your friends, your people you're playing with. Secondly, if you're going to say that if a character, not a suffers a wound, well, and that's going to make the party suffer, well then why not take it all the way back to character creation and say that a bad roll for dexterity punishes the party? See what I'm saying?
But a bad roll for
we're talking more of a state-based change, not an original course change. For example, the state of the game at the point in which the character didn't have the wound was such that his ability score was already determined, ergo he's a player, or rather, excuse me, a character. During the character creation process, he's a concept, not a character. That's the key difference there. So having established that context and moving forward from it, anything you choose to do, whether it's a punishment or a reward, will have an effect. So again, the simple answer is no, because whether you punish the one character or player who made the mistake, or you choose to reward the others for not having made said mistake, it's going to change the dynamic. I mean, anytime you add or remove something, you change the state. That's just simple logic. So no.
All right, and that's I just wanted to have that conversation to see if there are any other thoughts out there. So I appreciate everybody pitching in on that kind of thing.
It's a good question. Death is a big problem. Gonna have to become something for me. I've never really used it, but it's absolutely critical. I gotta find out what I'm gonna do with mine. How I'm gonna introduce that.
Death doesn't have to be a permanent thing. You can always introduce death via different ways. If you want it to be a permanent thing, like I was stating earlier, just make it a very emotional thing. Really try and bring the characters together. The best way is what makes it a good session versus a great session. Everyone stays in character is a good session and they have fun. A great session is where you get a response from the player themselves. So that's, to me, if you can make it something, like they get angry. It's like, my friend died, that's going to piss me off as a player too, and my character, obviously. They want some revenge, they want some payback, or whatever. You're getting a response out of them that is, really, really good. So things like that where you get a responses.
Yeah,
to
and
me, the best thing.
Part of the reason I don't do it is because I also worry that my PC is going to take it personally. Like they can't. I'm still worried that they can't totally.
To me,
they can't make that separation yet, and I think with the one-on-ones that we've been talking about, that might have to be another part of that conversation that I have with them, is to make them realize that this game that we're playing, these are our characters. I am not. It doesn't work this way. We're not, because it's going to be like I was talking about earlier. It's changing the dynamic of the game that we're playing. If we're going to go into that realism side, and I'm going to need to make that in that conversation, I'm going to have to make sure they understand exactly what that means.
The best thing I would say, what I do I have 5 simple rules I use for all of my games. So the best way would be to put read a little excerpt or something, write down on a little note paper, and tell them, be like, death is a very real thing. It will happen. It's not personal. If that's how the dice fall, that's just how they fall. So, and usually when I play, I don't roll with in person at least, I don't roll with a screen. So they see my dice rolls. If I roll a natural 20, there's no way you can dispute that I didn't roll a natural 20. So that's all I would say, is just get a little clear paragraph and tell them, and discuss with them all at once. Be like, death can happen, not personal. Don't take it personally. But if something's trying to kill you, it's gonna try and kill you. And if the dice fall that way and you get hit and die, just the way it is.
Brandon, I didn't have anywhere else to really go after this. I didn't know if you were thinking on anything that we've been talking about.
Oh, absolutely. I'm really enjoying the intelligence of the conversation tonight. I mean, ASMR. I don't know if he's playing devil's advocate or just being awesome with it. I love it because it's we certainly have views on everything, and what's being brought up is great because it's giving us a chance to address different things. Because obviously, Owen's not the only new DM. David's not the only experienced DM. I'm not the only experienced DM, and I'm not even the most experienced DM here. Well, okay, maybe ASMR. I know you play it. How long have you been DMing? Not that we're trying to measure that or anything. I'm just trying to say I'm probably not the most experienced DM. 17 years for me. How about you?
I couldn't measure the actual years. It's been a long time, but I've almost always been DM and very rarely been a player. But I am very well versed in RPG design, the game blogs, different rule systems. Um, you name one, I could probably talk about it. Not to brag, it just I love this stuff and I immerse myself in it.
No, I mean that's awesome, and my experiences are limited specifically to D&D 3.5. So, you've got certainly more years of experience in the hobby, and the fact that you're more versed in the worlds. Like I said, I just proved my point. I'm not even the most experienced DM here. Uh, I might be the most experienced in 3.5 because that's all I've run for the 17 years that I've been DMing. But and again, that's on my call. I'm not comparing to anyone else outside of this call, obviously. But I love it because, like he just said, he enjoys this stuff. And I remember earlier tonight, and I don't have an audio clip or nothing that I can play back, but ASMR said, he was here to watch, and I don't know if we got on a topic that he really enjoys or not, but we've been having a lot of conversation from him, and I want to thank him for that. Or Kaz, sorry, bud.
Yeah, like you were saying, just the insight that everybody has is really been awesome, and we've been Brennan and I have both felt lucky to have so many people willing to share and willing to have these insights and willing to help people. I've just felt really lucky to have that we've been able to have everybody together on these sorts of things, and even if we don't always agree on exactly how these things are done, it's just awesome to learn and to have that kind of thing going on. I just want to thank everybody for doing that for us because it really helps. It's helping me. I know that Owen's shared that's helped him a lot, and I think everybody's learning something with that and willing to expand not just their mindset but also the players that are around them. It's hopefully going to help the people around you be a better player as well, and I think that's really awesome.
Shit, I was gonna type it, but my system's really lagging up. I think I have to restart. So I'm gonna say goodnight to you guys, and thank you very much. Hope
Anyone you
to do
want to
this
give a
again.
shout out to ASMR?
Uh, my mother.
That works, man. Have a good night.
All right. Good night, guys.
See you, Kaz. Have a good night.
All right, so I want to go ahead and get some more questions going. I know we got some viewers, live on YouTube. If any of you want to jump in, you can find us on the Google Hangouts, and you just click on the link from there, and you should be able to jump in on this. If I recall correctly, it should say join Hangout. Might not be an option if you don't add us to your circle, but feel free to do that. We'd love to have you. So David, Owen, you're in the spotlight.
Was I supposed to be thinking of a question now or something?
We're just passing the baton.
All right.
I mean, as always, anything in freeform is, fair game.
David, what do you do?
I'll go ahead on.
See some of the stuff in homebrew. Yeah, David, I was just gonna ask you. You got some of your homebrew to throw at us?
Oh God. Where to begin? Do you want custom games as a whole, or?
You know what I want? I said it in the Facebook group.
Did you? I get too many Facebook messages, man. I don't pay attention
I
to that.
want those homebrew feats.
Oh, homebrew feats. Hold on, let me open up something on Roll20 then real quick. Usually I break it down as a simple system, depending on what game it kind of is. But there's some basics. For my 5e one, I'll give you some examples here then. As soon as I'm done loading in. Okay. First thing is, what I do is this. I really enjoy homebrew feats and abilities, so I give people an opportunity every even level. And they basically come up with it, and it fits into these categories, right? And you roll a d20 to see how effective it is, and so forth. So the categories that I have set in my 5th edition game are melee attack, melee defense, ranged attack, ranged defense, a stat point, or you can get an inspiration point. Obviously, you don't need to roll a d20 for the stat point or inspiration point. For the stat point, you roll 2d6. In between those two choices, you get a 1 increase to your ability score. And for inspiration point, you just get an inspiration point. But otherwise, I have the players come up with exactly what they're doing, and they try to clarify it in one of those categories. If it's an attack, all right, here's what my attack does and how. I'm like, okay, roll a d20. You get, 20, it's going to be super effective. You get a 1, it's basically freaking useless, right? So you have it, but the other thing is every even level, so you go from 2 to 4, right? You can do that same feat again and upgrade it. So it's not, you don't have to make another one every time. You can choose the same feat and try and upgrade it. So I do that stuff, and I do magic, custom magic stuff. So I can read that list too real quick since it's in the same game. Bonus magic types that I have are magic attack, magic defense, buffs, elemental enhancements, a debilitation, healing or lifesteal, and a ritual. So, like I said, it's the same thing. You make them fit, and that's how you do it. Most of mine are on the spot, but I make the players come up with what they want, and then roll a d20 for effectiveness. They get the 1 roll, and that's it. So, if you screw it up, it's just how it happens, and you got to kind of live with it. But you can always enhance it later. That's how I do my homebrew. At least feats.
I've been thinking, with mine, I want to do some homebrew and I want to do some homebrew feats, and I kind of want to give all PCs the option to pick one homebrew feat out of the list. But I'm thinking of making mine more. I want to make them non-combat for the most part. I want to make them much more role-playing based. And I was kind of brainstorming last night, and I didn't really get any feats specifically, but I was kind of narrowing down categories in which feats could be made for. And I kind of narrowed it down to basically diplomacy, trading, travel, like deception maybe, and knowledge. And I didn't come up with any feats specifically from there, but does anybody have any quickly off the top of their head, and have any feats that they could throw in? And don't worry, I threw improved weapons in there. That's one of the few combat feats that I want to throw in.
Yeah, for me, what I use is I'll let people pick a skill, and then they roll like something, like a D2, D4, whatever, depending on their D20 roll, and that'll add that bonus to that skill. So it's like persuasion. I want to be better at persuading people things because I'm really, this, blah, blah, blah. So that's what you do. But you can do things like homebrew feats based on what I do is if you have a small group, pay attention to how they interact with things. So 3 players. So you pay attention to them and how they act in game and everything and how their characters are. Reward them maybe with a feat at like 2nd level based on how they played that session. So it'll be, maybe this guy's really intimidating. He intimidates a lot of people. The next session, maybe he gets a feat that gives him, roll a d4 +2.
I could even
say intimidate.
I could even use the feats as part of that reward system for the factions that they join. Use feats that are incorporated with the faction that they are going into. Like the Merchants Guild, reduce like lower prices when trading, for example. It's a really good idea.
Exactly.
This is more of a semantical thing, possibly, and I don't mean to be that guy, but I would change the label for certain parts of these things from feats to perks, maybe. For
I would
example,
do that too. Maybe like, you could call it perks or bonuses or something simple, but not necessarily feats. That would also work too. Well, an actual feat to me is usually like combat or magic based, but yeah, that would definitely work.
Yeah, especially considering they're starting at 0 level. I really want to, if that works out that way, I really want them to feel like they're actually 0, and I want to give them a lot of. That's the exciting part. That's why people want to play. That's the best thing about PCs is acquiring new things as they go. So it would probably definitely be best to introduce those things later on.
yeah.
Yeah.
So to what you were just saying, like with the acquisition part of it, and we had that conversation a little bit earlier. Like, why do we want to carry so much? Why do we want to have so much gold? Why do we want to do this? And part of that I think just comes truly from the humanity side, as we briefly discussed in a humorous manner. Along those lines, with regards to adding stuff for that, you had asked for a list of homebrew feats, and I had realized that I actually don't have any that I labeled as feats. And I think the reason for that is most of what my players want to do, they end up discussing it in such a way that it would almost be a separate class. So what they typically end up doing is we end up spinning off a prestige class based on the character that they're playing. So in the future, anyone else who reads about that character, because we keep a log of characters that we've had, again, on the wiki, that we've talked about a few times. And if someone looks at that build or wants to see that build, they can pull that up and, oh yeah, so that's what that means when they're referring to technomancer, or that's what that means when they're referring to cryomancer, or any other different terms that you choose to assign to your homebrew stuff, even if there is some overlap with pre-existing material. So yeah, for combat feats, I didn't see a whole need to add my own, because I don't want to say it's all been done before, but there's really only so many bonuses that you can give, and only so many elemental attacks and flavorful stuff like that you can do with it. And then some people would argue, well, it's only limited by your creativity. Sure, I get that, but it really comes down to, unless you're adding truly new and far out there things, aka being creative, then the pre-existing stuff that the system gives you, the 4 elements, by default, and a few other, let's call them, like poison doesn't really fall into an element, that kind of stuff. There's only so many things you can do with that. So I made a lot of perks as it relates to joining things. For example, when you play, we talked about video games, when you play like Elder Scrolls, and you do a certain quest line, you get an actual title that gives you an innate ability, specific, to being a member of that group or organization. Membership has its privileges, like that's obviously been said before. So you join an Assassin's Guild. Now you have certain context in the Assassin's Guild, but you don't get all the context. Like, membership is different at different levels of membership, right? So the longer that you choose to be in the different groups, at least in my world, the better your bonuses are. It's almost like you paid your dues. You continue to level up within that organization, so to speak. And if you don't reinvest some of your profits from the abilities you've got from having access to this membership organization, then you don't level up. If you don't take on the missions that they want you to take on, they might soon become your enemy. So membership has its privileges, yes, but so too then should a failure to be a member, a supporting member. Like, just claiming the title does very little good if you're not actually involved with the organization. So there's punishments for it too. And to me, that's how it makes sense to me, from a logical standpoint. But maybe I'm off base on that. So that's where my minor feats if you want to call it that, or perks or that stuff come in at.
So do you think that it would be appropriate for reputations to decay over time, just naturally?
Absolutely.
I would agree as well. If they didn't do anything, yes, I would think so. Just naturally over time, you need to be doing something to obviously increase your reputation. So to me, yeah, that would be something. And also, um, like Brennan said, imagination. That's what you're limited to your creativity. Some people I've met are really creative, and that's why I give the option to players really for their homebrew feats. Another thing I was going to suggest is maybe as part of their background for those players who write a really detailed background, give them one of those bonus perks or maybe a minor feat based on that. A little something to give them an edge, level 1, because they put so much effort into their character. So that's just me. I like to reward creativity.
I'll even say it this way for people who might be, watching on the on YouTube and wondering what's going on. Thanks, Matt, for joining us. We'll get to you in just a second, but all right. So what I would say is I'm going to ask you guys, and you can show via head bob, because that way everyone in chat can see you. Have you heard of Pepsi? Have you heard of Coke? Have you heard of Pampers? Depends. And I'm going to stop there. Yeah, you've heard of these things, right? But you still see commercials for them. Why? Because their reputation, right? They want to keep their brand in the forefront of your mind. So absolutely, if they're not doing anything to keep their earned reputation earned and or increasing, then it does need to decrease. Again, that's how I think from a logical standpoint. If I'm wrong on that, let me know in the comments. If you disagree, I'd love to hear why, and maybe you can join on the conversation next time. Thanks.
I agree 100%.
Well, okay. In my scenario, though, that being said, I'm going to have the team working together, and they're going to be representing their own factions. And those are going to be major faction changes, lead missions and things, and they represent them. But there's going to have to be a way to do the smaller maintenance of those reputations, because they're going to have to be. You only meet so many times, and it's going to be in real time. So the time between sessions is going to be considered as well. What are smaller ways that you can kind of maintain those things between sessions, do you think?
I mean, this is going to be me not DMing, of course. But one of the things that I think that you could do, talking about in between sessions, but what about game time? Has time passed in your world? Did you do a mission and then 3 weeks later you did another mission, or there was another quest that came along, or something like that? Something like that. And that's really more what you had to focus on as far as keeping up a reputation, because then you can say, so you had 3 weeks of downtime, you can cover it really, really quickly. You had 3 weeks of downtime. What did you do to keep in contact with your guild, or what did you do to make sure that people understood that you were part of, did you go to your guild meetings? Did you donate to your temple, or however you want to do it? You could do it really, really quickly. You don't necessarily have to, in that downtime, increase your reputation. You just have to keep it level. You just
Yeah.
have
Well,
to, have them offer that information to say, yes, I went to, every Thieves Guild meeting, once a week, something like that.
Now, before we get a response back, I'm going to trample over you for a second, Owen. Sorry, bud. I want to welcome Matt to the call, and I want to give him a chance to, say hi. And Joe, if you'd like to get the seasonings ready, we're going to go ahead and throw them on the grill here. This is the tradition, Matt. I don't know if you know what you stepped into, if you've been watching us or not, but welcome, bud. We have a series of questions that will make sure that you're properly tenderized, properly seasoned, and hopefully not too well done before you can continue on in the chat. All right.
all
So
right.
Joe, if you got those things ready, we can hit him with those. Owen, do you think you can hold your answer long enough, or your comment? Yeah. All right. Joe, start up the grill.
Brennan, you should always know that my seasonings are ready 100% of the time. So Matt, welcome to the channel. I'm glad you joined us tonight, and like I said, we're just going to start off with questions. It's just a way for you to introduce yourself and just kind of get an idea of what you're into and the things that you like to do. So question number 1 is, what got you into D&D or tabletop gaming?
Oh, that was my older siblings. When I was probably about 8 years old was when my brothers were playing a lot of AD&D Second Edition. I really tried to play AD&D Second Edition a lot of times, but I think it was grossly inelegant system from my perspective, and I was too young to really comprehend it. But I always kind of stuck with it. I dabbled in a couple of other systems. I played this anime-based game one time called Tinker's Dam, which was a lot of fun. But it wasn't until I was in high school and I met one of my best friends who introduced me to Vampire the Masquerade and the Wolf of Darkness games that I really, really jumped into role-playing. But I was always interested in like theater and acting. I was a huge drama nerd. I majored in theater in college, and kind of playing pretend has been my life for as long as I've been around.
All right, so I gotta say something just real quick. First of all, love that background that you have. Your personal background, not necessarily what's behind you. Sorry, I wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
Second, anything you say here can and will be used against you. Just ask David. He has made a mistake before, and we're
Never
gonna make him pay for it. Yep, we're gonna make him pay for it. So you said that you have acting chops. Is what I believe I heard. If you could do me a favor and just kind of freestyle something, not necessarily a rap, and as that might imply, but let's see what you got.
All right, I'm going to give you. This is something really intense. I'm going to give you my acting face for you. This is just prepare. You guys, you have tissues? Ready? This is going to be some hard hitting stuff.
Oh, hold on a minute. Yep. Okay, I'm ready. All right, I'm good.
All right.
Better make me boo-hoo.
Are you ready for my acting face? And there it is. Did you get chills? I got chills.
I might have. I had the Kleenex in front of my face. I don't know.
Okay.
It's
actually
something in my eye, I swear.
Okay, that's good. No, I'm actually in game. I'm wonderful at improvising, but I'm actually pretty terrible at like just off the cuff improv. I'm much in terms of acting. I'm much more used to loads and loads and loads of preparation.
All right, so we'll give you a time frame. We'll have you back on the call. Not that you're leaving or anything right now, but we're going to have you back on the call, and I want you to prepare some material for us. And whatever works for you. We do this pretty much every night. So I'm sure the viewers that are watching are going to want to see this. So what kind of time frame works for you? You want to set yourself a date?
Oh God, my schedule is awful, so I don't even know if I can come back at any specific time. You say how often do you do this?
Every night. Well, except for tomorrow and next Sunday. I guess Sundays are off limits. My apologies.
Possibly Monday. Possibly. I can't make any promises though.
All right. We'll see if we can get you in.
Okay.
So I guess we're just going to continue then with more of the off-the-cuff answers, because I'm just going to keep asking more questions. So I'm going to put you on the spot as long as you're okay with it. So I'm going to continue with the questions. So we got through question number 1. Question number 2, along with the grilling seasoning, is: do you consider yourself a DM, a player, a content provider, or any or all of the above?
Mostly a DM. About 95% of my role-playing experience has been in the storyteller or game master, dungeon master, flame tender, whatever you want to call it, chair. I've only played in a couple of games. it's a blast. But the more I've played, I think the more I do prefer being GM, as much work as that is.
Yeah, I don't DM at all, but all these other guys are telling me it's a pain in the ass, so I'll just take your guys' word for it.
It can be.
It can be, especially if your players aren't very experienced or aren't. I don't know. It's like the last couple of games I've run. I've got a couple online on my channel. I've had really, really amazing players, and they do about 90 to 100% of the work. But it's if you have people who are engaged and liked, aren't afraid to ham it up and actually play their character, it makes things very, very easy.
Yeah, I don't know if Brennan has any good players that he plays with, so I think we just make it harder. So the question number 3 then is your best experience in role-playing or tabletop gaming. Something memorable that either you've done or you've been a part of at the table, just something that you'd be willing to share.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So what I still, and this may be complete nostalgia because this was over a decade ago, but one of my, I think the best game I ever ran was Vampire the Requiem First Edition, right when it came out, and I was playing in high school, and I remember we played this game for a long, long time, and one of my players, her human family just completely disintegrated, and she ended up embracing several characters and kind of created this new vampiric family. And there was an antagonist that I had, and they had to, oh God, what was it? I don't remember the exact details. They were trying to get access to the airport in the city or something like that, and he had kind of control over it. And he had always been one step ahead of them at all times. But there was a scene where she and her gangrel children and brothers walked into his office to demand access to this airport, and he was going to make them give a blood bond or something, pay some sort of a price to get access to it. And my player just completely surprised me and just told me, not this time. And it was this moment when I realized that I wasn't holding any cards at all, and my player absolutely, she completely beat me and earned that victory. It was awesome. I just remember like stopping and being like, oh God, like this has never happened before.
That's awesome. It's always cool when you're caught by surprise and you just like, oh no, what did I do?
Yeah, well, I was sitting there. I was like, God, I'm not even upset. I'm just impressed at this point. It was really cool. It was a great experience.
Awesome. All right, so last question, and this is probably our most philosophical one. So feel free to go at it as you will. The
Sure.
last question is, why do you game?
Oh God. I mean, primarily because it's a lot of fun. I've always been attracted to fantasy and horror and just kind of playing around in someone else's skin. That sounds really creepy. Primarily it's a form of entertainment for me, but it's also a great form of social interaction, and to me it's the best form of entertainment. It's better than video games. It's better than film in a lot of ways, and it's a way to kind of collaboratively tell a story and kind of create something that no one really expected. My stories have never once survived contact with my players, and they are much, much better for that.
That's awesome. I appreciate you sharing with us, and it's just like Brennan was saying, we just kind of do this to everybody to allow them to have their time and share their
Cool, thank
feelings
you.
on what we feel are like important questions and to add to that community, which is awesome. So I appreciate that.
So are you feeling seared?
Oh yeah, just absolutely burnt to a crisp.
Oh, Joe, you did your job wrong if he's burnt.
Well, sometimes
I'm still
you just put it on the
pink.
grill
I'm
too
still
much.
pink in the middle, so it's fine. I would say I'm medium well.
So it was the hot fire. Just throw you on there and then
Yeah.
take you out real quick. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
A searing. I gotcha.
hmm
All right, so that's it for our questions. You are now welcome to come back. You survived. I think we had only 2 deaths last night in the marathon broadcast. They were posted. They were posted in the different Facebook groups that we're a part of. I was one of them, but it's cool. Someone was kind enough to cast res. David, I also think you said you died, right? Yeah, awesome. I don't actually have any more questions that I want to ask, short of what we always do. We like to give people some floor time. So I'm gonna give you a little bit of time to prepare, Matt. If you'd like to think of some questions for us or other members of the chat, or the panel, we'll call it, you've got some time to do that because we're gonna go back to Owen now, so he can finish up his response.
I don't know I have no idea what I'm responding to. I've just been listening to Matt.
No. I asked you, do you think you can hold your question? And you waved at the camera. I don't have a recording clip of this, but you did say that. Did you roll that one on your int check?
What were we talking about? Oh, it was the end of what I was talking about earlier. Let me think.
Do 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 do.
Nah, I'll punch.
No.
But I want to know. I said in chat. I do want to know what Matt's current role-playing situation is. What are you involved in right now?
So right now, mostly I've been playing a lot of Within the Ring of Fire with Anderwood and a couple of other people. I've been running those games online. I'm currently playing in a game run by George Heinke, if I've said that name right. We are playing across continents and across states, which is pretty amazing. But I've been playing a lot of that. I recently ran a one-shot of Dead of Night for a couple of my friends, which is a great B-movie horror game that it's got some really interesting mechanics, and I really enjoy it because it rewards you for playing into horror movie stereotypes. So if you're the kind of person who you're the you suggest no, we need to split up, and I'm going to go into the dark basement by myself. You actually get bonuses and things like that. So it's a lot of fun. It makes for a lot of interesting trade-offs of people putting their characters in stupid danger, and rewarding them for doing so. So it makes interesting situations happen all the time. And I'm preparing a Vampire the Requiem 2nd Edition game right now. With some of my in real life friends. But that, of course, just everybody I know, we've all got crazy schedules, so who knows if that'll ever happen. And I'm desperately awaiting the release of Exalted 3rd Edition. The Exalted is one of my favorite games of all time, and we've had a 2nd Edition game kind of on hold waiting for that to transition for about 2 years now.
I didn't come up with what I was talking about before, so you can just go ahead and move past me. Jonathan, how did your session go? Are you the DM?
Yeah.
What took so long?
What's up?
What took so long to get through that first segment?
They just wanted to try to rush. They didn't want to rush everything. They just want to take their time. Like, have you played Horde?
Yeah. I started it. Yeah, I have a little bit.
Well, there's one point where they're. Did you play the Sanctuary? They just wanted to go straight for the door, and they wanted to take the side and then the rear. I'm like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, that is the exact same thing that happened in my group. I really wanted to try the pre-mades. I never have, and I started into them, and I couldn't really figure out how to DM the books. I mean, I did. I think I got it. I think I was doing it the way that I was supposed to, I guess, but I just thought it was way harder than just DMing my own campaign, and I almost wish that just had given me a little tiny bit of material. You know what I mean? I could just kind of freeball it from there, just do my own thing. Because the more I tried to use the books, the more complicated it got for me. Do you like doing the pre-mades?
This is actually the first session I've DM'd, so kind of decided I'd go into the pre-made, and I've talked to the group that I'm playing with, and they want to do a long term after we finish Horde and do Rise. They kind of want to do a homebrew, and I'm trying to decide if I want to do one that takes place after Rise of Tiamat, or if we want to do like a somehow they get put into a new world or something like that. So that's what I'm trying to deal with right now.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Something that if I look back on it now, I think that what I might do is it sucks having all the pressure of being the DM, but the fortunate thing is when you're using the pre-mades, you could almost start working on your own campaign while you're doing the pre-made, and that's the mistake that I kind of made before, but that's a great opportunity to have that ready to go. Just a thought that I had in retrospect, looking back on when I was working with the books.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to illustrate, and they kind of want to take it to where the money that they're earning from all the pre-made sections, they want to build like start businesses, and they want to have houses, and they want to build like expand like to their life. And I was like, well, if we finish Rise of Tiamat and we're level 20, then we can illustrate some sort of like you build your houses, you have your kids, and you can play as your kids. You know, they have to be the same race, but they can be any class, and we'll play as your kid. Your old characters can be NPCs at that point. And then if we're in a town where your NPC is living, then you control them if something happens.
That's awesome. I never even thought of that. That would be amazing. Do a campaign that spans generations. That's wild. Hey, Joe, Joe or Brennan, have you guys ever done any pre-mades?
Okay, has my group that I'm playing with now? No. Have I? Yes. Will I again? No. I just, I will be familiar with them, and if I have a group that either I don't think can handle the world that I have set up, like yeah, I would probably consider that. Or like if in a one shot, like the requests come up, like people want to run, but they all want to do this particular module or expedition, whatever you want to call it, then yeah, I would totally do that. I'm not like, oh, I'm too good to run that, right? But I just I'm very comfortable with where I'm at. I'm not unwilling to step out of my comfort zone. Quite the contrary. I just think it takes longer and it's harder to find your comfort zone as a DM, uh, than it does to sit within something that's all you have to do is regurgitate it. I guess that's why I always had a hard time with school. I'm like, why am I listening to this person basically recite what's in this book, and then I got to do the homework afterwards? Why can't I just be, doing the work on my own? And in that regard, I guess I'm lucky because I know some people, don't have the ability to learn like that. But that's a topic for a different time. It's just more of a statement I wanted to make with regards to that particular subject. Thanks.
So for my answer to that, I guess in a D&D setting, I have not in the actual aspect of the D&D rules. I've not played something that is modular or a book-based campaign, but I did role play to a certain extent that it allows you in Hero Quest. So although it's a much smaller aspect and it's not this even drawn out as far as the world is in a book setting, but Hero Quest allows you to still play characters and still do some basic role playing aspects while still being in a structured campaign. So I have done a little bit of it, but not nearly as extensive as doing stuff in a book setting. So that's my answer for it. But yeah, Matt, to answer your question in chat, we try to do things moderated a little bit, but if you've got something to add or questions you want to post or get in the group, just feel free. Go ahead and why don't you have at it?
I guess just kind of a general question. Do you guys play specifically, like, do you have one genre that you tend to stick to, whether it's fantasy or sci-fi? What are the kinds of games that you're interested in? I have mainly been interested in horror games, but that's just because horror is like my favorite genre of film, video game, everything. So I'm interested to see what you guys are into.
Can I ask you to just clarify real quick? Are you asking that in a specifically role play setting, or are you just saying game, in
Yes,
general?
yes, in regards
Just
to role playing.
Okay. Thank you. Matt, since you're posing the question, what we've kind of been doing is allowing the person who's posed the question to go left to right or right to left on their screen, or just call people out so everybody gets a chance to talk. If somebody wants to pass or have no comment, they'll let you know that. But if you just want to kind of lead it off and just say call on the different people, just go ahead.
Yeah, why don't we start left to right with David?
For me, I don't necessarily have a favorite. I'm all over the place. I play everything. Fantasy, sci-fi, horror. I really enjoy horror games if someone does them right, like Call of Cthulhu and things like that. But I even do, spaghetti westerns, all kinds of crap. I play everything, man. The more out there it is, the more likely I am to play it because it's outside the norm, and the norm to me gets rehashed and redone a lot. So I like to have something that's a lot different. Like recently, I started playing a Doom-based game, so that's pretty fun.
Doom, like the video game, or Dune,
Yeah.
D-U-N-E? Okay, okay.
Doom, like the video game.
Cool. How about our overlord Dice&Decks here?
So, some people may be surprised at this because I believe that I may have implied it fairly heavily that like I'm only into D&D, but no, I am more than willing to play anything that anyone else would like to introduce me to. My situation is that and has been in my life that I've not always had the liquid income to allocate to as much stuff as my interests are. And I think everyone has that problem. So I don't feel I'm unique in this. I just feel like I've played more of the collector role in what I do get into. So whereas everyone has played certain games, I have everything for the certain games that I play. Again, I said it in chat one night before. There is nothing that I do not have that exists for content that's official for 3.0 or 3.5. There isn't a single legend from Magic the Gathering that I do not have at least one copy of. Most of them I have 4 of. So my extensive collecting has prohibited me from being exposed to as many games as I may have liked to. Also, I'm a very dedicated worker, and as soon as I got done with college, I immediately went into working at a steel mill, and my time was invested working. And you may not believe this, and I understand why you might not. 116 hours a week, every day, for 16 hours a day, for 3 months straight, without a day off. I did that because I was fresh out of college, had some bills to pay, wanted to get married, and I paid for the wedding in cash. I regret it though, because one should simply not work that many hours in a week. That's 3 full-time jobs, in case you're not good at math. But anyhow, yeah, that's my take on it. I'm sorry I went a little long-winded on that one. I just felt I needed to explain why I haven't played all of these games. When I say that I'm interested in these things and I say that I'm a fan of all things fantasy, all things geek or nerd or whatever term you choose to apply to it. So thanks for listening.
Guys, that's impressive. Your work ethic, that's insane. I would have failed at that pretty much immediately. I will say, in response to David, there's a pretty simple game out there that is awesome that came out in 2012 as an English language version called Stalker, the sci-fi RPG, that is absolutely phenomenal. You can get a PDF super cheap on DriveThruRPG, and I think the print on demand is available somewhere else. I think it's like lulu.com. I think I might actually have it around here somewhere. Well, it's gone at the moment. But it's a diceless system, which has its strengths and its weaknesses. But the setting is so good, and it's weird. It's out there. The premise is kind of that you've got this event that happens, just known as the Visitation, that people theorize it's an alien visitation that ends up permanently altering these 7 zones across a certain parallel on the globe in kind of the modern day. And the characters that you play are these kind of like morally ambiguous Indiana Jones grave robbers, basically going into these zones where the laws of physics are completely messed up. Some people have kind of compared it to Numenera in a sense, but it's definitely worth checking out. Stalker, the sci-fi RPG, is absolutely phenomenal. Very easy to get into, and very easy to get people playing and role playing because of the simplicity of the system. Anyway, I will cede the floor to whoever's next.
Who's next on your roll call there, Matt?
Looks like you are.
Oh, awesome. So as far as actually role-playing in person, I've only played with Brennan, and his campaign is high magic, high fantasy. But I will say that in role-playing online, I did play World of Warcraft for a long time. And when Games Workshop was actually working on making Warhammer 40K online, I was super excited, and I really wanted to play a science fiction campaign or game at that point in that sort of setting. So again, sort of Brennan's situation where I haven't always had the opportunity to play anything else. I've wanted to try those different things, and unfortunately, Games Workshop ended up, trashing the online option for Warhammer 40K, and I was really kind of disappointed about it. But I really was looking forward to it, and I was really hoping that they would have gone to that point, because I would have probably eaten it up. I would have had a really good time with it, and that would have been awesome. So, sort of like Brennan, where I'm interested in all those different things, just haven't really had the opportunity. But if those ever came up, I would definitely be into that kind of thing. I'm not a huge fan of the horror genre zombie stuff. It's just not my bag. But to do the sci-fi, do the fantasy, do some of those other options, I would be totally into that kind of thing.
And next is Jonathan.
Well, that would be. It's kind of hard because I've only been playing D&D for a tabletop roleplay, but on the computer text-based roleplay, I usually stick to more of the fantasy. There's a book written about it, like Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, Chronicles of Narnia. But I also play a lot of historical based of the Knights Templar, Civil War, Revolutionary War. So anything that, if there's a tabletop version of a historical battle or a historical roleplay, then I'd probably try it out and see how much I like it.
Just drop my microphone. It's fine. Next up is Owen.
I was going to say, like we were talking about earlier, it's crazy how many of the different bases of role-playing we have covered in this group tonight. It's even more so now than it was before. But that's awesome, Jonathan, that you get into that historical stuff. I've never really thought about that, but that's probably got to be pretty great. For me, I I love this. I just love the sci-fi fantasy. Horror isn't really so much up my alley, but I pretty much started with Magic when I was younger, and I got into D&D kind of around that time. Around 3.5 was when I got into D&D. And then when I went to college, I kind of took a hiatus for a while. I did a little campaigning then, but now I'm back into 5e. My experience has always been with new players. I've always DM'd with like brand new players, and I was pretty much always a brand new DM for the most part. I didn't really ever need to develop my Dungeon Master skills so far. But now, right now, I'm kind of realizing that this is my shit. This is what I do. For a long time, um, I didn't really recognize that, I guess. Like when I say I took my hiatus, whatever. I did my own thing. I just kind of got drunk and fucked around for a while. But now I realize that this is it. Now I'm kind of coming back into it again, and I'm realizing this is what I do. And I'm really looking forward to, I don't know, I want to get into like Roll20 and get into a couple of the other fantasy RPGs and things like that, because I've never really done anything but D&D. That's kind of my thing.
Cool. As far as fantasy games go, if you guys want to try something again weird and out there, I definitely suggest taking a look at Within the Ring of Fire. It's a really really simple system. I haven't played D&D like I said since second edition, so I don't really have much of a experience based with like 3.5 or outside of like a Pathfinder game I played or fifth edition since it's so new. But Within the Ring of Fire is really, really excellent, and it takes a lot of the weird kind of fantasy tropes that we have in all the races and kind of rips out their guts and puts new innards inside of them. So it's familiar and yet strikingly different. And yeah, it's a really cool game. It's all about telling the best story, which is my kind of passion with role playing. Anyway, that's the only question I got for now.
That's awesome though, Matt. I mean, it's something that everybody gets to share what their opinions are for the things that they enjoy doing, which is again what we've been trying to do. Brennan, you got something on that one, or want to go next?
I was trying to find something from the chat. Give me a second here. If I can't find it, I'll just throw it back at Joe. Actually, you know what? I had somebody earlier tonight, one of my friends on Facebook, one of our viewers and subscribers on YouTube, tag me in a post. So I'm going to call out the person who tagged me, Joshua Hanna. I believe he was in our call one of the nights, and what he tagged me on was an article about how success almost killed a game and how its creators saved it. And it's dealing with Magic the Gathering. Let's see here if I can. Apparently, it's on like npr.org, Blogs and Money, April 16th, 2015. So yeah, Magic's making money, hand over foot. Thanks, Owen. I'm glad that you said that you saw that because I do want to remind everyone, we are Dice&Decks, not Dice and Dice or anything like that. So we'll have a brief conversation about that article. Owen, since you've read it, I didn't read it. I was going to try to skim it for the important parts. I'm a fairly fast reader in that regard. But if you want to talk on that for just a moment, you said it was a good article. No, don't do it to you. David, do you have information, or are you saying yes to something else? Oh, okay. So, yeah, basically, from what it looks like, it's just saying how Magic is really big. Now, the reason Magic is big right now isn't necessarily because, in my opinion, it's not because they've reconnected with their fan base. It's because they're doing a good job of drawing people in to the game, that are younger, that have the expendable income still. And it's the one thing they are doing though is they are starting to release finally collector sets, basically, meaning if you weren't a collector back when the stuff first came out, or back when some of the previous sets weren't released, or excuse me, were released rather, and you just didn't buy into it at that time or didn't have that money to do so, now you can buy, like the Masters Edition or Modern Masters rather, excuse me, and other collector type stuff like that. And they are really doing a good job of branding it, but I don't think that it's bringing the older fans back in, because so oftentimes I talk to people. For example, I'm pretty sure everyone we've had on the call that plays D&D, the Dice side of the channel, has said that they really don't any longer play Magic anymore. So my question would be, why is that? You played it when you were younger. Did you stop playing it because it was too expensive? That seems to be an answer a lot of the time. So I don't know how they fix that problem, but if anyone can correct me on that, if they think I'm wrong from what we've had from viewers, and I'd like to get, maybe I'll put that up as a survey on the D&D channels. Do you think people take that kindly? I don't know. It's Wizards of the Coast product. Maybe it's related. But anyhow, let us know in the comments what you guys think. Magic getting bigger by doing a good job of branding it. Is that bringing any of the older players back in like they've done with, D&D, or do you just mature out of Magic and you go into D&D? Do you desire more? Kind of like with, as you get older, maybe not wanting to play video games any longer. Is that part of it, you guys? Let us know what you think in the comments on YouTube, or join in the conversation. We'll be sure to post something more related to that on the Facebooks and other media sites tomorrow. Go ahead, guys, if you have any opinions here in the panel.
I played Magic the Gathering religiously for about 6 months when I was in second grade, and I quickly figured out that it was what little income I had was going directly toward buying more cards, and I figured out that that was a bad idea for me, and I never went back. I think fundamentally, Magic the Gathering is just completely different than role playing. I don't think it's necessarily that you grow out of it and then graduate on to role playing. I think it's just fundamentally a different type of game. It's not the type of game I prefer to play, so I tend that kind of nerd income that I have tends to go towards role playing products now. Yeah, that's about it.
I know there's been oh, go ahead, David, go ahead.
Okay, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Joe, but I still have my from the new set, the black and green deck. To me, it's the new set's pretty fun. They started explaining everything and all the moves, but I never really got too much into Magic. I enjoyed playing it, but I wasn't like religious playing it. To me, as a kid, I always played more of Yu-Gi-Oh as a kid, and I still actually enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh surprisingly.
Ooh, just kidding.
But it was always because the games were faster to me. As a kid, the games lasted longer with Magic. You had to think more. With Yu-Gi-Oh, it was just okay, do this. The game's basically over. So that's why I liked it, because you can basically take someone down in one turn if you have the right cards. But I got into D&D and stopped buying Magic cards because of the fact there's more to it. I would love to incorporate Magic, however, somehow into my game. They've got pretty cool spells and things like that, but I just always preferred tabletop over most card games.
So, actually, just real quick on David's last portion of the comment. There was a game called Spellfire that came out right about the same time as Magic back in the day, and that was a D&D based game. And my uncle, who was really the one that got me into a lot of the fantasy games, he bought Magic the Gathering as it first came out. He also bought Spellfire as it first came out, and he, in the last year or two, has given me all of his old cards, and so I have all that collection of stuff, which is just awesome. It's just cool to have that kind of thing. But going through all the Spellfire stuff, it's actually got the spells for those, for those different things. And at one point, I was going to bring those into our game, and I was going to actually have, those spells. So when somebody casts Cure Light Wounds, I could actually bring up the Spellfire card and say, this is Cure Light Wounds. This is, Cure Moderate Wounds or whatever. So I was actually thinking about doing that. I haven't done that yet, but that is something, if you wanted to add like a visual aid, you could have that as something that you could go with. As far as magic being a portion of what is going into tabletop gaming or role play gaming, I guess this is gonna sound kind of bad, but the whole idea of a gateway of a gateway drug, it's not that's always a bad term, but it allows you to have your mind open. When you talk about, like, David and I were talking about chess in the chat. Chess is a very strategic game. You do your thing. You know where all the pieces go. Everybody has the same idea as far as what the rules are. That's everything's laid out in front of you, and you can kind of see things as they develop, and you build your strategy based on the opening and the mid game and stuff like that. Well, with Magic, there's this aspect of luck factor. There is a random deck that you're playing against. What your draw is going to be is going to change how you're going to play your next move, or the next card you're going to play. All that stuff changes. So there's a portion of it where it forces you to keep your mind open, and it forces you to be adaptable in what you're going to do next. And for me, I think that's where playing Magic, or playing something like Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon or whatever it is, it allows you to go into those other things much more easily, because you've had experience with, you're a wizard, you're a caster, you're fighting somebody else, you're trying to beat this other person, but you also have to strategize around them. You have to try to develop these different things. And I think if you do those things at a young age, or you do those things along with your gaming, then that makes it much easier for you to get into the role-playing aspect. It allows you to be creative with those things. And I think they're not, you can do one without the other, but I definitely think one helps the other. And I think that's a big portion of it. And I appreciate the fact that I was introduced to those things at a younger age, so that now I can look back and I can draw on those experiences, and I can say, I've done these things, and now that leaves me open to other possibilities and other things that I can do with my role playing, with my other game playing. I think it makes me a better player in all those aspects, because I've been able to draw on those experiences.
Joe, I have to interject here. I had to bob out for just a second, but I want to say shame on you, sir. We do not boo our guests. We might ridicule them, we might grill them, and we certainly will make them laugh and hopefully piss themselves at some point. But we do not boo them. And you just insulted potential viewers. You guys, if you want a new host, a co-host, because this one doesn't seem to be a fan of Yu-Gi-Oh, let me know in the comments. Come on, Heart of the Cards, give me Exodia. I need, like, the right arm, and then I can win this match. Oh, shit.
Everybody's got to have somebody that they love to hate. That's all I got to say.
It's a Karibo. Damn it.
We talking Karibo level 9? Because you can win with that shit.
Oh no, if it was Karibo level 9, I would have said so. No, we just top decked a Karibo, sadly.
Put him face down, man. Wait for a guy to attack. And get more cards later.
But the point is now I'm not going to win because I didn't get the last piece of Exodia.
You can still win.
Heart of the Cards, is it?
I guess it's more of luck of the draw.
I literally have no idea what you guys are talking about.
See? And he just further offended Yu-Gi-Oh fans. Joe, you should have at least pulled up Google and quickly read all of the comprehensive rules in the current ban list for Yu-Gi-Oh and restricted, If anyone would like to play a game, I do have a deck. It's called the Gold Standard. My record is 614-0, and I would love to verse you. I haven't played since, let's see, 2006. Most of my cards, I'm sure, are banned by now.
Probably. In fact, I would probably confirm that.
Were we doing left to right option with the Magic the Gathering and role-playing conversation? Where are you going with that one?
I wasn't sure if everyone would have input on that because, I mean, we're drawing from the D&D stuff a lot more right now. So most of our guests are going to have that, but not surprisingly, everyone has experience on Magic. It seems like. So if anyone else does have a commentary on Magic and wants to say anything, now's your time.
Jonathan, Matt, do you guys have anything to add to the other gateways into doing the role play in the tabletop? I think we're all good here.
All right, so if you like Magic, join us for the conversation. We're also going to be going into some Magic Facebook groups and trying to pull in some people from that because I know that's the big one. Also going to hit up Black White for those of you fans of Weiss Schwartz and anime. I know we got one person, at least in the panel right now, that said he's a fan of anime. Don't know if he's aware of the card game. Supposedly it's really interesting. David, you can check that out. Apparently you can play as your favorite anime characters in Black White, Weiss Schwartz. So, yeah, if you're not familiar with it, that's another money drain for you. Enjoy.
And apparently, if you enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh! On our channel, feel free to message me and educate me on how awesome a game it is.
Yes, do that. Remember, his last name is Bread. Joe Bread. All right, so any other card game stuff or any interesting stuff related to the deck side of it? I said we would cover it. I want to make sure that we hit it a little bit at least. We're going to get more content. Does anyone have any other card games they want to mention? I know like Force of Will came out. Not Force of Will for Magic, but Force of Will, a new TCG.
Does anybody play cribbage? I had a 28-point hand. 4 5s in my hand, Jack on the cut. Okay, I'm just going to put that out there and I'll pass on that. Absolutely crazy.
I have played cribbage before, but unfortunately when you started talking about that, we lost one viewer. So we're going to try not to bring that one up unless we have a special request for cribbage. Also, I think the technical difficulties from last night we found out were Owen's fault as well. So, we're just really not having the best of luck with your topics, and you're causing issues, Owen. But we love you. Don't worry.
You're the one that made the D&D group Dice&Decks instead of just D&D, by the way.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, there's that. And I did emphasize that we would be focusing heavily on the dice part of it for a while. But,
you sound like a politician right now.
Yes, actually, I'm glad that you mentioned that. I would like to submit my bid for president. I am 31 currently. You apparently have to be 35. So unfortunately, I won't participate in the 2016 election. I'll only be 32. So that means the earliest I can run is 2020. What do you guys think? Should I say a vision of the future, 2020, vote Dice&Decks?
As long as you legally change your name to Dice&Decks, I would totally be okay with that.
Well, come on, I wasn't going to say my real name right there. No offense, guys. I'm not ready for that kind of publicity yet. I don't want to have to sign autographs and stuff everywhere I go. Maybe in 2020 I'll be ready. We'll see.
Well, I'm just going to say, Owen, if you ever want to talk cribbage, I'm totally down with that, so just let me know. Matt, I did see that you say you've got something in the chat, so if you want to go for it, whatever you were adding.
Yeah. So it's actually kind of a crossover of the usage of cards and role-playing games. The new World of Darkness settings from Onyx Path Publishing, they've integrated the use of cards into their system. They have this system called Conditions, which is awesome, and I love it. I do have these right here. Condition cards. So it's basically if you use a magical ability on someone, it's much like one of you was saying earlier about using magic cards. It's like, here's Cure Light Wounds. If you're affected by a supernatural ability, or even just under certain mundane circumstances, you'll gain a condition. Like this one is the Wanton condition, and what it does is it tells you every single effect that your character faces, and kind of how to roleplay those, as well as offering you a solution, a way to roleplay your way out of having this condition. It's an easy way to keep track of effects. That's it keeps you from having to flip through a rule book trying to find, okay, what did level 3 of this ability do? How does that interact with this? It just gives you a simple description of it, and not only does it give you a way to roleplay your way out of the situation, you gain experience by doing so, and you can also, if you have like critical failures, you can opt to take a condition that's appropriate to the situation for additional experience, or at least points towards experience. For me, it's brilliant. I haven't had a chance to use them yet, but it does simplify a lot of things, and it gives kind of specific goals for each character in whatever situation they're in, which I really, really like. Having the more goals you can have, the more fun you're going to have. And you can get them from Drive-Thru RPG, which I did, and it came with this nice little deck box as well, which is pretty cool.
The one thing I was going to ask earlier, I don't know if you saw it in chat, Matt, but I really like World of Darkness. The only complaint that I have about it would be the vampire's abilities change so much through rule settings and stuff. How do you feel about how vampires are portrayed in Vampire the Requiem? At least to me, it's not like it is in the movies or books or anything. You can shoot them with a shotgun and kill them, basically. But yeah.
That was true. That was definitely true of the first edition. They were seriously underpowered. Until you got into kind of high levels of the different disciplines, you were barely more powerful than a human. In the newest edition, which the copy that I have is known as Blood and Smoke. That's before they actually changed it over to the official second edition line. They have had a massive power upgrade. It's not the like world-shatteringly big upgrade, but all the physical disciplines and abilities have been completely fixed. They all have persistent effects as well as active effects now. I don't foresee needing to use house rules for them anymore. All mundane weapons now do just bashing damage to vampire characters. So even if someone is coming at you with like a bat or a club or a chainsaw, it's very difficult to deal lethal damage to vampires. And there's all sorts of other kind of just tricks of the curse that all vampire characters have now, which are like super rad. Like you can kind of use your bestial aura to just lash out against people and afflict that. Like, and you can do it in different ways. Like you can choose to use your beast to provoke like a seduction in them, or like a competitive response, or even a fear response. And each of the other disciplines, you're right, they have changed a lot over the course of the different game lines, but they've actually changed the most in this edition. They threw out a lot of the old powers that were kind of holdovers from the old World of Darkness, and revamped them, no pun intended. Like Auspex is very, very different now. Animalism, which I used to think was just a completely worthless ability, it was kind of cool in like a flavor sense. Didn't really have any concrete uses to me. Now it's like it's so rad. I just want to build a character that has animalism now, and even some abilities that used to be kind of high level abilities have now been brought down into the lower dot levels, the lower dot ratings. So I do agree it was a legitimate criticism, and especially in comparison to the other supernaturals like werewolves, there was nothing you could do. It didn't matter how powerful you were; they would just rip you apart. Mages, same thing. But the vampires have gotten a significant upgrade in their power level, and they're badass. They're very scary.
Yeah, I definitely noticed that, but it takes time again. I noticed right out of the gate, werewolves are still super powered in the newest edition, at least from what I've read. Demigods are still always demigods, being freaking ridiculous. But even with Geists are still. I feel almost like vampires are on the lower end unless you spec them in something really, really well. Like the only thing that my current vampire character that I'm playing as really. What he can do is take people on with either blades or his bare hands. So, I've fought werewolves bare hands, but if I wasn't, a spec as high as I was, rolling, 15 dice, I would get torn to shreds. And that's the way I feel like even Geists can absorb damage so much and things like that. It just feels like vampires are still low on the totem pole, even though they're significantly more powerful than humans. They're still kind of down there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I haven't checked out the new edition of Werewolf yet. Haven't had a chance, but I'm kind of okay with that though. It doesn't really bother me because I like to look at these games. I don't like doing crossovers so much, just because each game line's themes are so different that I like to look at them almost as kind of self-contained entities. And in the context of most of the characters that my players will interact with tend to be humans and maybe other vampires, they tend to still have kind of an edge on them. But no, I guess they're still underpowered, but that just doesn't really bother me so much.
Yeah, the one thing I have noticed though is their charismatic abilities. I stuttered there for a second. Charismatic abilities have improved hugely.
Yes.
So he's the character that I'm playing as is really intimidating. He's getting into business now, even though he was the leader of a biker charter. So he's a brewer. So it was. Now I have, because of resources and his intimidation, he has police in his pockets, fire marshals, everything. So basically, every time someone tries to screw me over in game, of course I'm the first person who hears about it because they're in my pocket. So
yeah.
It's you can get around things like that, but they just feel lower power base compared. But that's the thing. The other classes have so much more to deal with compared to vampires. Vampires can blend in pretty easy now, at least from what I've seen.
Yes, that's something that something I've actually liked about the New World of Darkness from kind of the get-go, is that it feels a lot more modern in that sense that now that cameras are just ubiquitous, it makes being a supernatural much more difficult to play out in a real-world setting. But the vampires at least have that ability where even if they're caught on camera, there's always something wrong with the photo, like it's overexposed or they're blurry, that type of a thing. It makes it much easier for them to blend in, which is a huge advantage. And I guess the other advantage that the vampires have, and I guess I can't really make this say this point with total clarity because I haven't looked at the other games in a long, long time, but they have time on their side. They have lots and lots and lots of time on their side, and just through the power of their blood, they can make human beings basically they're complete slaves. They will do and defend them and do whatever they want for them, and that is a really, really ridiculously big advantage that they have, as long as they don't eat each other in the process before they can get old.
Yeah, definitely. One thing I was looking at though is the demons, at least in the game. I've been wanting to run a campaign based on that, but it's hard to do anything with them because the God Machine will smite you almost instantly. Yeah. So, but I thought it would be kind of interesting, at least in New World of Darkness, to run something like that.
And it's funny you mentioned the God Machine. I'm just gonna say one more thing, and then I'll turn it over to somewhere else. The God Machine Chronicle, I love. I love this kind of monstrous machine entity, spanning time and dimensions, manipulating things and having these kind of inscrutable goals and psyche. But the story that was inspired from in the first World of Darkness core rulebook, I hated it. That was my least favorite aspect. And if they had asked me like which of those stories should have been the inspiration for like the new Chronicle setting for the World of Darkness, it would not have been the God Machine. Anyway, I'm done.
So some comments from viewers watching. Apparently, curious minds want to know: Team Jacob or Team Edward?
I'm on team like God Emperor. Just white. Any question like that just immediately makes me think of Space Marines, and that Twilight should just be obliterated from the face of the world. I hold no allegiance to them. They are Untermensch that should be stomped upon.
And how about you, David? You obviously have an opinion on this thing.
I've only seen the first movie, and that's because, not to sound like a dick, but I was taking a date there, and let's just say for reasons that I shouldn't divulge. Yeah, I'm not interesting story at all, and to me it would be vampires should be scary creatures, more Dracula based rather than a love story with sparkles. And werewolves to me, I like the big war form, 2 legs, stand 10 feet tall, not a big dire wolf. To me, that's not as scary as a standing creature that's bigger than a doorway.
I also hate teenagers, so that just kind of disqualifies me automatically from liking that material.
So to our viewers watching who are fans of the Twilight series, I'm sure there's at least a couple of you. And for those of you who are teens, I'm really glad that you're tuning in. If you could just let us know who you're more angry at for their answer, David or Matt, leave those comments in the YouTube channel. We'd greatly appreciate it. And we want to welcome Corey to the call. Does anyone know this Corey person? Owen?
I can't go so far as to say I exactly know her, but I know her more than the rest of you guys.
All right. So Corey, welcome. I don't know if you've got a mic. Can you respond to us?
She might not. She had some technical difficulties, so we'll give her a minute to try and work that out, I think.
No worries. Welcome.
I had a werewolf question.
Okay.
So, in D&D, they have a lot of werewolves in the new pre-mades, right? It's kind of a big component in the pre-made. Druids, when druids turn, well, everybody can potentially have the ability to turn into a werewolf if they gain their lycanthropy or whatever. But even when druids, for example, say a druid has a silvered weapon, so only silvered weapons can damage werewolves. Say a druid turns into a bear form with a silvered weapon. All gear, all items transform with them. Is a druid able to damage a werewolf? No. I think that's kind of what we're leaning towards, but I see Joe shaking his head. There's no way. There's no way that a shapeshifter druid can damage a werewolf?
I guess I'm just gonna throw my logic opinion out there. I mean, the idea is that the weapons and the gear transforms with them into this bear, but are you trying to then assume that a portion of its claws get infused with silver material?
We were leaning towards no. We were leaning towards no by all means, that essentially that's the way it's going to be. But it was a discussion that we had in our group.
Yeah, I mean, look at the act of alchemy. You're transmuting lead into gold. It becomes something else. And if you talk about polymorph, or you talk about the druid taking on a different shape, that stuff is therefore then transformed into something else. And I think the idea of that means that it has now become something else. And the druid has the ability to then reform that back to what it was originally, and due to the idea of magic and being able to pull material components apart and do all these other things that we can't do in the real world, In my opinion, and the way I would interpret the rules is that the druid has now transformed all these things into a bear. And a bear, in its natural form, doesn't have silver claws, doesn't have silver teeth, doesn't have anything that allows them to just make up something that is not there in what a natural form is going to be. So that would be my, I guess, if you wanted my logical aspect on it, that's what I would say.
I think you're right, and that's kind of the way things went during our talk as well. But I thought I'd throw it out there. Somebody managed to argue about it for a little while.
My 2 cents would be depending on edition, because in 3.5, the answer would be no, just like Joe stated. Obviously, no if alchemy and that's the way you're doing. But in 4th edition, you kind of can, because there is no silver like weakness. They're damaged by everything. So technically, a bear could damage him. But in 4th edition, it's not a curse either. You can transform whenever. Versus 3.5, it's a curse. You transform whenever the GM says so, or whenever the moon cycle, however you're doing it. So
in 5th edition, I believe it's once per day, and then without control at the full moon automatically while the full moon's out.
I see you smiling, Joe. I see you.
But yeah, I think definitely not. I just thought I was going to throw it out there. I think we're probably not the first ones to run into that problem.
Yeah, but if they could somehow justify that they had like a silver set, because most druids in 3.5 would stay in bear form, at least from the people that I've played, they transform and stay in their form. If they were to build equipment for the bear themselves, obviously, but transforming with all that gear on them, no, I wouldn't see it. I agree with Joe, actually.
Like he never normally does. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, I couldn't resist that. The way it ended, I'm like, is he implying that he normally doesn't agree with Joe? Sorry, guys. So Ty was trying to jump back in. He said he's going to be in here in just a moment. Just to kind of give a heads up, it's 2:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. I'm good to go for a little bit longer. I don't know how much longer you guys want to go for. Joe, how are you doing?
I'm okay right now. I mean, if I had to put a number on it, I would say maybe about 3 o'clock our time, so another half hour or so. But
yeah, okay, that's kind of what I was thinking too. You guys cool with that? About 30 more minutes? Awesome. So I don't really have any other questions, right now. I'm just reading through a few things, trying to decide if there's anything I want to ask yet tonight or if I want to save it for another time. If you guys have any more questions or if you want to talk about, other things, for example, someone suggested, actually, you know what? Here, let's do it this way. Sorry, I just told you guys it's going to be an option, and then all of a sudden I'm taking it away, right? That's terrible DMing. Let's see. Where did I put that? Here it is. Okay. So from the poll I put up earlier, right? We asked people, what should we do in a call tonight? And so far, we've talked about the Star Wars Episode 7 trailer, I believe, or maybe mentioned it. So we could do that if anyone wants to comment. We could do the broadcast in a fundraising style. I think we'll save that for another time. Broadcast in a news desk style, same thing. We did not perform a ritual sacrifice, but we talked about Yu-Gi-Oh! And they have ritual. Actually, no, wait a minute. David did give an example. Yeah, we did. Sorry. I was originally going to do a Yu-Gi-Oh! Thing because there's a summoning method in there called ritual sacrifice, or ritual summoning. That was going to be my little ploy on that. Play Cards Against Humanity. I don't have the main deck right now. I'm looking to purchase all that stuff, but not yet. So if anyone has that, we could do that for a little bit. Read quotes in different voices. Read the entire Wheel of Time series live. I think that would be a marathon session. And we'd probably have to do it in fast forward. And then continue doing what we're doing. So we've already done that. You guys, anyone have Cards Against Humanity or want to do something else? Yes, actually, there is indeed an online version. Oh, and you have it? All right, guys. Looks like we are going to go live to Cards Against Humanity. Just to kind of give everyone a quick prompt on that. David, have you played before?
I have played many, many times. Prepare for many penis jokes.
That's cool. We were making them in chat already. If you want to be part of that, join in the conversation live in chat. Joe, are you familiar?
I have played Apples to Apples Junior. Isn't that pretty much the same thing?
I think you're like 2 steps removed, whereas Junior would be the lawful good version of Cards Against Humanity. This is probably more like the chaotic evil version of Apples to Apples Junior. Jonathan, do you do this? You have not done this, or you're not interested in doing this? Which is it? Never done it. Okay, but you're willing to do it, yes? All right. All you got to do is just say the dirtiest thing, basically. Matt, you ready for this? You've played many times. All right. We can't see the card exactly, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you turn on your mic and just make some sounds, or read the question actually, and then we'll answer it.
This one actually really strikes home to me because I fucking hate this guy. But in his new self-produced album, Kanye West raps over the sounds of blank. We're gonna start left from left. I will go ahead. We'll go ahead and go left from right. We're gonna start with David.
All right. Before we get started, I do want to give a quick disclaimer because I didn't add the adult content warning for YouTube. David, if you can speak on that, is this legit? Leaving this quick warning here before we get started on this, or do I need to like check it by editing the video or something? How do I?
Leaving a warning is usually pretty good. There is a thing where you can, when it's uploaded, go back and change it for requiring age verification.
Fantastic.
But that's up to you.
Okay, cool. I think I know where you're going with that last but, so I'm good with it. All right, so one more time. This is going to be moving to the adult section of the broadcast. You will be hearing potentially offensive language. It is not our intention to offend any of you. We are just going to respond with what comes into our heads. So one more time with the question, and then we'll switch it over to David.
In his new self-produced album, Kanye West raps over the sounds of blank.
R. Kelly urinating on young women.
You do have to say who's next after that, Owen.
All right. We'll go for me. On the left would be Matt next.
Auschwitz. On the left is going to be Jonathan.
Dying African kids.
Pass it off, Jonathan.
You're to my left, Owen.
I'm gonna say Beck's most recent album. And pass it off to Joe.
I'm going to say Ice Ice Baby. Brennan, you're last.
Can I just say Kim Kardashian's ass?
Does that actually make a sound, though? Are you sure about that?
Have you seen it? I think it does.
Can you imagine milk pouring over it? I'm gonna go with Kim Kardashian's ass.
That's a point for me, I believe, guys.
All right, who's got the next black card? I'm gonna go with my left to right for black cards. And David is up next. This is his black one. The big black one. David's card. I got 99 problems, but blank ain't one.
Oh, yes. All right. So on my left, Owen, it would be you, actually.
What? I guess I'm gonna go with dying ain't one.
Dime? All right. All right. After that would be Matt.
Lymph nodes.
All right. Jonathan.
Hillary Clinton running for president.
Okay. Joe.
Could I just have a repeat of the card just so I can get it in context?
I got 99 problems, but blank ain't one.
Getting it up.
All right. The next would, well, finally be yourself, Brennan.
I've got 99 problems, but anorexia ain't one.
All right. That's a tough choice. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go getting it up because that makes more sense for me.
I'll take that one.
So 1-1, game to 10, right?
We'll just play until we run out of time, basically.
Yeah.
We'll give you guys
All right.
shut up.
For like 20 minutes. So next up is Brennan. During sex, I'd like to think about blank.
Taxes.
Who's up next, Brennan?
Let's see. Corey, if she can hear us, that'd be fantastic.
Corey,
Or not. We can come back if she chimes in. I guess left on my screen is actually you, Owen. So
I'm going to go ahead and say that during sex, you like to think about Dice&Decks.
That even rhymes, damn.
Yeah, yeah.
I am gonna have to dip out. I am falling asleep. So good night, gentlemen.
Alright,
anyone you
Matt.
want to give a shout out to, Matt? You have a channel you want to broadcast real quick?
Oh yeah, it's the Sauce RPG. So that's T3HSAUCE RPG. Yeah, I talk about role-playing games. I have live play videos of a couple different games up there, and yeah, that's about it.
Sounds good, man. Thanks for chatting tonight.
Cool. Yeah. Have a good night, guys.
See you, Matt.
So next, I believe, would be Jonathan.
Anyone but my girlfriend.
Harsh. Who's up next, Brennan?
That'd be Joe.
Candle wax. I don't know. That's all I got.
Sick.
All right, who is it, Brennan?
The only one that's left, David.
You like to think about Bobby the Baker and his bread.
Who's the winner?
I really would like to reward the points to myself. However, I am a fair. I don't even want to say unbalanced. That's so terrible. I am a fair DM. With a little bit of context, I'm rewarding the points to David not because of the character reference, but simply because bread makes me think of pickled bread. And as you guys might know, pickled bread is dildo. So we need another question, Owen.
Next question. This one goes to Joe, the judge. Joe? That one sucks. That one sucks. Joe, what exactly is George W. Bush thinking about right now?
Left or right, David? That's gonna be you.
What is George W. Bush thinking about right now?
That's kind of a tough one.
How to read a prompt.
This is a shitty card.
All
Joe,
right. No, that's fine. I'm good with it. Brendan, you're next.
What is George W. Bush thinking about right now? Man, I really wish I would have married that girl who was 20 years younger than me.
All right, Jonathan, you're up. What do you got?
If he will get caught having sexual relations with Hillary.
it sucks that I can kind of cheat, but I'm gonna go ahead and say pooping back and forth forever.
What was that again, Owen?
It sucks that I can cheat, but I'm gonna go ahead and say pooping back and forth forever.
Well, the correct answer is I wish I didn't pick my nose on national television because I actually have VHS video recordings of him doing that. But barring that being an answer, I'm actually going to go with Jonathan because the fact that he would be thinking about Hillary is pretty ridiculous and I like it. So I'm going to go with Jonathan on that one.
All right. So next up we got Jonathan. Jonathan, your plan for world domination begins with blank.
Ooh. Is that for me to answer or to pass on to the person to the left?
For you to judge.
Okay. Owen.
I'm going to go ahead and say bugbears.
All right, Joe.
My plan for world domination begins with the eradication of all of the redheads. Ugh!
All right, the main big boss, Dice&Decks.
My plan for world domination starts with me becoming president in 2020.
And David.
This is a tough one. Huh. World domination. How would I do this? I can do this realistically or not. I think my first plan, if I could do it, my first thing that I would do is create a microdrone that I can pass through in the air that will make everyone slowly retarded. And this way, I am the only smart person on the planet.
Yeah, but what good is that going to do you when everyone's retarded?
They're little robots. They can fix things, can't they? They bow to me as their leader, and then I slowly fix them. I'm proclaimed to God when I'm dead, right? World domination.
I got to give that to the big boss. It was the only political part of it.
Oh, you gave that to Brennan?
Yeah.
All right. All right, this will be mine. I'll find a good one for you. Let me keep going. A bunch of blank ones. How about this? Why can't I sleep at night? We're gonna start with Brennan.
Because I'm up providing quality content to my fans.
Okay, all right. David?
Well, I'm ashamed to say this. Too many wet dreams. Don't look at me.
Joe?
Because I'm up all night providing content that Brennan can provide to all of his fans.
Okay, Jonathan?
Because my girlfriend works the night shift and I don't like getting woken up mid-sleep.
That bitch doesn't work at all, man. I'm gonna go with Joe. Oh wait, Ty.
Alright. Oh, Ty.
Special appearance. Hey Ty, why can't I sleep at night?
He was having technical difficulties earlier, guys, so I don't know if he's got it figured out or not.
Alright, I'm gonna have to go with Joe, I guess.
I appreciate that.
Is Ty there?
It doesn't seem like it, no.
Alright.
I mean, if he is, he'll chime in. He knows how.
We're back to David. Um,
I drink to forget blank. Since Ty is not here, obviously, we'll go to Owen.
I knew it was on me. I don't.
What do I drink to forget? Well, what do I drink to forget what?
Let me scroll up and chat a little bit here. Legends of Cthulhu, or whatever it is.
Cthulhu? I drink to forget Cthulhu? That's actually a legit reason. If I didn't commit suicide first. Alright, next would be Jonathan.
Walking in on your parents when you was little.
You know, that might do it. Next is Joe.
I drink to forget. You drink to forget that wonderful night on the beach when she turned out to be a man.
Good. Good. I like that one. It's good. Alright, Brandon.
You drink to forget that you actually enjoyed walking in on your parents when you was little.
Okay. So we got Cthulhu, legit reason. Walking in on my parents, also legit reason. That wonderful beach evening with a man / woman. I get confused. And me enjoying it. Definitely don't enjoy that, so that would definitely be a no. Never walked in on him, so no. Cthulhu, no. I'm going with Joe. That would definitely be something I would drink to forget, because Cthulhu would make me shoot myself first before I'd start drinking. So definitely forgetting that confusing night on the beach.
Alright, Brennan? Today on Maury, help, my son is blank.
A devil worshipper. All he does is play Dungeons and Dragons.
Brennan, you're the judge for this one.
Oh yeah, my bad, guys. I really wanted to answer that one. Okay. So, can you show me the question again? Today on Maury, my son is a... Alright, got it. Alright, guys. To my left is you, Owen.
And go ahead and say a beholder.
After you is Joe.
Today I'm Maury. Help! My son is a prostitute.
I think I saw that one. Alright, David. That leaves you.
They have a marathon of that prostitute one. That's been done many times. I'm gonna go out there and go a little weird. A white man from outer space definitely would be a headline.
I like funny stuff, but I don't want Joe to win. So I'm going to take that one away from him and say that Owen, yours was the funniest.
Next up, we got Joe. When I pooped, what came out of my butt?
All right, left to right, we're gonna go with David. What came out my butt?
That's a tough one. I'm thinking. Let's go with Iggy Azalea's new drop of her record.
All right, then we got Brennan. Why don't you go ahead and with that one?
When I pooped, what came out of my butt? That was the question, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, when I pooped, what came out of my butt? You know what? I gotta think of something here, guys. I'm actually stumped. My finger.
That would usually dislodge something that was in there. Owen, you're going up.
I don't know. I'm gonna go with my missing D4.
That's a small turd.
Yeah, but it's got a lot of sharp edges.
No, the correct answer actually is a drawing of a gnome pooping out a diamond out of his butt.
With the diamond in his ass. Yes.
But the closest thing we have to that role playing aspect is the D4. So I'm gonna go with your D4.
All right, I got one more here. Let me make sure it counts. Who's up? Oh, it's back on me. This is this is mine. When all else fails, I can always masturbate to blank.
Yes.
Starting with David.
Gnomes with diamonds in their asses.
That's gonna be tough to beat.
Who's next, Owen?
That's you, Brennan.
The recorded broadcasts of Dice&Decks.
I guess it leaves me. When all else fails, you can always masturbate to the beautiful, luscious vision of the orange that is Brennan.
Oh man, we're talking orange Brennan or gnomes pooping out diamonds. We're gonna go with orange Brennan. Orange Brennan.
I think that means
Yeah,
Joe
that's
wins.
right.
I think that means Joe wins. Was anyone keeping track of the points?
Yeah, I think Joe probably wins. He's been doing pretty good.
Rigged.
I'm up to 4. I was keeping count on my dice tracker.
What do I have?
At least 2. I think at least 2.
Yep, and actually, one thing you guys are forgetting, the DM plays on a level adjustment from you guys. So mine is a -2 LA, so I'm actually at 4 right now. So we're gonna need a tiebreaker question.
Okay. This is a tiebreaker question.
Yep,
Just
and I want the judge to be David because he's a little more impartial than you.
all right. David's the judge. Joe and Brennan. All right. I'll find a really good one here. We only got 4 minutes left of our session. We're going until 3. Can we do a two-parter? We'll give you some time. We'll give you some time to concentrate.
Absolutely.
Blank is a slippery slope that leads to blank.
Yeah, all right.
I'm going to sit this one out.
Blank is a slippery slope that leads to blank. Make it good and funny.
Joe, you get to go first because you're the challenger.
No,
You guys
no.
should roll for it.
I believe we should roll initiative.
High roll goes second.
That's cool because I've been rolling low lately.
Whoa! I'm judge here. Whoa! Wait a minute.
Oh, okay. All right. What do you want to do? What do you want to do, David?
High roll goes first because that's how initiative normally goes.
Well,
All right.
actually, you can't see, but I got a 20. Not lying.
Wow, Brennan's gonna go first on that one then.
Yeah, I guess I'm okay with that. So, can I get the question one more time though? Because I was recently.
Blank.
I put it away, but blank is a slippery slope that leads to blank.
Yep.
All right. Watching Dice&Decks is a slippery slope that leads to subscribing.
All right, Joe. Didn't make me laugh. See if you can pull out the win.
Wow, this one's tough.
Oh, and he's out of time. Out of time.
No,
Look at
I got
that.
250.
The
I got
winner.
259. I
The
got
winner.
259.
Yeah,
He's got 1 minute.
We gotta give time for shoutouts.
We got time.
I'm sorry, DM ruling. Yeah, sorry guys. Looks like I win by default. Out of sessions, out of time.
David is totally the DM right now, by the way.
Yep.
I am card czar or judge right now.
Oh, damn. I guess I would go with...
Joe is a slippery slope that leads to Brennan.
No. I'm going to go with real dirty. And I'm going to say vagina is a slippery slope that leads to that butthole.
Damn it, he made me laugh. All right. That's it. He made me laugh, Brennan.
Yes!
Give a point to Joe. Gotta give a point to Joe.
Oh
That's
my
cool.
god, that's so bad.
Don't worry, no one's gonna be watching at this point.
I know, right? David, it was nice having you on the calls that you were able to come for.
Yep.
I'm sorry, unfortunately you won't be returning anymore.
Oh, wait, does that mean I get out of that challenge?
Negative. No. That's not how it works.
I'm not allowed. I'm sorry. I have to
those
go
are
now.
promises.
I have to wheel myself into victory. Gotta go now. Sorry, Brennan.
All right. So, David, we'll start with you, man, since I insulted you so bad. I'm just teasing. You're welcome back anytime, you know that. Shoutouts, man.
Check out my channel, Reaper3119, or you can search 12Paleo12, and I post gaming videos of all sorts, video games, tabletop gaming, I run and am a part of. Yep.
Joe, shoutouts?
Shoutouts to the comedy that is life. Live it, breathe it, go with it. That's all I got.
Owen? Did his cam freeze? Is he just sitting that still?
That's impressive if he is.
I know, right? All right, well, I'm going to do the shoutouts for Owen. My name is Owen, and I'm single and looking. I enjoy growing plants, and I live in a wet part of Wisconsin. Lots of slides. So if you like sliding and growing plants, and
I
you know,
literally disconnected like the last couple seconds here. That's total bullshit.
no, it's okay. We've got you covered.
All right.
Uh, all right, so yeah, that's Owen's shoutouts, unless he actually wants to give some.
And I grow plants. I'm glad Brennan finished that for me.
Oh, and he's also a purveyor of fine card games like Cards Against Humanity, and he really does love Yu-Gi-Oh, unlike some people.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
All right, so that concludes the shout-out portions of the broadcast. We are a little bit over time, so I'll try to make this quick. Thanks for joining, you guys. If you want to be a part of the conversation, join us every weeknight except for Sundays at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. We'll be doing some gameplay here on Monday by the sound of it. Tune in for Bobby the Baker, as well as possibly, I don't know what we're going with, a Devati character, Bard, something or another mashup. And yeah, we'll see what we can come up with for you guys. Hopefully it'll be entertaining. I don't think it'll be live. We might not have it up Monday right away, but we probably won't be broadcasting because we'll be playing, and then we'll put it up as soon as we're finished with it. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. Find us everywhere that you find other people. Yo, what's up?
To add to that, I will be putting it on my channel as well. So if you don't see it on Dice&Decks, you can definitely see it on my channel, and I will direct you to Dice&Decks via the link in the chat.
Awesome. We appreciate that, man. So yeah, Dice&Decks signing off. Have a good night, folks. See you Monday, or see you Tuesday. Bye.